The order paper is member statements, and I call Declan Kearney.
Thank you, Speaker. Holocaust Memorial Day is an important day as it gives us an opportunity to think of the horrific atrocities that were corrupted against humanity. It marks the most deplorable acts of genocide against millions of victims. During World War II, fascism murdered 6 million Jewish men, women and children, including disabled people, members of the LGBT community, ethnic minorities and political prisoners. The Holocaust is one of the darkest moments in modern human history. Holocaust Memorial Day is a call to action by everyone committed to human rights and democracy. It demands that we collectively stand against all forms of discrimination, xenophobia and racism. Our moral duty must be to stand together. We have a moral duty to champion equality, justice, peace, and to stand firmly against genocide, both in the past, whether that is in the past or whether it is happening today, even as we speak. Thank you.
Well, Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Storm Éowyn struck Northern Ireland with unprecedented force on Friday and certainly has left a real trail of destruction and impacted upon every corner of our country. As the clear-up operation and work to restore power continues, I do want to commend and pay tribute to the frontline and essential workers who have been at the coal face of this storm. Although we are not out of the woods yet, we have made significant progress, and I do think we should pay tribute to all of those who have spent the last 3 days working very, very hard for us in some treacherous conditions indeed. To the NIE teams, agencies, DFI engineers, healthcare providers or carers, PSNI emergency services, local farmers, council staff and local community volunteers, we say thank you. This storm, described by the Met Office as potentially the strongest to hit our United Kingdom in well over a decade and bringing winds in excess of 90 miles per hour, left thousands of homes and businesses without power. Over 220,000 properties at its peak, and also showing 30% of premises here with power disconnected, which does show the scale and challenge that we faced. And indeed the logistical support coming from the rest of our United Kingdom and indeed Europe is very welcome indeed. Progress has been made on that, and I think more support is coming over the next period of time indeed. And my own constituency of North Down was not spared, and 2 schools have had to close their doors today, Donegal Primary and Clifton School, but thankfully they are now able to reopen tomorrow. So it has had an impact on everybody of every age, and there are many homeowners, businesses and farms still without power today, including in the Craigantlet Hills, just 2 miles behind this very building in which we're in today, and we do need to see urgent progress on getting full restoration. Many roads were also blocked over the weekend, and communities face significant challenges, including structural damage to homes, businesses, uprooted trees, blocking roads and disruption to so many essential services. Through the storm, we have seen community spirit at its best, with communities coming together, standing shoulder to shoulder in every corner of Northern Ireland, churches opening their doors, local businesses providing food, community groups supporting our most vulnerable, and farmers clearing our roads, to name but a few. Many of our vulnerable were hit hardest, our older population, those who are ill, newborn babies and young families, greatly impacted by the long power outages. As we move forward, we must remain vigilant and prepared for future weather events, and I think lessons do need to be learned through this storm, and the need for robust and clear emergency preparedness, and also a need for coordination and support for those most impacted, and NIE do also have a role to play to compensate through goodwill payments for those most impacted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rowan Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is with genuine regret that I must rise this afternoon to address the issue of good character references in cases involving serious sexual offences. after it emerged over the weekend that SDLP councillor Brian Tierney provided a reference for Keelan Mooney, a man convicted of rape in Dublin's Central Criminal Court. The provision of these references adds an additional layer of distress for any victim in any case. But when an elected representative is involved, that hurt is not only compounded for the victim in question, but for all victims in our society. Just because a man is seen to be of good standing, just because he is a sports person or active in the community or has a successful career, does not mean that he is not capable of abuse. All of us in this chamber have spoken about our genuine desire to tackle violence against women and girls, and therefore it is incumbent on us as elected representatives and political parties to lead by example and to act. Serious questions have therefore been raised both for the SDLP and for Councillor Tierney. Given that the charge was rape, how could he possibly not have been aware of the seriousness of the allegations? Why has he not been suspended, and why has there been no mention of sanction or disciplinary action in SDLP statements over the weekend? Leadership is not simply about how we respond to these issues when they appear in other parties, but how we respond when they befall our own. Victims deserve accountability and to see this issue treated seriously. As we stand here today, it is difficult to fathom how Mr Tierney can remain an elected representative. Both he and his party ought to be considering his position, and I would gently ask both the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the SDLP to reflect, to be consistent based on the demands they have made of other parties, and to take the appropriate action in the interests of the victims concerned.
Dr. Éowyn.
Mr. Speaker, today is Holocaust Memorial Day. The date of the 27th of January is chosen because it marks the moment 80 years ago that the Auschwitz-Birkenau death camps were liberated. Last week on Radio 4, Ivor Pearl, BEM, a camp survivor, spoke of the horrors of the Holocaust, the murder of 6 million Jews, and the need for remembrance. As he said, that need of remembrance has never been greater, as the vile scourge of anti-Semitism has re-emerged with vehemence. Mr. Speaker, I am proud that this Assembly debated and agreed to adopt the IHRI definition of anti-Semitism in April 2021. That as an Assembly we recognise that the scourge of anti-Semitism has to be combated, and that all too regrettably that far too many across this island use anti-Semitic tropes nearly on a daily basis, thinly, if disguised at all, under the banner of criticism of Israel. Criticism that is without balance and regularly ignores the ongoing violence across the Middle East, Eastern Europe and beyond. It seems that because Israel is involved, it is therefore somehow acceptable to focus wholly on the Jewish community, going for wholesale victim blaming of that community at every opportunity. This, for the avoidance of any doubt, is not legitimate criticism. It is blatant anti-Semitism. And one of the worst examples of this has come from the Irish state. Ireland is now seen across the United States, all over Europe, and amongst the Jewish people as a haven of anti-Semitism. Anyone seeing the disgraceful hauling of a pregnant Jewish academic who is making a dignified and silent protest at the Irish President's politicisation of remarks at the Holocaust Memorial event in Dublin yesterday will be in no doubt of the ingrained anti-Semitism now prevalent on this island. While self-awareness has never been a trait that could be led at President Higgins, especially after blaming the Israeli embassy for leaking his remarks about the leadership of the Iranian regime, we should heed the remarks of the Chief Rabbi of Ireland, who said the President had neglected even to acknowledge the scourge of contemporary anti-Semitism in Ireland, let alone do anything to address it. The commemoration of the 7th of October massacre in Dublin, near the President, Taoiseach Tannistha thought it worthy to attend Dublin Synagogue in solidarity with Ireland's small Jewish community. That was bad enough. However, yesterday's blatant attempt to equate the Holocaust with events in the Middle East is beyond revulsion. That Simon Harris chose to defend Higgins' remarks just reinforces to the world the real state of anti-Semitism in Ireland. Listening again to Ivor Pearl's words about the fears about anti-Semitism in the so-called civilised West, one does not have to look very far from these benches to see how many of our fears are now being realised. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to all of the frontline workers who stepped up over the last few days in what has been very difficult circumstances, particularly in rural areas. And as an MLA representing a rural constituency, I know too well the impact on vulnerable and elderly people right across my constituency. Unfortunately, there are still quite a number today, 4 days later, that is without electricity and water in some cases, and also telephone or any form of communication as well. This has caused a huge amount of stress and anxiety to people who already are quite vulnerable. They feel isolated and cut off, and some have explained that it has affected adversely their mental health and well-being generally. The storm that we have seen and witnessed over the last few days is unprecedented, but it should be a signal of how we must be prepared for future events and to ensure that our community and our society is protected from the worst impacts of such a storm. But today I want to pay tribute to the Northern Ireland electricity workers who were out in very difficult conditions and did restore power to quite a significant number of properties in a short period of time in extremely difficult circumstances and weather conditions as well. But I also want to pay tribute to others in our community. If you are a neighbour of a vulnerable person and you called to see them, I want to say thank you. If you opened community centres, businesses, churches, I want to say thank you. If you were out helping those or checking in on those via phone call or other means, bringing water and food supplies, I want to say thank you. These are the moments when we see the best of our community, the most human side of our community, when we step up and support those who are in need. But today, Mr. Speaker, there are still, as I've said, 4 days later, people without electricity, without water and without access to supplies that they desperately need, others that are worried about their health and well-being as well. There is a sense, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that the Executive has been invisible over the last 4 days and have not stepped up to provide reassurance to the people across Northern Ireland that have been directly affected as a result of this storm. More could have been done and must be done. And today, aside from any fancy photographs that are going to appear, there needs to be action to support the people that are struggling in our communities.
This week will mark the 53rd anniversary of Bloody Sunday, when British soldiers murdered 14 civilians on the streets of Derry and seriously wounded 13 more. Growing up as a young man in Derry, my grandparents told me stories of how they had marched for civil rights, marched for a better future which my generation could enjoy. They were part of a generation who stood up and said no more. No more to second-class citizenship, no more to inferior housing, no more to their right to vote being denied. And when I think of them, I think of those who marched and who never came home, those whose memories the British state tried so hard to erase. But the people of Derry knew that they were innocent. They knew that they had marched for civil rights and been shot down on their own streets by an army who purported to protect them. Our city stood with the Bloody Sunday families in their lengthy campaign, during which they showed such dignity and such courage. Internationally, Bloody Sunday became a byword for state murder and for justice denied. And the British state continue in their efforts to deny any opportunity for families to seek justice for their loved ones through their abhorrent Legacy Act, which is opposed by parties across this chamber. We will continue to stand with the Bloody Sunday families and with families across the North in their pursuit for truth and for justice.
Mr. Speaker, members, today I rise to mark 53 years since the senseless and brutal murders of Sergeant Peter Gilgun and Constable David Montgomery. Two men much loved by their families, their friends and the wider community. Two men serving the community in the most fearful of times. Two men out doing their job, their lives stolen forever, never to return home. Constable David Montgomery, aged just 20, and Sergeant Peter Gilgun, a husband and a father of an 8-month-old baby son, were killed in the line of duty at 8:30 a.m. on this very day, the 27th of January 1972. These were the first 2 police officers to be murdered in Londonderry during the Troubles. Peter and David were driving along the Craigan Road in Londonderry when they were shot and murdered by vile criminals who showed no care or concern for human life. The murders of these 2 RUC officers by IRA terrorists marked a first in Londonderry, but sadly many more murders and life-altering physical and mental injuries would be inflicted in the remaining years of the Troubles towards those who put on the uniform, went out to protect our communities from those who sought to destroy it. Their car came under fire by a number of gunmen as they travelled along the road. One gunman fired from an alleyway and 2 other gunmen opened fire 40 yards away. During the attack, another police officer was wounded and 2 other colleagues escaped injury, no doubt carrying the trauma of this terrible atrocity with them for all of their days. According to an RUC spokesperson at the time, the 2 officers did not have a chance to return fire. The driver of the car managed to accelerate to the RUC station despite his car being hit 17 times. Mr. Speaker, today my thoughts and prayers are with all of those innocent people impacted and all of those who continue to mourn their passing today and every day. We must not forget their names or their stories, who they were to their families and the fact that they were innocent. Their stories may not receive the coverage of others, but we must remember them. They will not be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Paul Radcliffe.
Speaker, I rise to recognise Holocaust Memorial Day and to emphasise that more than ever we must stand united against anti-Semitism and all kinds of prejudice, hatred, discrimination and violence. This year is particularly significant as it marks the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, the largest Nazi concentration camp complex. It also marks the 30th anniversary of the genocide in Bosnia, part of the appalling and all too often forgotten Yugoslav wars in the mid-90s. The theme for this year is For a Better Future, and I would sincerely hope, amid the rise of autocrats all around the world, that we can all commit ourselves as democrats to that. This theme is supposed to offer us some hope. It implores each and every one of us to reflect on the atrocities of the past so that we may prevent anything similar happening in the future. We do need to ask ourselves if we are truly committed to that in a world which is becoming seemingly increasingly divided and where almost any form of conduct is acceptable provided it is carried out by our own side. We do need, for example, to reflect the very real concerns felt by the local Jewish community here in Northern Ireland at the hatred directed towards them because of the conduct of the Israeli government. We have to be able to separate the two. It is entirely possible to be sympathetic with the plight of the people of Gaza, vehemently opposed to the actions of the Israeli government, and be hugely concerned about the day-to-day impact and experiences of the small Jewish community here, which still lives with the appalling trauma of the Holocaust. Indeed, I think we can be proud of the role Northern Ireland has played at crucial stages in offering sanctuary to those who need it, from Nazi oppression in the 1930s to those fleeing the Soviet oppression in the 1950s and 60s, to Ukrainian families forced to leave their homes by Putin's aggression in the 2020s, a Northern Ireland that can take pride in having taken in children fleeing Nazi rule as part of the kinder transport, can also, so that they can be part of a Northern Ireland which offers them solidarity and safety in fleeing this prosecution. Mr. Speaker, I have had the opportunity to visit Bergen-Belsen and to sense in that tragic place the scale of the human loss and of the inhumanity that caused it. We remain capable of such inhumanity, but we also must be constantly on our guard against any slide in a direction of a recurrence of it. We must never take for granted the freedoms we enjoy today as we observe populist politics continue to threaten democracy in different parts of the world and marginalised groups are being used as scapegoats. Thank you.
Robertson.
Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record our support for Drumran Primary School, who on Friday morning faced violent winds that ripped off large parts of its roof. This is a school in a stunning setting in the foothills of Benbrata Mountain in the village of Burnfoot, County Londonderry. It is a recently built school in 2008, which saw the merger of 3 country schools. It has 140 pupils and 5 classrooms. Anyone in this chamber who represents a rural constituency will know that rural schools are the heartbeat of its area. And when a rural school is impacted in a negative way, it ripples beyond its children and teachers, but it impacts the entire area and hinterland. To arrive on Friday to see the external and internal damage was heartbreaking, but this is a strong area. The community of Burnfoot, just outside Dungiven, are at their best when they're under pressure, and this community and its school will thrive once more. I can guarantee that. I want to thank the Education Minister, who, when I contacted him on Friday and on Saturday evening and on Sunday, has taken a strong personal interest in ensuring assessments were made for debris to be cleared, which will allow for significant repairs to be carried out. I do encourage the Department of Education to keep the focus, as the Minister has, that a full and speedy repair be carried out. And I want to thank Drumran School Principal, school leaders, and I applaud them for their patience. Rest assured, you will have our support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to preface my comments by paying tribute to the thousands of frontline workers who didn't have a choice when it came to the lockdown warning for Friday morning. The home helps who put the needs of others above their own, the police officers, the hospital staff, and once again the farmers whose assistance was invaluable to reopening many of our roads. I think of the churches, the Orange and community halls which opened their doors so that people would have access to heat and electric. And of course, those who have been working around the clock to maintain the electricity and water supply during the storm and to repair the vast swathes of damage caused to the network since Friday morning. I don't want my next comments to take away from the sterling job those workers have been doing and no doubt will continue to do until every home has its power restored, every road has been cleared and every house is running water again. I do, however, want to give some feedback to NIE to highlight the lack of proactive information flowing to those on the critical care list. A number of my vulnerable constituents reached out to NIE over the weekend with serious medical issues, but no callback ever came. On Saturday, I had a 93-year-old lady who relies on her medical chair and bed to enable her carers and family to be able to look after her. Once the batteries ran out, her medical chair wouldn't function and the bed deflated. My first call about this issue on Saturday resulted in waiting over an hour in the elected representative line to NIE. It took 4 further calls before NIE would agree to provide generators to a number of my constituents in similar situations, which were only delivered after midnight. I could recite multiple constituent stories from yesterday, where in one case the battery ran out in a stairlift, meaning my constituent couldn't get upstairs to use the toilet or get to his bed. Or I think of the lady in a wheelchair who hadn't power in the house for her family to operate her hoist or any of the medical equipment. These are just some of the many stories where people on the critical care list were just left until I contacted NIE. The call centre staff were very helpful, but the problem was there simply wasn't enough staff and generators to meet the needs of those in vulnerable situations. Members, if any lesson is taken from the response to the storm, it must be that we weren't well enough prepared for the vulnerable people on the NIE critical care list. I've heard tell of generators coming in from England and Scotland today. That's very welcome, but we need to be better prepared, that we have these generators ready to go when the next storm comes, so that we can meet the needs of those on the critical care list.
Speaker, and I wish to join the recognition that today is Holocaust Memorial Day and the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the concentration and extermination camp Auschwitz, where the Nazis murdered Jewish people and others who did not conform with their twisted vision. We know that our King will be among those attending the commemoration there today. The Holocaust was the attempt by the Nazis to destroy all Jewish people in Europe. Building upon centuries of anti-Semitism, persecution of Jewish people began as soon as the Nazis came to power in Germany in 1933. It is calculated that 6 million Jewish men, women and children were murdered in ghettos, mass shootings, concentration camps and death camps. Also targeted and murdered were Roma and Sinti people, black people, the disabled, gay people, political opponents and others. On this day we also remember those targeted in more recent genocides in Cambodia, Rwanda, Darfur and Bosnia, of which this year is the 30th anniversary. On Thursday evening I joined those attending the Northern Ireland regional ceremony for Holocaust Memorial Day at Belfast City Hall. The event was addressed by our First Minister and Deputy First Minister. There were poignant contributions from those with lived experience. First, a recorded interview with Professor Peter Lantos, BEM, who had grown up as a member of the Hungarian Jewish community. Of 800,000 Jews living in Hungary in 1944, it is estimated that over two-thirds, some 565,000, were murdered in the Holocaust. Peter, then aged 5 years old, and his mother were survivors of the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, where his father died of starvation. Secondly, an address by Minura Subasic on behalf of the mothers of Srebrenica. In July 1995, over 8,000 Bosniak Muslim men and boys were murdered by Serb forces at Srebrenica within a UN protected zone in just 2 days. These included 22 members of Minura's extended family, including her husband and youngest son. Also participating at Thursday's ceremony was Reverend David Cale, Rabbi of the Hebrew congregation of Belfast Synagogue. It was encouraging to see young people from a range of schools and youth organisations taking part in the ceremony. It is important that we remember these past horrors in support of the survivors, for vigilance against future atrocities, and because the final stage in every genocide is denial. With sadness we say, never forget, never again, for a better future.
Like others, I wish to speak to the events of the past weekend, which continues to leave its mark across Northern Ireland. Thankfully, and most importantly, no one was killed in Northern Ireland or seriously hurt during this storm. That's a huge relief, and I think credit to the swift decisions taken by the Northern Ireland Executive and the various statutory agencies. Their quick actions, closing schools, public buildings and transport networks, while getting out the message to stay at home, undoubtedly saved lives. I want to thank everyone who worked through the storm to help others, from community groups to churches, health and social care staff, the PSNI, road engineers, farmers helping clear up. These efforts demonstrate the best of Northern Ireland. I also particularly want to thank the engineers who have worked tirelessly to restore and repair the damage and continue to do so. Their work is very much appreciated. That said, this storm has revealed some serious challenges that we need to address as an Assembly and Executive. The biggest issue has been the damage to our electricity network and the impact of power outages, particularly on older people, vulnerable groups and those living in rural areas. For many, losing electricity is more than just an inconvenience. It can be life-changing. People relying on medical equipment had to be admitted to hospital or simply do without. Older people had been left without heat, were freezing in their homes, and rural communities were left cut off, unable to communicate or even get a hot meal. These are the stark realities that we need to confront in the aftermath of this storm. And while storms of this scale don't happen often, when they do, they remind us how vulnerable we can be. We need to learn from Storm Éowyn and look at how we can do better next time. That might mean improving support for older and vulnerable people during emergencies, investing in backup solutions for critical medical equipment, or even strengthening community networks so no one is left isolated when the lights go out. We also need to think about how much we rely on electricity and what happens when it's taken away. It's an important conversation that we need to start now. Storm Éowyn has shown us the challenges we face, but it has also shown how resilient and supportive our communities can be, and we need to do more and do better in recognising and supporting our community and voluntary sector. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings to a conclusion our member statements. Have received notice from the Executive Office that the First and Deputy First Minister wish to make a statement. Just before they do, I personally want to say my gratitude to all of those who were out working, those early responders, not just the NI people, because the people who go up them poles, particularly in yesterday's conditions, need an immense amount of gratitude, but not just them. People from Road Service and from Water Service and Rivers Agency and all the various agencies, and then wider members of the public. But I also want to pay tribute to the staff who were manning the call centres, because those people were on ragged taking calls, and they probably didn't have enough backup for them, but people were doing immense hours to try to give people information, which was quite limited. And I think that all of those who stepped up to the plate to try and help others over the course of the last number of days, we should all be immensely grateful to them. That said, I know that a lot of members will want to ask questions to the First and Deputy First Minister here, so I really plead with you, given the amount of interest there's going to be in this subject, to be as concise as possible whenever you're asking questions. First Minister.
Corlia, and thank you and your staff for facilitating this important strategic statement this morning on the back of unprecedented events over the weekend. And just apologies to all members, we only got the statement placed, I think, or delivered to yourselves in the last short while. We're a live play and we're actually actively responding to the storm as we speak. But this storm has had unprecedented impact across the entire island of Ireland, Scotland, Northern England also. And it's left our citizens without power, water and access to communication. Some of our MLA colleagues will have experienced this themselves, and we've all seen and heard about the impact on our own constituents. We wanted to come to the Assembly today to confirm our commitment to getting everybody and services restored as quickly as possible. Across the Executive, all of our ministers have been engaged on this effort, and I want to thank colleagues for that collective focus. In the interconnected world we live in, this has been absolutely vital. Roads, schools, power, connectivity, hospitals, they all do not exist without each other, and the effort has been huge. Our frontline workers have been really wonderful, and they have continued to play a strong effort in the coming days. For our part, we have been closely engaged with both the British Government to secure additional resources for NIE. We've engaged with the Prime Minister directly, we've had COBRA meetings, we've had our own executive meetings, and there has been regular updates within our own system across all of our civil contingencies. In significant events such as this, the initial response is vital, so then is the recovery phase, which we are now moving into. Our structures for civil contingencies have involved local government at the outset, then moving across to PSNI, then to DFI and on to Department for Communities. This partnership and multi-agency working is essential and again is much appreciated. What matters most, of course, is the impact that this has on our citizens, especially the vulnerable. We reiterate our message that we will to everybody to check in on family and friends, on people in your street, check in on your neighbours who may be experiencing difficulties. The community assistance centres are there to help too, and as always we're grateful to local government for the centres and how quickly they were able to actually stand those up and for the support that they provide. We're also grateful for the support that has and is coming over to assist NIE in the task of restoring power. This is specialist work, and we are also asking people to take great care around the electricity cables because there are many that are still down in their own area, so please don't take any risks and please stay safe. We will continue to monitor this situation and work collaboratively with all stakeholders as it is of a great concern to us all. We want to continue to engage with the British Government to build on the request. Also, I've engaged with the Taoiseach directly in terms of practical support, but we're all facing similar challenges at this moment. The facts and the figures will change over the coming days as we get more power and water restored, but I want just to give you an update as in what we know as of 10 a.m. this morning. So in terms of roads, There were 2,600 incidents recorded on our roads as a result of the storm, resulting in a large number of road closures. And although the main strategic road network is now open, there are around 100 road closures, with many roads remaining blocked, 60 of which actually will require NIE assistance to remove electric cables and poles. On Sunday, 80% of the road network covered by winter service were able to be treated, so that was a huge stretch in terms of the work of the DFI staff, and we welcome that. In terms of schools, more than 100 schools have reported damage. I think maybe up to as far as 154 schools have reported damage to their property, ranging from minor damage to fences, missing roof tiles, to much more significant structural damage. It's estimated that approximately 100 schools are still without power, and NIE have confirmed that they will, where possible, prioritise schools that currently don't have any power, and we met with NIE this morning also to make that case. So I think there are potentially up to 20 schools listed as closed today, and hopefully we want to improve that picture as quickly as possible. In terms of power itself, at the peak, an unprecedented level of power outage, 285,000 customers without power as a direct result of the storm. There were over 5,000 individual faults in the network which needed to be assessed and resolved. And as of this morning, 65,000 customers remain without electricity. I can say that NIE have staff, they've escalated their staff cohort, 1,000 staff now on the ground providing support to try to get customers restored. Over 210,000 people have had their electricity restored, which is really significant progress, not to take away from the fact that there are many people who are sitting without electricity and have done for 4 days, and that's going to be a hugely challenging situation for them all. We've continued to meet with NIE over the weekend to ensure that everything that can be done is being done, and that all repair efforts are, and that they have everything that they need actually to be able to respond to the emergency. In terms of water, the storm has had significant impact on NI water assets, either through a direct result of a loss of electrical power or damage to equipment. The most recent position of this morning is that we are somewhere in approximately 2,000 to 3,000 people without water. Water teams were mobilised as soon as it was safe to do so, and will continue to carry out those repairs until all assets are operational. Generators have been deployed to various sites, and teams have been identifying and repairing damaged equipment as they reach it. We also can say the bottled water has been distributed at a number of leisure centres in impacted areas. That's just to give you a high-level assessment of where things stand in terms of those sort of 4 key areas. But this is very much a live play scenario. This is something that we are continuing to work our way through across the multi-agency approach to a response to the storm. Thank you.
John Corlea, and thank the First Minister and Deputy First Minister. Can you please set out how vulnerable and older people, particularly those absolutely reliant on electric to power medical equipment, are being prioritised by the Executive at present? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I think this is an area where we're increasingly concerned, because even though there are people that are vulnerable before the storm, but there are people that have become vulnerable throughout the storm, particularly 4 days in with no electricity, no heating, and perhaps no access to a warm meal. So there is a dedicated work stream in terms of trying to reach the most vulnerable in our society, and we are prioritising efforts to restore power to those homes. It's particularly difficult, and that's why we're coming at it from a number of coming at it in a number of ways. We've got our drop-in centres, and I encourage all MLAs to use their platforms in which to promote those drop-in centres so people know where they can go and what they can get at each of the centres. And we're also asking the public to continue to be vigilant as they have and look out for people that are more vulnerable. We're also asking, and we've put it directly to NIE this morning, that we believe that there needs to be a goodwill payment to assist people actually to get through this period, and we will continue to engage with them. We know that the Department of Communities has stood up that response to work with councils to help fund councils to provide services in a very localised way. But we are particularly concerned about people with chronic health conditions. We are particularly concerned about those people that were recognised vulnerable and those people that have become vulnerable. But I can assure you there's a whole dedicated team working in this area.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you. First Minister, can I join you in commending the first responders, people from NIE, engineers, people who've been out all weekend helping to get us back to normal after an unprecedented storm. But can I ask, Minister, First Minister, you talked about the team that's operating involving the Department for Communities. How is that being coordinated centrally? Because it is critically important that there's coordination between local councils, the executive, NIE networks and the road service. Can I just ask precisely how is that being driven? Who's in charge of that team? Is it being coordinated from the Executive Office to drive it forward? Thank you.
First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his important question. Coordination is key to many of these issues because we're dealing with a number of different departments, a number of different agencies, all with different responsibilities. And the key thing with all of this is to make sure that communication and coordination is working. And that is why we have those civil contingency structures that have been set up. Over the course of the weekend, there was, I understand, about 9 what's called sort of SCGs, which is the strategic group. There's many different agencies and departments represented on that. And that is to do precisely what you've said, to get the real-time information as quickly as possible and to feed that through to who it is that needs to be targeting and directing that help to the places where it is needed. So that met a number of times. There's also a number of official COBRA level meetings as well to coordinate that UK-wide response. And of course, throughout the weekend, the First Minister and myself have been in constant contact, particularly through the head of the Civil Service and our Civil Contingencies team that's sitting in the Executive Office. So there is a vulnerable person cell as part of those structures, and that is the absolute purpose of that is to coordinate that response and to make sure that the support is getting to the right people where it needs to get to.
Paul Bradshaw.
Speaker, and thank you, First Minister and Deputy First Minister, for your statement, and I would like to share with others in thanking the frontline support agencies for their efforts over the last few days. I believe in Scotland, for example, they offer hotel accommodation to those people who haven't got the electricity, and as you've said, First Minister, it seems that some houses will be without power for a number of days, and given that you communicate through online news outlets and through social media, would it be prudent to think about offering hotel accommodation to those families who are most vulnerable? Thank you.
Minister.
So the purpose of the sale, the group that are looking at the issue of vulnerability is to look at everything in the round, so what exactly we need and where we need it. And I mean, in Scotland, the power company there have chosen to do the goodwill payment, including supporting people to be able to get accommodation. That's what we've also asked for here. So I think we'll continue to engage in this throughout the course of today. Obviously, our focus over the weekend was really on the response, the immediate response, the fact that there was danger to life, limb and property, that was where we needed to be focused. But now we're very much in that recovery phase where we're looking towards what all we can do to support the vulnerable people out there.
All right, Harvey.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your statement today and for Deputy First Minister's answers too. Obviously, there will be a significant clean-up operation required in the coming days. What additional support can be provided to local councils or to DFI to ensure footpaths and road verge sightlines are cleared of debris, particularly from fallen trees?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, and I thank the member for his question. There was a significant number of obstructions, well in excess of 2,000 reported across Northern Ireland, with 100, as we understand it in the latest figures, 100 roads still closed. That, of course, has required a significant amount of work to try to clear. So, like the vulnerable person cell, there is an infrastructure cell that has been the focus, as First Minister said, over the course of the weekend, because the two big issues of clearing those roads and also then the electricity reconnections and the impacts of that lack of connection in terms of mobile and water supply. So yes, that has been coordinated again through that civil contingencies structure, working with local councils, with Forestry Service and others. Everybody that is available has been pulled in to support the clearing of those roads. They have been triaged, with key routes being cleared first, but also, of course, there is that connection with NIE because, and I cannot stress this enough, if a cable comes down, it is hugely dangerous for anybody to try to clear that. That will require NIE to be called, to go on site and to ensure that that is safe and there's a disconnection. So NIE have been very clear about messaging about this over the course of the weekend. If there are cables, that includes if cables are on a tree or elsewhere, do not touch that, call the authorities, they will come out, and that has added a bit of a complication. I understand 50 to 60 of those 100 require NIE assistance as well, but that is what we're down to, and I want to thank all of those agencies and staff in particular who've been working hard to really make that progress over the weekend.
Steve Hagan.
Our party adds to the remarks about the thanks to the public servants who have been out there, and indeed civil society have been dealing with those issues as well. First Minister, the question seems to be one about what's happened to the mobile telephone networks, because many of us were quite rightly awakened to the concerns about the alarm that went off across the system. But for many people across this weekend, the mobile telephone networks haven't worked, and there's been no method for anybody to get any form of communications. Are there any lessons to be identified here, and are we talking to the mobile telephone networks to make sure there's redundancy in their system, because there doesn't seem to be?
Yeah, I mean, for some people they had like a triple whammy. They had no electric, no water and no mobile service. Even myself, I was out of mobile service for a while on Friday. I mean, that's causing huge challenges for people. So yes, I can assure you that we're engaging across the board with every agency responsible in terms of trying to get people reconnected as quickly as possible. I mean, the storm has caused widespread network outage, and I know that lots of MLAs will have been contacting all the different energy providers, the mobile companies, and we'll continue to do that also at a central level, because I think it's important that we get people connected as quickly as possible. But if you are sitting with no water, no electric and no phone service, it's a pretty dire situation for anybody, and unfortunately for some households that's still their position today. But we want to assure people that we're doing everything that we can to push all agencies to do everything they can, and that we continue the good effort that we've had over the weekend, that continues over the coming days to get people all back up and running and connected again.
Emma Sheeran.
I thank the ministers for their answers thus far, and I want to add myself to the list of people putting their thanks in the record to all the frontline workers and everybody who's trying to restore our services and dealing with their queries over the weekend. First Minister, can I ask what you are doing to work along with local councils to provide services for those who are worst impacted by the effects of the storm?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for her question. Local councils have played a critical role in supporting that rollout of support to people in local communities. That has included opening those centres. The Minister of the Communities has been working with local councils in terms of funding support for some of that, but I'm also very aware that others have stepped up as well, everything from sporting clubs, churches, orange halls, community centres, and it has been really good to see that collective community effort of others stepping up to support those that are in need. And indeed, particularly for many of the areas in Northern Ireland without electricity and water, there has been a coordination as well in terms of water collection. Of course, if you're without a phone signal, it's very difficult to make sure that that message is getting through. So I absolutely concur. We are urgently asking for solutions in relation to the mobile coverage. If electricity, and it is connected to the lack of electricity connection, if that cannot be resolved today, I do believe that we need to have urgent alternatives to try to get that mobile connection up and going. But likewise, in terms of the water situation, this is entirely unacceptable that people are without water. We are in day 4. This is creating significant hardship. It's not just electricity, it's also water. That is connected to the lack of connection. We have put the proposal around trying to get generators out there to get that water back on. To me, that is the priority issue of the day, to try to make sure that people get access to that water again.
Deborah.
Thank you. And I want to thank the Executive for their coordination in terms of all the frontline staff and volunteers in a very difficult weekend. It follows on from what the Deputy First Minister said there in relation to water. In my constituency, the lack of supply is a real issue. We're now on day 4 without water in a whole lot of areas. So can the Deputy First Minister and the First Minister detail the community response in relation to getting water out there? It was yesterday before water was able to get out to some leisure centres, and indeed the financial impact to NI Water and how that will be mitigated.
First Minister.
To work on reverse in terms of the financial implications, we're going to have to work that out. I mean, for our priority at this time is to get the work done, to get the response out there, and we'll have to deal with the cost. But there was no question whatsoever of us not responding in the way in which we have. There'll be local solutions in every different area, so I'm loath to kind of get into your own constituency, apart from to say that our local councils are working, and you can see online. Go on to NI Direct for anybody that's not sure in terms of what actually is being provided, and particularly from, because I know that the West has been particularly hit with water, for example, so getting that water out is crucially important. Look, we'll all have questions for all of the agencies in the aftermath of all of this, but our priority for now is obviously to get people the support that they need, ultimately to get everybody connected to power, because the power is what's actually causing hindrance in terms of some of the water supplies as well. The generators, I think, are going to be helpful there. And I can tell you that the Deputy First Minister and I have been making the case for additional generators so that we can actually, I suppose, respond to some of those immediate water pressures. And I think there's a willingness there to continue to work with us on that. We've been successful. We have secured additional generators. We believe there's more to come. And I hope that will get people connected in their water as quickly as possible. I suppose as a more general point, every service is being pushed to do this as quickly as possible, to get people connected as quickly as possible, and we will not rest until that is the case.
Andrew McMurray.
And just to associate the comments of what's gone before, but also again just to mention the community centres that were opened up, GA clubs, church halls, and likewise. So many questions, but this was the one I'm going to focus on. Is climate change is likely to mean that warmer oceans, more intense storms, and more intense bouts of these weather events? What learnings have occurred so far from this one, and what will be taken forward? Thank you.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. Obviously, over the course of the last number of years, there have been a number of significant events and crises that we've faced. That has meant that our civil contingency structures have been examined in detail, and a number of recommendations have been made, and those have been actioned. And I have to say, I think both the First Minister and myself feel that the structures have worked very, very well. They were stood up very quickly. We've had clear lines of internal communication. Of course, we always want to go faster. We want to get things sped up. We want to get those connections back as quickly as possible. And we've spent the weekend really pushing the agencies through those structures to ensure that we're getting that right information. I have made it clear that what we need to hear from NI Water and NIE is exactly what they need in terms of machinery and people in order to get these timeframes moved forward and get the vast, vast majority of people back on with electricity within the next 24 to 48 hours, and to get this remaining water issue resolved today. These are urgent issues, but I have to say I think people have been working very, very well. Huge number, hundreds of people out right throughout the weekend, getting those connections reconnected, working hard to clear roads. A huge effort, and I think it is right that we thank all of those who have been working so hard.
That's him.
An aras up the Fragry. Could the First Minister tell us what work is being undertaken at the minute to repair schools which have been damaged so that they can be able to reopen as soon as possible?
Minister.
Yes, there has been significant, damage done till, I think that the last figure I did read was 154 schools have reported some level of damage, but that could be everything from ridge tiles to more significant damage. I think I might have said 20 schools, but I think the figure is that 10 schools didn't open today because of a combination of reasons. But I think that the department are continuing to work with NIE to get power restored to those schools that are without power. They're trying to do the online learning where possible, but schools has to be a priority. We have to get our children back into school. So the NIE have committed in the meeting just this morning again to continue to work with the Department of Education, with the Education Authority, to ensure that we get those schools prioritised. Also, we're told that the Education Authority's maintenance department are also working at pace to deal with the most critical repairs. But 10 schools could represent a significant number of children that are not in schools. We want to make sure that those doors are opened again as quickly as possible.
Down for size.
Speaker, and I thank those in the executive for their response over the weekend in this terrible time that we've faced. In my constituency, it's been good to see steady progress in homes being restored in power, but many of the rural pockets across Mourne, Killowen, Scarva, Lochbrickland, and particularly Catesbridge, the coldest point in Northern Ireland, are now entering their 4th day without power and heat. Can the Deputy First Minister provide some assurance as to the Executive's commitment not to leave rural communities behind?
I thank the member for her important question. Absolutely. What we do know is that in terms of electricity connections, that those that are probably easiest resolved are those in urbanised areas, because those have been prioritised due to the number of customers, as NIA would describe them, but people and households across Northern Ireland, but there will be a number of homes, particularly in rural areas, that will be very difficult to get to, will be very difficult to fix. We have been made aware of that. Those are the people who are most likely to be towards the end of this time frame. This Friday is that 7-day period from the beginning of this last Friday, and it does look as if that those beyond that period potentially would be those in the more rural and isolated areas. Those are probably those who will be most vulnerable as well. So we need to ensure that we're using all of the mechanisms and that local information to target that support, particularly if people are isolated, if they're older people, if they don't have that family and friends network to rely on. So we really have been urging neighbours, family members to reach out to those older and perhaps more vulnerable people, but indeed using our network of local community organisations, local council support to provide warm, safe spaces with food available, hot showers, electricity to charge their devices, etc. So that will be critically important as we move on beyond this day 4.
Thanking all those frontline workers and volunteers who have been working tirelessly to repair the damage to the storm. First Minister, there's been a lot of damage caused to both domestic and commercial properties, and some people are telling me that they're really struggling to get commitments from their insurance companies, and barriers are put in place. What can your office do to lobby the insurance companies to make sure that they are cooperating with those who've been affected and pay out what it's due?
Good question. Well, insurance companies should do the right thing and they should just pay out. There shouldn't be a question to be answered there. I don't think it's acceptable when people find themselves in crisis that an insurance company runs for cover. So I would make a very strong message from this House that we would want all insurance companies to cooperate with the people that pay their fees every year to the company, and whenever the people need them, then they should respond accordingly. If we feel that that's appropriate, that we need to have an intervention, then I'm absolutely more than happy to do so.
Clark.
First Minister, Deputy First Minister, for the answers thus far. In your statement, there's reference to the specialist requirements in terms of collecting generators, and First Minister had alluded to more generators coming. Given that the priority should be the connections and keeping the expertise within those connections, is there an opportunity to actually use the likes of the engineers here or bring in engineers from the mainland to actually assist with those connections of the generators, that is?
First Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. Look, absolutely. We've been very clear, and particularly through the Health and Safety Council, trying to put a message across around safety around generators. There will be a number of people using generators, and there is a danger associated with that if they are not used correctly. So we do advise everyone who is using a generator to make sure you're looking up that advice that is available from the Health and Safety Council online. But that also requires some form of expertise in terms of getting the generators to the right place and getting those set up correctly. We have been working with NIE in relation to this, and through COBRA and the UK Government. Generators is one of those things that they can supply us with. We understand that there will be 30 additional generators arriving today from Great Britain, and that will be of help. But in our discussions with NIE, it's clear that they want to prioritise the reconnection and the engineers to do that. That means that we will need to source those hours from elsewhere in order to support those generators being installed and installed safely. So that is something that we have tasked the head of the civil service this morning. There was a COBRA, what's called a COBRA O, which is an officials level UK-wide meeting happening at 11 o'clock. So we'd asked her to feed that into that process in terms of adding to her ask to see if we can get additional people who are able to support that rollout of generators. I think it's going to be critical, particularly on the water issue, but also in terms of schools moving forward to get things reopen and try to get that help and support to people.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you to the First and Deputy First Minister for the work that they were doing over the weekend, and of course I want to associate my remarks to all of those who were out on the ground in the teeth of the storm working very hard. Can I ask the First Minister what they are doing to take action with regards to the public health message, with regards to the amount of food that has been declared useless either in shops and stores but also in people's homes as well?
First Minister.
I would have to just check with our strategic contingency group in terms of any messaging in that regard. I don't know if there is any messaging in that regard, to be quite blunt about it, but obviously you would want people to discard any food that's not safe to eat and not obviously make themselves ill. But I take that away actually as a point, just to see if there is any particular messaging. I'm not aware of any messaging at this point.
Keith Buchanan. Philip Brett.
can I thank the First and Deputy First Ministers for their update. Power companies in other parts of the United Kingdom have been clear that they will make goodwill payments to their customers. NIE make huge profits on the back of people right across Northern Ireland. To date, they have failed to confirm whether they will provide support to households who have had to throw away food, make travel arrangements or indeed check into hotels. Can the First or Deputy First Minister update as to why NIE have not given the same commitment to customers here in Northern Ireland that they have to other parts of the United Kingdom? First Minister.
Thank you, and I thank the member for his question. There will be many thousands of people who would be keen to hear from NIE. We have made that proposal to NIE that they consider a goodwill payment. I know there had been some talk of compensation, and of course there are provisions for something of this scale that energy companies do not have a legal requirement to pay that out. That may or may not be the case whenever this is looked into. The member will understand over the course of the weekend our focus has been very much on working with NIE, NI Water and other agencies to try to get these reconnections and that support for people. But as we have moved through that, of course, the issue of financial support has come up. Many people losing, for example, the contents of their fridge or the refrigerator. I made the point earlier that this is possibly the worst week of the year in terms of financial stress on families. Very few people have any funds left, or a lot of funds left in the last week of January of the year. So we do know that there's a huge burden on families who are having to eat out, for example, because they can't cook and make that for their families at home. So we believe it is the right thing for NIE networks to step up and to give a goodwill payment to support people right throughout Northern Ireland who have been suffering this hardship without that electricity. We know that they can do that, and I think it's important that we do talk with the utilities regulator, but our understanding is that they can do that. And indeed, in Scotland, the Scottish energy companies have stepped up. So I think as a starter, we should be looking at the provision that they are giving to their customers impacted by the very same storm and asking NIE networks to step up and do the same and to give that goodwill payment.
First of all, I'd like to be associated with all the other comments about the frontline workers and their support staff who have been doing sterling work throughout this. Yep. Can I ask just what support will be provided by the Executive to those many people in critical care, often housebound and in many instances bedbound, to assist them? And if it could get some sort of a date for the restoration of water supply for the upland areas, which raises many issues around not only domestic supply but animal welfare. And finally, what liaison has there been by the Executive with internet companies upon which many of us rely for communications but also for health, education and business services, please?
In terms of a date, I can't give you the date for the water connection. All I can say is that we are working to try to push them to ensure that everybody is connected as quickly as is possible. That's why we're looking at the other areas of generators, for example, to try to get those last approximately 2,000 people that are still without water, to get them connected. I would encourage all MLAs that where there are people that are vulnerable, particularly those that are medically dependent, if they're not already on the register or not already being supported, then please use the NI Water contact to get in touch to flag that, because we're trying to prioritise those people. And I myself have dealt with, I think probably most people in the chamber will have dealt with at least one family over the weekend that perhaps is someone depending on oxygen or depending on getting a connection. So this is a particularly challenging time. We are assured from health that they are doing all they can within their remit, but also NIE themselves have that critical care line. So if anybody is in any way in any doubt, I was actually quite taken at the weekend to learn that meter readers were actually going door to door. Actually, in some cases, that's something that's very commendable and shows a bit of agility in terms of how you can adapt in time of a crisis. But it's important that we reach those more vulnerable people as quickly as possible. And in terms of all the service providers, again, we are in touch with everybody, trying to push them to get their services restored. We need to have people back on electricity, back on power, back in water, and also back on communication. So we'll continue to push them all for quick restoration times.
And I thank the Ministers for their answers so far. My question has already been answered in part, but I'd be grateful if you could provide any more detail on what engagement the Executive's having with schools, but particularly to communicate that out to parents and to families.
Thank you, and I thank the member for his question. The Education Minister has put out a number of statements in relation to the ongoing situation. There's two categories of schools that are impacted. Well in excess, I think, of 150 schools were damaged in some way by the storm. However, there was only a small number of those that were at risk of not opening. I know that the Education Authority over the course of the weekend have been doing a huge amount of work to try to address those issues in those schools that couldn't open, and a small number of those couldn't open today. I think that's around 7 of those schools. However, there's a significant number of schools impacted by the lack of electricity, and that number is higher. By yesterday evening, there was around 80 schools without electricity. That number has come down, and I know a number of those were able to open this morning. So we're waiting for final numbers to come through, because what we've stressed is that parents need to watch out for that local information from their school. Look on that school page, look at the school alerts, because ultimately electricity is coming on to various areas throughout the course of the day. So as that comes on, then those schools will be able to open. The Education Minister was considering putting out that list last night, but he was very conscious that there would be schools connected overnight, and some of those schools would be able to open, and that certainly seems to have been the case. We understand that there's probably in all likelihood between 50 to 60 schools that were not able to open today due to electricity. It's one of the issues that we have raised this morning in terms of asking, for example, on generators. So if we get that information from NIE as to what schools may not be able to open tomorrow or Wednesday, then we can try to secure those additional generators and get those sent to the right places to enable our pupils can get back into that classroom and get the education they deserve.
Chambers.
I'd like to place on record our appreciation to our health and social care staff who continued to provide a service during the storm. My question to the Minister is, can the Minister clarify who has responsibility for putting in place signage to warn of a road closed by a fallen tree? Because the response in this respect was slow in some instances, and in fact blockages were left overnight without any signage in place, with the resulting road safety issues created during the hours of darkness. Thank you.
I'm assuming it comes under the Department of Infrastructure, but as you would appreciate, it was an emergent situation. We just had come out of a red alert, and it actually wasn't safe for staff to be out during the period of 6 in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And then they were moving at pace to try to alert people. So I would imagine it wasn't perfect, but I would definitely say that I think that the staff went above and beyond and tried their very, very best to respond to it in as quick a time as they possibly could.
Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Ministers for their answers thus far. Do the Ministers believe that agencies here could and should have been better prepared? And given that a red weather warning existed in the south about 24 hours before the warning here was escalated to the red, do the Ministers recognise the ridiculousness and the risk of having two separate weather warning systems on an island of this size? And will the Executive be pursuing an all-island weather warning and response system?
The First Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I hadn't noticed that the Education Minister, by the way, was in when I had the audacity to answer the education question there, but he advises me that it was accurate and that, in fact, tomorrow there would only be one school potentially not being able to open due to damage, and there will be further update at 4 o'clock in terms of the electricity in schools situation. In relation to his question, of course, it's important to remember, and I only know this because of Barra Best, of course, that the systems north and south measure very different things. In Northern Ireland, we're part of the UK-wide system, and there is a different metric in terms of the Republic of Ireland. So red does not mean red in the same areas. However, that doesn't mean that we don't have and take these things seriously. It was a red alert here that the response was therefore by the PSNI, and I said I'm satisfied that we've been working hard right across, including with that communications, internal communications and coordination between all of those agencies as well. So yes, look, of course there will always be certain differences and variations. You have got an international border between the two jurisdictions, but of course cooperation is key to make sure that whatever happens, citizens are kept as safe as possible.
Justin McNulty.
And Carla, and can I pay a tribute to the NIE, frontline workers, councils and other agencies who've been bravely stepping up in this storm. A huge credit to my fellow councillor, fellow politicians, Pete Byrne and Thomas O'Hanlon, in terms of their responses on the ground, helping people responding to issues and providing information. I know Katie High Schooler in the gallery, and they all know Thomas O'Hanlon. First Ministers, as late as Thursday, the ridiculous situation ensued whereby there was a red weather warning in the south and orange weather warning in the north. How did that affect preparedness for the storm? The National Emergency Coordination Group in the south was already ramped up and taken action to take charge. Is there equivalent in the north? And if not, why not? And how do people, families and businesses access the goodwill payment that you have proposed?
First Minister.
So all of our agencies worked together in advance of the red warning. All the preparatory work was in place. All of our messaging and our information then was ramped up as soon as we were aware that there was going to be a red warning, and that was confirmed by the Met Office on early Thursday morning. But we were already working very quickly behind the scenes in terms of preparedness, and that was why you saw the operation that kicked in the aftermath of the storm being so effective, because of all the preparation and the planning. There's always lessons to be learned and everything, and we'll have plenty of time to do that in the aftermath of this, but for now we're fixated on actually getting people their power restored, getting them water, and actually getting them the support that they need, particularly those people who are more vulnerable.
Timothy Gosson.
Mr. Speaker, Friday morning at approximately 7:30, a large tree fell in a car blocking the Craigs Road outside Cullybecky. Despite being logged shortly after and several calls being made to DFI to warn them of the dangers and to request road closed signs, these only appeared when it was too late. Sadly, the signs were only deployed after a further accident where a car hit the same tree at 8 p.m. that night, with the lady needing cut out of her car. Thankfully, no one was hurt in either crash or seriously hurt in either crash, but this could have quite easily been a different outcome. Will DFI now prioritising closing roads that are obstructed due to fallen trees in future to protect unaware users that are using the same road network?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. Some of the detail of that may be best directed at the Infrastructure Minister, but I can assure him that there was an unprecedented level of obstruction across the network of some 2,800, I believe, obstructions that were reported. And some of those were, of course, involved multiple trees and other things down. I understand from our briefings that there was a triaging system in place in terms of the removal of those obstructions, mainly trees, of course, from the main routes, and trying to get out to assess the damage. Of course, we don't have a huge amount of capacity just sitting there waiting for a big event like this to happen. So therefore, of course, when these things do happen, capacity is stretched. But of course, you need to ensure the safety of citizens first, and that's why these roads ought to have been closed. That's why there ought to have been signs put out. But of course, I suspect that this is because of people trying to get out, and to do that with so many. We also had the situation with a lot of cables down, and understandably those are particularly dangerous, as already indicated. So if anybody were to touch that tree or those cables or try to remove that, there is a serious risk to life. So of course those were also triaged and prioritised as well. So I would suggest that the member writes to or contacts the Infrastructure Minister for the very particular circumstance of his case, but of course we want to ensure that there is not that risk to life of any obstruction, and we'll be continuing to work on that over the course of the next number of hours.
Carl.
Thanks to frontline workers and all the community volunteers for the work they did over the last few days. First Minister, presumably there's a plan in place to deal with the storm. Will it be released for people to scrutinise? And I presume there's a team working in TEO to respond to extreme weather events. If so, how many people are working in that team? How often do they meet? And can give some further detail, because unfortunately, given the heating up of the planet, this is probably not going to be the last weather crisis we're going to see in the next few years.
First Minister.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we all can accept that these events that we call unprecedented will happen more often, so we have to be able to respond and we have to meet the evolving situation. We have very much tried and tested civil contingency arrangements here. I would imagine they're already published, but I'm very happy to share them with you if they're not. But there are structures that kick in, and these structures worked. They worked over the weekend. It was very clear to me in all of our multi-agency meetings that we could see everybody getting down to business, and actually not only did every individually did everybody do their role, but actually they were coordinating and talking across each other as well, which was very, very important in terms of the response. So I commend the civil contingencies for the work thus far. Obviously, we're not there yet. We've still got a bit of road to travel in terms of getting people connected, but I'm fairly certain that if we carry on this vein, then hopefully we'll have people connected as quickly as possible. I think there are going to be difficulties towards the end for those people, particularly in terms of power connections, as I think the speed that we've seen over the last 4 days won't continue into the next 4 days, we're told by NIE. But all I can say to everybody is that we as an executive, Emma and myself, have been pushing NIE extremely hard to ensure that everything that can be done will be done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Northern Ireland Executive for their response since Thursday, because I do think that it ultimately has saved many lives. Can I ask the First Ministers what impact the storm has had on the hospitals? Because we're hearing that people who didn't have access to medical equipment were being admitted, and indeed people who were in hospital probably weren't able to be released, given the fact that domiciliary care wasn't effective. So is that already putting a more significant pressure on a system that in itself is under pressure?
The First Minister.
Thank the member for an important question. As indicated earlier, there is a vulnerable person cell which is coordinating this as part of the civil contingencies approach, and that is done by a number of different, carried out by a number of different measures. So NIE in particular have been dealing with what's called their vulnerable list. And they have been phoning those people, trying to contact those. There's been visits of some of those people with hot water, food, just to check on a welfare check. So many of their meter readers have been doing that, and that's, I think, a really important role, and I want to thank those people for doing that. It's not something that's had a lot of visibility, but I've no doubt it means a lot for those vulnerable people. But in addition, the Trust have been dealing with about 800 vulnerable people. So a huge concern initially was about those with medical equipment, for example. Much of that would run on battery packs as opposed to electricity, but of course those battery packs require to be recharged using electricity. So there's a lot of concern about that, which is why the situation is being monitored by the Trust. So there was a multi-agency approach to this to try to make sure that as many of those people are supported as possible. But we're very aware that there will be many people who are not on a formal vulnerable list, but nevertheless they are vulnerable. That could be anything from older people sitting in a cold home with no electricity and no way of contacting people, through to people with a variety of illnesses that may not be able to get into their car and to go down and get that help and support. So that's why we're really asking for that local information about that. Some of that has come through in terms of people in their 80s and 90s, very isolated, cold, without electricity, without the ability to make themselves even a cup of tea. So we are really appealing to neighbours and friends, for the local community, local churches, to try to identify those people. If you haven't seen your neighbour, if you haven't heard from them, please do check in on them and just then signpost them into the support and help that's there. And we will try our best to get those people that food, help, blanket, support that they need until we can get those reconnections put back on.
Animal Crossing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the First Ministers for being in the House with us today. I also want to thank frontline workers, those who played their part and assisted people in our communities, community workers, and also the Red Cross, who played a vital role, particularly in my own constituency. Right now, First Ministers, as we sit here and are talking about the impact of this storm, people are freezing in their homes. People are without heat and electricity, as has been said. Some are without water, some are hungry. This is day 4. People cannot survive in these conditions for a prolonged period. So what has been done today by the Executive to provide intervention, financially or otherwise, by means of accommodation that is suitable for these people today, to ensure that we can ensure these people are safe?
Minister.
Well, we're acutely aware of the significant impact that the storm's having on all households, but particularly those people that are still to be connected. So I think I've tried to set out for the House everything that is being done today, not least the fact that the multi-agency approach continues, that we are very much moving into recovery mode, that we are prioritising those people that are more vulnerable, that we are doing everything we can to ensure that people are connected as quickly as possible, that we are leaving no stone unturned in terms of trying to seek additional support, whether that be in the form of engineers, whether that be in the form of helicopters, which we have secured the use of 4, which will help NIE with their work, whether that be in the form of batteries. We are doing absolutely everything we can to get every single resource that we can. And our shared objective here as an executive has been to try to get people connected. And we met as an executive again this morning. We got a readout from every department minister in terms of their area of responsibility. This is very much a joined-up effort. This is very much a collective effort, and every single department is doing their best to assist people. I think that we all want to get to the same point here, folks. We all have the same objective. This is to get people back connected and get them back to their lives as normal.
Alderman McGrath.
I echo the remarks already made about thanks to our frontline staff in NIE. But can I also add that during the early hours of the morning during the storm, the army of domiciliary care workers that went out in that weather to try and help vulnerable people in our community, they didn't shirk from their responsibility, and I think that they should be acknowledged and thanks too. And in terms of the health service, can I ask those that had to give up their appointments on Friday because hospital services were withdrawn, will they be prioritised so that they can get their appointments as soon as possible? Because for some of them that will be a worrying wait.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you. Thank the member for his question. It is an important one because, of course, many of those people will have waited for some considerable time too long. We know it's too long. We've got that as a priority in our draft programme for government to tackle those waiting lists. But you can only imagine how disappointing it is for somebody who's perhaps waited for months, possibly even years, to get their appointment cancelled. I can only give you the information that we are advised about because this is rightly a matter for our Department of Health and the relevant Minister. However, we are advised that they have been working hard to get those rescheduled to every available appointment. Now, it may not be, of course, this week, you can understand that, but they are endeavouring to get people put in for rebooked appointments as soon as possible. So it's not the case that they go back to the end of the list. And I know that they've been working away and contacting people again. If somebody's had an appointment cancelled and they haven't heard that, please do let your local MLA know, let the system know about that, and we will get on to that. But we are advised by the Trust that they've been reaching out over the course of the last number of days and rescheduling those appointments.
I don't think there's any other members who wish to ask a question, so thank the First and Deputy First Minister for their contribution today. We'll move on to the next item of business, and if members would take their ease while we change the chair.
The next item of business is a motion on emergency food parcels for children. Clark, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly expresses grave alarm that the number of emergency food parcels distributed by Trussell Food Banks to children in Northern Ireland increased by 90% during the last 5 years. Is further alarmed that the proportion of emergency food parcels provided to children is higher in Northern Ireland than any other part of the UK. Is concerned by the recent report on child poverty from the Public Accounts Committee, which found that delivery of the child poverty strategy has been characterised by failure. Recognises that an adequate standard of living is essential for children's physical, social and developmental needs. Calls on the Minister for Communities to urgently publish the new anti-poverty strategy, and further calls on the Minister to work with the Department for Work and Pensions to create a progressive social security system that better supports families with children.
Okay. Move the motion. Okay. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Members may be aware that proceedings have been issued in the High Court in relation to the failure to publish an anti-poverty strategy, and the matter is now sub judice. Members should take care to respect the distinct roles of the courts and the Assembly when commenting on the active legal proceedings. Sian, please could you open the debate?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And today I rise not out of duty, but a profound sense of sadness and quite a lot of anger, really, that in 2025 children in Northern Ireland are still relying on food banks to survive. Anger that 62,000 children face hunger in Northern Ireland. That anger that the number of emergency food parcels distributed to children has increased by 90% in the last 5 years. And anger that we continue to accept this as inevitable, with child poverty still being treated not as an outright priority by today's Department for Communities or any previous one. What frightens me more is that individuals mask their poverty, making the true scale of need almost impossible to measure. Those people who remain on the periphery, ashamed to seek help, and who fall deeper into poverty as a result. Last week, Mr Deputy Speaker, I had the privilege, though I use that word cautiously, to visit the food bank in Ballycastle. The work being done there by Ashley and her team is nothing short of heroic, saving lives, providing warmth, sustenance and signposting people to vital services without fanfare and often without the resources they so desperately need, risking being avoided in the street lest anyone, God forbid, would know that they avail of their services. In Lisburn, the food bank there has distributed 461 tonnes of food, equating to almost 1.1 million meals. It has fed 1 in 6 children in Lisburn and supported 1 in 10 single-parent families since its opening in 2013. Foyle Food Bank have seen a 161 increase in demand of their food bank, with 9,000 people, including 4,000 children, being given household essentials in the last year. Let me be clear, it is shameful that these places even need to exist in our society. I didn't walk in there happy and smiling, delighted to see everybody. I walked in with a profound and conflicted sense of shame and anger that the political system that I am a part of has allowed this to happen. Those of us in this chamber should not be offering congratulations to food banks for their existence. We need to be offering solutions to end their necessity. Food banks, as someone in our round table this morning told me, food banks used to be an emergency lifeline and now they are a part of everyday life. The people of Ballycastle, of communities all across Northern Ireland, are not asking for handouts. They're asking for dignity, stability and fairness. They're asking for change, and it is our duty to provide it. Why is it that a child in Ballycastle is more likely to visit a food bank than a child who lives just 12 miles across the North Channel in Scotland? Is it because parents in Ballycastle work less hard or care less about their children? Of course not. It's because Scotland's leaders made a political choice to tackle child poverty head on. The Scotland's Child Poverty Act in 2017 introduced legally binding targets to reduce child poverty, and policies like the Scottish Child Payment, universal free school meals are directly lifting children out of poverty. And they weren't just policies, they were commitments backed by funding and measurable outcomes. In Northern Ireland, we've made the opposite choice, to delay, deflect and deny the scale of the crisis. Scotland's child payment alone has reduced child poverty by 5 percentage points. The comparison to Scotland demonstrates that political will, backed by ambitious targets, can make a tangible difference. Since 2006, when the anti-poverty strategy was first promised, we seem to have done nothing but tumble down a road of delay. And there are children alive in Northern Ireland today relying on food banks who weren't even born when the first commitment was made for the first anti-poverty strategy. The Public Accounts Committee report could not have been clearer. The child poverty strategy that we had from 2016 to 2022 was characterised by failure. A failure to monitor outcomes, a failure to ring-fence funding, a failure to prioritise prevention and a failure to utilise the Children's Services Cooperation Act. It was a failure to deliver. When we did take some action through temporary cost of living payments, like the spring 2023 £301 payment, food bank usage fell by 17% temporarily, but demand rebounded within weeks. And for me, that highlights the inadequacy of short-term fixes in addressing long-term issues. Whilst I welcome the extension of the welfare mitigations until March 28, those measures alone are insufficient to protect vulnerable families. The full impact of the 2-child limit is yet to unfold, as it only impacts children born after 2017. And if our policies fail to adapt, the benefits of welfare mitigation will erode well before 2028. Implementing the independent review and Les Allenby's recommendations on welfare mitigations isn't optional. It is essential to strengthen protections and prevent further poverty. The cost of long-term inaction is staggering. Beyond the devastating impact on children and families, it costs the Executive up to £1 billion annually. That's an unsustainable financial burden in today's economic climate, particularly when effective preventative measures could dramatically reduce those costs over time. The root causes of food poverty can't be ignored. Inadequate social security policies, such as the aforementioned 2-child limit, disproportionately affecting larger families, driving thousands into poverty. The 5-week wait, forcing people to illegal moneylenders. As I've heard again in our roundtable, a young mother had her windows put in last week because she could not afford to pay the interest on the loan she had received from a paramilitary lender, and it's the second mother in recent months that this organisation are dealing with. Cuts and freezes to social security since 2010, low wages, insecure work, a lack of social housing, inadequate childcare provision, they all further trap families in a cycle of poverty. So we know it is not an easy problem to fix, but the solutions are there. Low wages and insecure work also exacerbate food poverty. 1 in 4 of the food bank users in Northern Ireland come from working households, and whilst it's so easy to have the view that people just need to get into a job or get a job and they're just on benefits using food banks, the reality is that paid work is no longer a guaranteed route out of poverty anymore. As Rebecca told me this morning, the more she worked, the worse off she was. Another cause of poverty is political instability and the ability for parties to collapse the very institutions that should be working to protect our most vulnerable. We have to reform our institutions to ensure they remain functional and continue to deliver. As I say, this morning I met with parents who are food bank users, along with representatives of organisations who've been delivering on the ground, and I want to hold space in this chamber for their words, because it's our duty not just to parrot statistics and high-level policy positions, but to amplify the voices of those who rely on this House to represent their needs. So we need to change the conversation. There needs to be a rights-based, child-centred approach, address the right to have food, address the right not to be hungry. Gas is a luxury. Eating or heating isn't a soundbite, it's my reality. My reality is that I have went without food so my kids could eat. The impact can't be hidden from my children. They don't want to have their own children in case they have to live in poverty like they did. My daughter now has OCD and other mental health issues in terms of spending money or having money. I have to explain to a 4-year-old that Mummy just doesn't have the money for what she wants. The more I worked, the worse off I was. It's not just about the financial poverty, it's about the courage I have to even walk in and ask for help. From those who work in some of the provisions, they say there's only so much we can do. The poor keep getting poorer, the system is broken, universal credit isn't working, minimum wage isn't the living wage. Food banks used to be that emergency lifeline and now they're part of everyday life. This is more than just about food, it's about every single element of my daily life. And it goes on. We are now at a tipping point. Without immediate action, children in Northern Ireland will continue to suffer, and some may even lose their lives as a result of our collective failures. And it's not governance, it's negligence. We all must act with urgency and purpose to tackle child poverty, and this does begin with publishing and implementing a robust anti-poverty strategy, which I believe we are due in the coming times. But it has to have measurable targets, ring-fence funding, otherwise it's just simply another strategy. We have to lobby Westminster to reform the welfare system by removing the 2-child limit and introducing an essentials guarantee for universal credit to ensure it meets even the most basic living costs. Affordable childcare must be delivered so parents can access secure, well-paid jobs. We need to tackle in-work poverty by raising wages and improving job security. Political reform is equally necessary to ensure institutions function effectively and deliver services. By fully implementing Liza Allenby's recommendations on welfare mitigations, collaborating with community organisations and setting ambitious, legally binding targets like those in Scotland, we can begin to create a society where every child has a fair chance to live. So I will conclude where I began. Ashley at Ballycastle Food Bank shared a simple but profound reflection with me. Our users want empathy, not sympathy, and structural solutions that provide a hand up, not a handout. Empathy, solutions and a hand up. These are the 3 pillars upon which we must rebuild our approach to tackling child poverty to ensure that children and families can break free from the cycle of hardship. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Sian. And I call on Brian Kingston to move the amendment. Okay. Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Over to you, Brian.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Alliance Party for bringing forward this motion on this important matter, and I hope the Assembly will accept our amendment which captures current progress on the updated anti-poverty strategy. Thank you. The Democratic Unionist Party continues to stand by families across Northern Ireland, many of whom are feeling the financial squeeze with soaring costs for basic goods such as food and utilities. This is evident by the stark statistics provided by the Trust. There has been a 143% increase in emergency parcels distributed over the past 5 years. In 2023-24, almost 61,000 parcels were distributed for children. Those of us who interact with the public in our constituency offices see all too often sadly, the daily struggles which people face. In many cases, this need for support is being met by community, voluntary and faith-based groups who do amazing work in our communities. Childcare is one example of a financial burden for working families. The DUP designed a subsidy scheme and slashed childcare bills by 15%. This is saving working parents up to £160 per month. This is DUP delivery, and in under 4 months, £4 million has been issued in support of families with young children. We have seen the successful rollout of the social supermarket scheme. This was co-designed with local councils to assist those facing food poverty. The social supermarket provides wraparound services to help address the underlying issues contributing to a household's financial position. The models evolve and develop in recognition of level of need and the geographic area. DUP elected representatives got involved in politics because they care about this place. We care about its people, and we want to see Northern Ireland thriving. We have a strong record of delivery for working people, and we are committed to ensuring that each child gets the best start in life. Since taking up the role as Minister for Communities, Gordon Lyons and his officials have been working with other departments to learn from the actions and the failings of previous leadership in this area. The Public Accounts Committee report on child poverty in Northern Ireland reported that the delivery of the last child poverty strategy was characterised by failure. The report found that there was a failure to take ownership, to implement effective monitoring arrangements, to engagement with children and the community and voluntary sector, and that the strategy failed to turn the curve and reduce child poverty. The DUP is ready to lead a step change in approach. Tackling poverty, including child poverty, is a cross-cutting issue and therefore an executive-wide responsibility. However, that should be a catalyst for good, for real change, not for paralysis and inaction, as has often been the case in the past. We all know the importance of getting a new anti-poverty strategy right. The challenge that poverty presents to households across Northern Ireland is huge, and there's a heavy burden on many hard-working people struggling to make ends meet. Almost 1 in 4 children now live in relative poverty, and around 9% of children in Northern Ireland live in low-income households that cannot afford basic goods and essential activities. There is a clear challenge ahead, and the economic uncertainty coming from the Labour budget is unsettling for many, especially those on lower incomes, with fear of job losses to come due to the impact of national insurance changes to business. There are many aspects to poverty, including housing, health and education. But what is really important is helping people to get into work. That is one of the greatest barriers that people face in getting out of poverty. The Labour Party's policies will not help grow the economy, and they will not help alleviate poverty. The Communities Minister has been working alongside a range of stakeholders, experts and service providers on the development of an overarching anti-poverty strategy to address the risks and impacts of poverty, including child poverty. Given the criticism that the department appeared to be, quote, too far removed from children and families experiencing poverty, end quote, it is vital that this new strategy goes out for public consultation and that people get their say. That is the purpose of our amendment. A strategy could be quickly developed and published, but what would the outcome be if we did not take the time to learn from the past? How would that serve the people we are here to represent? The report laid bare that we must focus on tangible delivery. As an Assembly, we cannot have strategies and schemes that are simply words on a page. Real progress must be made. I commend the amendment to the Assembly.
Thank you, Brian. I call on Colin Gilduny.
Lascian Corlia, and I want to start off by thanking Sean and the members who have taken this motion here today. It's hard to imagine that in 2025 there are still people without enough food to eat, but unfortunately that is the reality for so many families in our society. Food insecurity is defined as a lack of regular access to enough safe and nutritious food for normal growth and development and an active, healthy life. When a parent lacks the resources to obtain enough food for themselves and their family, they often face choices which no parent should be forced to make, such as choosing to skip a meal or reduce portion sizes so others might have enough to eat. Research carried out by Trussell found that over a 12-month period, 1 in 6 adults in the North had experienced some form of food insecurity, which is the highest level in recent times. Consequently, we have seen a huge rise in the number of people availing of food banks, with a 143% increase in food bank usage over the past 5 years and a 90% increase for children. And I would encourage the Minister to engage actively with Trussell, Barnardo's, Cliff Edge Coalition and all of those groups who are so aware of the difficulties and indeed the solutions. Members, whilst food banks are an important safety net in ensuring people have enough to eat, their existence points to a failure of the economic and social security systems here to meet people's basic needs. As legislators, it is our job to try and understand why so many people are relying on food banks and to fix the problems at its root cause, which is poverty. The Poverty and Income Inequality Report published in March last year showed that roughly 18% of people in the North were living in relative poverty, up from 16% the previous year. The figures pertaining to child poverty are even more concerning, with 24% of children living in relative poverty, up from 18% the previous year. The COVID pandemic, together with the cost of living crisis, has had a major impact on the levels of poverty and deprivation here in our society. The inflationary price increases to essential items like food, fuel, electricity and other items such as car and home insurance, and indeed driven partly by British government policies, has pushed record levels of people into financial hardship. The Good Friday Agreement gave a commitment that the Executive would produce an anti-poverty strategy to tackle the growing prevalence in our society. Unfortunately, 26 years on, we are still waiting for that strategy, and it's clear the need has never been greater. Whilst I welcome the work that has been done to date, there must not be any further delays to the publication of this strategy. So I would once again call on the Minister of Communities to urgently publish the anti-poverty strategy. Also, Lascian Corlia, as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, I participated in the recent inquiry into child poverty, the findings of which were extremely stark. Child poverty levels remain stubbornly high, with previous strategies failing to make any meaningful impact. Children living in poverty are more likely to have poorer outcomes in later life when it comes to physical and mental health, educational attainment and economic opportunities. Tory austerity, particularly policies like the two-child limit, must shoulder much of the blame for where we are today in regards to child poverty. The anti-poverty strategy must be accompanied by a comprehensive and fully costed implementation plan with clear targets and outcomes to reduce poverty across our society, and particularly so in children. It must focus on fixing the root causes of poverty, including low income, educational attainment, disability, gender, ethnicity and addiction. And finally, Lascian Corlia, it must also contain achievable targets and outcomes that are quantitative, that are qualitative and time-bound to properly measure performance and demonstrate and track the impact of strategic actions. I will conclude my remarks there, Lascian Corlia, and I'm happy to support the motion and look forward to debate in the House today.
Thank you, Colin. I call on Andy Allen.
Deputy Speaker, and can I too thank the proposers of the motion for bringing forward this important motion to the floor of the House. Today, Deputy Speaker, we're confronted with a grim reality. Over the last 5 years, the number of emergency food parcels distributed by the Trussell Trust food banks to children in Northern Ireland has risen by 90%. That is a staggering and shameful figure. Worse still, the proportion of food parcels provided to children here is higher than any other region of the United Kingdom. These numbers tell us something we cannot ignore. We need to do more. Child poverty is not just a statistic, it's a daily struggle for families who must choose between heating their homes or feeding their children. Some don't even have this choice, Deputy Speaker. On a regular basis, my office, like so many others, is approached by individuals and families in desperate need of support for basic essentials, food, electricity and heating. Far too often, it is the third sector stepping in to provide this critical assistance. I would also like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the wide range of organisations such as the Trussell Trust, National Energy Action, Bryson Charitable Group and so many others who work tirelessly day and night to support households. Their dedication and compassion are a lifeline for so many in our communities. Many households are unable to keep their homes warm, especially during the winter months. For children, cold homes mean more than discomfort. They mean higher risk of respiratory illness, poor educational outcomes and emotional stress. Equally, far too many find themselves heating their homes only for the heat to escape through poorly insulated cavity wall, which is another area in which we need to do more. One such action to support households improve energy efficiency could be the Department for the Economy supplementing the Northern Ireland Sustainable Energy Programme, something I have already raised with the Minister. Meanwhile, the soaring cost of food and essentials has left too many parents making impossible choices. This is not a sustainable or acceptable reality. Short-term relief is crucial, but we must think beyond emergency measures. We need a coordinated, multi-tiered approach to tackle poverty at its roots. The response must be immediate, strategic and long-term. There must be three pillars to the approach. It must be short-term focused. Families need immediate financial support, as already highlighted, and enhanced fuel allowance and emergency food grants can provide a lifeline to those, as we've already outlined, that is being provided by so many organisations. In the medium term, reforming the social security system, as we've already heard, is essential. We must work with the Department for Work and Pensions to design support that truly meets the needs of families, whether through increased child benefits, free school meals or affordable childcare, with the latter two being within the scope of the Executive. In the long term, Deputy Speaker, addressing poverty requires investment in education, housing and jobs. Economic development must focus on creating opportunities so families can build secure, sustainable futures. We can draw inspiration from other nations. In Norway and Sweden, for example, robust child benefit systems and subsidised childcare have drastically reduced child poverty. Canada's child benefit system has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty with targeted direct financial support. New Zealand's wellbeing budget prioritises measurable social outcomes, targeting investment where they have the greatest impact. These examples prove with the right policies poverty can be reduced and even eradicated, Deputy Speaker. The amendment acknowledges the Minister for Communities' commitment to a new anti-poverty strategy. This is a step forward, but we cannot delay. We need the strategy brought to the Executive, published and open for public consultation. While we can learn from worldwide examples, as I've highlighted, we must also implement learning from our own experiences, such as the findings from the recently published Public Accounts Committee report on child poverty in Northern Ireland. We cannot stand idly by while families suffer. Poverty is not inevitable. It is a challenge that can be overcome with the right policies, the right investment and the right will. We must act swiftly, decisively to ensure no child in Northern Ireland grows up hungry, cold or without hope. Let us not just discuss poverty, Deputy Speaker, let us end it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. I call on Mark Durkin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm disappointed that we're still here debating the same issue of food insecurity and poverty. In September, executive parties stood here lamenting rising child poverty. Last year, the same parties vowed to tackle holiday hunger and reduce dependency on food banks. So what's been done and what has changed? If a government is to be judged on how it treats its most vulnerable citizens, then surely the fact that 1 in 5 children live in relative poverty, rising to 1 in 4 in areas of high deprivation, is a damning indictment on leadership. We've heard from every speaker, I suppose, the statistical increases in just about every area you don't want to see them in. These figures are even more striking in areas of high deprivation and in communities like my own constituency, where families feel the pain of political failure the most. And behind these figures are families, starving, freezing families. So how has this been allowed to happen? Poverty, is a reality for far too many families. And it's exacerbated here because leadership parties have, in the not too distant past, put short-term political popularity over doing what's right for the people that you purport to represent. As of 2023, 109,000 children were deprived of the basic necessities. To those who have held these institutions to ransom and prevented action for 5 of the last 8 years, you should be ashamed of the Dickensian conditions that your actions have compounded. Understanding why child poverty exists here isn't a difficult equation to understand. The child poverty strategy ended in 2022 in the midst of a cost of living crisis and an economy reeling in a post-pandemic landscape. The strategy that there was, it was a bit of an empty vessel and it made a lot of noise but didn't hold a wild pile of substance. There were no clear targets, no prevention or early intervention, and no understanding or appreciation of cross-cutting responsibilities. We've been denied an anti-poverty strategy for 2 decades. The previous Communities Minister gave assurances that it would be implemented within the last mandate, and I appreciate that it is now ready to go, that we're told, and I fear that it might be coming just late in the day, but better late than never. But where is the sense of urgency? The lackadaisical approach to date is an insult. And when I talk about a lack of urgency, and I know we're talking about child poverty here today, I want to draw attention to the lack of urgency around older people and fuel poverty. To date, and I've just had it revealed today in an answer from the Minister, not 1 penny of the winter fuel support has been paid out to date, of the much heralded £100 payment. Not 1 penny of it has been paid out to anyone to date, according to an answer I got from the Minister today. If that doesn't exemplify a lack of urgency, I don't know what does. The 2-child policy other speakers have referred to, it gets inflicted in tens of thousands of households here. We're going to see that bite more acutely as more people move on to universal credit. 42% of claimants here are either behind on bills and credit payments or find it a constant struggle to keep up. Yet the Minister has no plans to address the debt-inducing 5-week wait for universal credit. And the proposer of the motion quite rightly identified the role that this actually is playing in driving people towards unscrupulous, illegal, immoral money lenders. Families here are no longer just about managing. Under callous Tory policy, compounded by executive absence and apathy, they're working on the breadline, and it's going to take a long time and a real commitment to undo this damage. And certainly, the Labour Party have not got off to a good start in doing so. So it's important that we as an Assembly look to see what we can do here to protect our citizens, but also in that other place to influence and improve policy there and how it's impacting on our most vulnerable citizens. We will be supporting the motion and indeed the amendment, and will support any initiatives coming forward from the Minister and from the Executive to tackle the rising scourge of poverty across our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Ladies and gentlemen, as question time begins at 1400, I suggest that the Assembly take its ease until then. This debate will continue after question time, when the next member to speak will be Ciara Ferguson. Okay, thank you. Take your ease.
Questions for the Minister for Infrastructure, and I call Connie Éowyn.
So number 1, please.
Minister.
The Eastern Transport Plan is one of 8 local transport plans that my department is currently developing in parallel with each local council's development plan process. The Eastern Transport Plan is the largest of the local plans and covers the 5 councils of Antrim and Newtonabbey, Ards and North Down, Belfast, Lisburn and Castlereagh and Mid and East Antrim. The plan will set the framework for making transport policy and investment decisions up until 2035 for these councils and aims to ensure that the transport network meets the needs of the people and businesses living, working and visiting the Eastern Transport Network area. We are facing an uncertain future where we need to make radical changes that address issues arising from the environmental emergency and other societal problems related to our historical over-reliance and dependency on fossil fuels and the private car. The Eastern Transport Plan is using a vision and validated approach which will consider the wider societal challenges that we face, generate a future vision for the area, and then identify transport measures that will help us achieve the vision. This approach and vision is very much aligned with the core objectives of my department to promote and create cleaner, greener connections by achieving measurable increases in sustainable travel. My department undertook a public engagement exercise to introduce the vision and objectives of the plan to stakeholders and the general public. The levels of engagement was very high, with over 500 responses and broad engagement on both the vision and objectives from the respondents. Due to the 5 local council areas being at different stages of the local development plans, the Eastern Transport Plan will therefore be published in iterations. As the Belfast City Council is most advanced, the first iteration will cover the Belfast City Transport Plan. My officials are currently undertaking a public engagement exercise with key stakeholders on the draft proposals. Visioning has commenced for the remainder of the Eastern Transport Plan area, and transport plans will follow as each of the remaining LDPs are sufficiently advanced. My officials are working closely with the councils and stakeholders in regards to the progress of the entire plan.
Ms Éowyn.
Thank you, Minister. It is welcome to hear that the Eastern Transport Plan aims to move towards more sustainable modes of travel, but can I ask, how is this in line with your department launching a consultation to allow even more taxis in bus lanes?
Taxis form part of the public transport network, and they are part of that network that allows customers of the taxi service to travel from door to door, particularly when we have opened up the transport links in and around Grand Central Station. I thought it was important to ensure that part of our public transport system was allowed in taxis or was allowed in the bus lanes to deliver people, particularly into the new transport hub, which is Grand Central Station.
Councillor Boylan.
I'm going to thank the Minister for his answer so far. Minister, could I ask you what steps has your department taken in relation to improving active travel?
My department is currently undertaking a consultation for the active travel delivery plan, and I will encourage members and members of the public to engage with that. There's a number of public events taking place, and there's also an opportunity for members of the public and elected representatives to respond online, because you will know your local area better than anyone. You'll know what connections are required to ensure that people can use active travel options, whether it's travelling into their town or village centre, whether it's to their local school, or connecting people to public transport networks which will allow them to complete longer journeys.
Declan McAleer. Oh, sorry.
Much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has talked about the Eastern Transport Plan. I certainly have concerns that large swathes of areas zoned for new roads simply will never be built in the Ballymena area. Has any consideration been given by the Department to remove these proposals to allow the lands to be released for regeneration projects locally?
Well, I think that's why it's important that the Department is working in tandem with local development plans from councils. When we see we can recognise what their plans are for future developments in their area, and then also in terms of the councils know what the Department's plans are through the transport plan. So the transport plan, when published, will have taken into account the plans of the councils. There will obviously be public consultation, and a final plan will then be published, which will allow councils to, if need be, lands be released for further development.
Declan McAleer.
Question 2.
Following the executive agreement on the 2nd of October 2024, I announced my decision to proceed with the length of this vital flagship scheme between South of Strabane and Ballygolly, 55 kilometres of its total 85 kilometre length. On the 13th of November, the Department received a formal legal challenge to my decision, and no further challenges have been received at this stage. Work is ongoing with my department officials and legal team in the preparation of evidence with a view to robustly defending against this challenge. The court has fixed a timetable for preparation of the case, leading to a substantive hearing on the 3rd of March 2025, with an expected time frame of 5 days. On the 25th of November, the vesting orders became operative, and the lands necessary for the construction of this length of the road transferred to the ownership of my department. The legal challenge did not affect this transfer of ownership. While there is no defined time frame for handing down of the court's decision, following the hearing in early March, the court has previously indicated the importance of getting this case dealt with as quickly as possible.
Mr. McAleer.
I thank the Minister for his response. Minister, could you outline the level of engagement that is taking place with the roads authorities in the south, particularly in relation to the link between the new A5 and the N2 in Monaghan and the N14 in Letterkenny, Donegal? Thank you.
Minister.
We have been working very closely with the Department of Transport in Dublin throughout this project, and engaging with them on a number of matters, but particularly it's vitally important that we are working not only with the Department of Transport but with the relevant councils in relation to how the road networks link up, and that work is at an advanced stage. It's also part of the work stream of the North-South Ministerial Council. So I'm confident that we are fully and properly engaged in regards to this matter, and both jurisdictions and the relevant bodies within those jurisdictions are aware of each other's plans.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the update on this all-important project. I know that his department and he is working to see this road fully developed. We are awaiting the court case that is due in March. I attended the initial hearing in relation to it. Can the Minister tell us what power he has or what influence he has to ensure that his department will object to any request by the objectors to request their costs be capped, because there has been absolutely no cap on the cost to the taxpayer when it comes to how this project has spiralled beyond all recognition in terms of cost?
My understanding, and I clarify this with the matter in writing if I'm incorrect, but my understanding is under the terms this court case has been taking, there is a cap on the costs because of the nature of the legislation under which the objection has been lost. So it's outside my remit or outside my powers, or indeed my legal team's powers, and I also understand the powers of the court to overturn that.
Keith Buchanan.
Minister, farmers and landowners will be put under pressure with a possible figure that they'll receive for compensation. And my understanding is they're not to be obviously better off, but they will be worse off, because purely they'll not be fit to replace the land that's taken from them. Obviously the price is going to go up because everybody's going to be trying to replace that. What would you say to local landowners?
All local landowners who have had their lands vested will have received communications from my department on how the process will develop from this point onwards. They will be advised to obtain the services of a land agent who will be suitably qualified to do the negotiations on their behalf and engage with the department on their behalf under their instructions. I can assure the member that my department is fully open to those discussions and engagement. The ultimate cost or the pricing of the land will be down to Land and Property Services, and there has been quite significant engagement between department officials and landowners up to this stage. But I would encourage landowners to engage through the process, work the process through, and I will do everything within my power to ensure that everyone is treated fairly.
Question 3 and question 4 have been withdrawn. I call Deborah Erskine.
Question 5.
According to my notes, question 5 has been withdrawn. My apologies if the member would give me a clue as to what question 5 is. That was in my bag.
No problem at all, Minister. The question is to ask the Minister for Infrastructure for an update on when details will be provided on the review of the prioritisation of the major roads programme.
Thank the member for her assistance in that matter. Cooperation across the floor is always very, very helpful. I hope to be in a position in the next number of short weeks to make a formal announcement to the Assembly in regards what projects we are going to move forward. It has taken slightly longer than I would have hoped, but when you're dealing with hundreds of millions of pounds of public funds, I want to make sure that I'm investing that money in a manner which is as future-proofed as possible and is also benefit to the public purse. I have also conscious that in relation to the various transport plans and strategies that have been discussed, particularly also in this question time, that I'm working with as up-to-date information as possible in those regards. But I can assure the member that I hope to be before the Chamber in the next number of weeks, making a formal announcement about which major projects will move ahead at this stage.
Erskine.
Thank the Minister. At this opportunity, can I just put on record thanks to DFI staff for their work over the weekend. It seems a bit crass to be talking about major roads programme whenever we see the destruction that is across even rural roads in the likes of my constituency. But it may seem strange that I'm not advocating just for my own constituency today. I want to talk about the York Street interchange, and I want to check to see if that will be part of the major roads programme, because we've talked about congestion in this chamber quite a bit. That's one of the measures that could alleviate it. We've seen 400 million secured by the DUP Conference Supply. It is part of New Decade, New Approach. So can that project be included in this prioritisation programme?
Minister.
Thank the member for that question. And I also do want to add my gratitude to all DFI staff and NI Water staff and TransLink who performed humongous tasks over the weekend and are continuing to do it today to bring public services back online. In terms of your point, yes, York Street interchange is a central part of my deliberations around major projects on how we move that forward. It is quite a considerable investment, but a necessary investment, and for all the reasons the member has pointed out. And also, it could also be a major economic driver for this place if we can secure the future of that project. But I can assure the member that it is part of my deliberations, and I'm looking at how we deliver that project.
Just McNulty.
With Cian Corla, and thank the Minister for his answers thus far. When does the Minister intend to engage his counterparts in the Republic of Ireland in terms of your aspirations to encourage more people off roads into public transport about the formation of the new, since the formation of the new government, and regarding the delivery of an all-island rail review and other cross-border infrastructure projects, and when will you be aligning rail fares so that people in the north do not have to pay more for shorter journeys?
I have constantly engaged with representatives of the Dublin government about the all-island rail review and how we have connectivity across this island. So that's an ongoing piece of work within my department, and indeed through the NSMC sectoral meetings as well. I will engage with the new administration as well on that basis. I would hope that funding, whether it be through the UK connectivity report or review, or through the all-island funding, which is offered through the Taoiseach's office, will assist us on delivering real meaningful change and programmes in that. I'm continuing to explore how I can provide the funding necessary to ensure that we encourage more and more people onto public transport and reduce fares and align them as much as we can across the island. It is worth noting that in October-November 2024, there was 400,000 more journeys on public transport than there were in the year previous. So we are having success, but we can't become complacent. We keep driving forward.
Nicol.
Speaker.
Minister.
I can confirm I have question 6. To ask them, so Mr. Speaker, firstly I want to clarify that the Audit Office report does not state that there should be a comprehensive review of how NI Water is funded. It is important to note that in its report on the funding of water infrastructure, NIAO simply encouraged my department and NI Water to complete a review of the alternative funding and governance arrangements for NI Water to be led by suitably qualified experts. As I have previously set out, my department has already extensively reviewed NI Water's funding model and has engaged experts in the Strategic Investment Board, Department of Finance, NI Water and the Utility Regulator, who analysed the opportunities for NI Water to raise additional revenue and looked at different governance models. The conclusion was all the different models examined required a water charging model. Therefore, to be clear again, I will not introduce domestic water charges on people and families which are already struggling as a consequence of the rising inflation and higher costs of living. My department also reviewed alternative water utility company structures across these islands for best practice, including mutualisation, which I know the member will be interested in, given that the Alliance Party has recently published its own policy proposals for the funding and form of NI Water, and it has proposed mutualisation as one such structure. As I have previously advised that this Assembly, mutualising NI Water will require the introduction of domestic water charges. However, in the spirit of delivering solutions, I have asked officials to keep alert to additional opportunities for providing additional funding for water and sewage services within my policy framework and in collaboration with NI Water. Alongside this, I am working hard in partnership with the Executive in progressing a three-pronged approach to ensure NI Water remains fit for purpose. Specifically, I am continuing to work with Executive colleagues to try and increase wastewater investment, reviewing the policy and legislation around developer contributions, securing an executive agreement for the Water, Flooding and Sustainable Drainage Bill to be introduced to the Assembly.
Yes, thank you, Minister. I think you're better at answering the questions yourself than the civil servants ones, because you actually finish in time. But nonetheless, I'm sure you'll get the rest of it in your response to Ms Nicholl whenever she asks her question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. In the 2022-23 annual report for NI Water, it said that it was being held hostage by fluctuations in its funding. Does the Minister agree with this assessment?
Well, I don't agree with the use of the language, I have to say, but there is no certainty for NI Water going out onto the markets either, it has to be said. They have one certain thing when they're being funded directly by the Executive. They have at their back the Executive, the Government, and going to any institution beyond outside of that brings uncertainty. The markets will quite gladly, I suspect, take on NI Water, and privatisation will quite gladly take on NI Water. But look at what's happening in England. Look at the water companies in England that have been privatised. They are in substantial debt, but yet and all they continue to pay out significant bonuses to their directors, their executives, etc., and also to their shareholders. They are damaging the environment, because the upgrades that were promised, or the scale of the upgrades that were promised to their infrastructure, simply has not been delivered. So therefore, privatisation is not the utopia that some people present it as. As I've said, mutualisation will lead to domestic water charges. I'm not going down that route. Others may support that, that's fair enough. So NI Water has got the Executive behind it. We have made significant investment in it, over £500 million this year. I secured £19 million during the October monitoring round from Executive colleagues, and we connected an extra 2,300 homes as a result of that investment. So often when we talk about NI Water, we understandably talk in billions and hundreds of millions. Sometimes 5, 10, 15, 20 million makes a big difference.
Stephen Dunn.
Mr. Speaker, with 17,000 new homes still held up due to the wastewater restrictions across 23 of our towns, the system is clearly not working. What more can be done to ensure we can get back to home building, particularly in relation to future monitoring rounds? And do you agree that the sticking plaster approach simply won't cut it?
Even if I was in a position, or should I say the Executive was in a position, to fully fund NI Water during the current price control period, which is 2021 to 2027, it would only connect a further 4,500 homes. So this figure of 19,000, or I think you referred to 17,000 or 18,000, whatever figure's thrown out, the reality and the facts are, if NI Water was fully funded to the recommendation of the utility regulator, 4,500 additional homes would be connected as a result of that. So NI Water is on record as saying that during this period, if there was contributions from developers to divert wastewater or rainwater away from the system, they can connect another 18,000 homes. So yes, NI Water faces challenges in delivering, but I've said this many times in the Chamber, let's not send out the message that we're closed for business, because we're not. Developers can continue to, or do continue to engage with NI Water. Connections continue with NI Water, and as I said in answer to the main question, in October the Executive delivered an additional 19 million to NI Water, and 2,300 homes will be connected as a result of that investment. So sometimes we can all become blinded by the figures and blinded by the scale of the problem that's coming at us. But I think what that has shown me is that we can solve this problem, or we can solve some of these problems with some investment. And the long-term and medium plans I have in front of me, I believe will allow NI Water to continue to deliver on its objectives.
Matthew Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, are you seriously telling us today that you think the funding model is grand? You seem to be saying that finding odds and sods in January monitoring rounds, tens of millions here and there, important though it is, that's no model for long-term funding of our wastewater infrastructure. Every serious economic commentator, construction company, outside investor says that our water infrastructure is a crisis that needs to be dealt with. Can I ask, down the coast here, where NI Water pumped millions of tonnes into Belfast Lough, we're famous for our seabirds, but I think lots of people listening to you today will associate this kind of intervention with another type of bird, an ostrich, sticking its head into the sand. Minister, we need action on NI Water.
Minister.
There's a difference between the funding model and the amount of funding received. So is the member telling me that the policy now of the opposition is the privatisation of NI Water? My policy is quite clear. Well, maybe you haven't been listening. NI Water, under my policy, will stay under the governance of the executive. It will not be privatised. It will continue to receive a public subvention this year of almost £500 million. I will continue to work with my colleagues, and I have to say successfully, because they are willing to travel this journey as well, to secure additional funding for NI Water. I'm looking at contributions from developers for NI Water, and then we move to one of the most fundamental changes I believe that has to happen, working with nature. The SUDS bill that is going to be introduced to this Assembly for members to debate will be setting out a governance arrangement for dealing with millions of gallons of rainwater that we currently put through wastewater treatment works and we don't need to be treating. But yet now we spend tens upon millions of pounds treating water we don't need to be treating, when what we actually should be doing is holding that water back and releasing it slower into the system, using and working with nature. So I have a plan. I look forward to hearing your plan.
Emma Sheeran.
I thank the Minister for the answers thus far. Minister, could you outline for us the reviews that the Department has carried out in relation to NI Water's funding model?
There has been several reviews carried out over the years, and all of them come to the same conclusions. Yes, anyone standing in my shoes can change the funding model for NI Water. They can bring privatisation in, they can bring mutualisation in, etc. But the conclusion all those reviews have come to change the model will require the introduction of domestic water charges. Now, I and many others in the Chamber, it has to be said, are quite clear on this. There will be no introduction of domestic water charges. So that limits then your options. But as I said to the original answer, or questionnaire, look at what's happening in England. Look at what's happening in England. Those who told us that privatisation was going to solve all the problems in the management of wastewater infrastructure, look at England. Significant damage to the environment, companies in significant debt, companies on the brink of collapse, companies that may have to be nationalised again, after billions upon billions of pounds of families' and workers' money went into them companies, and they never seen the benefit of it.
Andy Allen.
Mr. Speaker, just last week the Communities Committee received a briefing from NI Water on the challenges that they're facing, and indeed the officials from NI Water outlined that the capital investment required is nearly double that which is forecasted. The Minister's repeatedly highlighted and ruled out that mutualisation, for example. Can the Minister point us to the recent information that he has used to assess that mutualisation will lead to water charges?
One of the first debates I delivered this, or responded to in this chamber, was a motion which referred to the introduction of mutualisation. And at that stage, I set out quite clearly that there was information available to me that mutualisation would lead to domestic water charges. That was in March, April 2024. And no one to date has provided contrary or contradictory information in that regard. Now, if anyone can come forward with a report or research or information that is different to that, then I'll happily look at it and examine it, as will my officials. So there is no magic or easy solution to this. NI Water faces huge challenges, but name me a public service that doesn't face huge challenges. My job is to find solutions. I've set out in front of you today 3 of the solutions I'm following, 3 of the pathways I'm following, and one of them has already borne fruit. £19 million investment delivered 2,300 connections. I will continue to lobby for more money with NI Water, and my executive colleagues are on the same page as me, and we will continue to look at the other methods moving forward as well.
Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker.
No.
The member will be aware I've already responded in this matter through the 5 Assembly written questions he has tabled in recent weeks in discharge to the Coyle River. NI Water has advised that Down Product Wastewater Treatment Works currently treats wastewater in line with the parameters and limits set in its discharge consent issued by the Environment Agency. The continuous final treated effluent discharge from Down Product Wastewater Treatment Works into the Coyle River is subject to an operator self-monitoring announced sampling programme agreed with the Environment Agency. There are 2 types of samples collected for regulatory compliance assessment, namely spot samples for assessment of the water order consent compliance and composite samples of assessments of compliance against urban wastewater treatment regulations. Spot samples are collected instantaneously by the sampling contractor, while samples are taken by the auto sampler over a 24-hour period at 15 minutes intervals. The treated effluent discharge from Down Product Wastewater Treatment Works has a sample frequency of 24 times per year, and the sampling parameters are based on the standards in the discharge consent issued by NEA. NI Water sampling includes sample collections and analysis as accredited by UCAS and the UK Accrediting Service. For Down Product Wastewater Treatment Works, there were no occasions when the number of individual parameters exceeded the number of allowed fields, meaning the work has been assessed as compliant with the regulatory quality discharge standards for the past 5 years.
Mr. McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I believe there was a crossover between the submission of questions and the response to the written question. I thank the Minister for that. In terms of water management along the Coyle, is the Minister assured that dredging can play no part in the assistance of flooding alleviation in the area? Many local people, some who have used the waterways for in excess of 50 years, can pinpoint that the change in water management in the area came at the time that the dredging stopped, but yet we keep being continually told by the department that dredging will do nothing. Could the Minister have a real deep look at this to see if dredging could assist in any way?
The member will be aware that this has been raised a number of times with me, and understandably, and as has it been with other water courses, and each water course will tell its own story. The engineers within my department, those who have the professional qualifications and are suitably qualified to advise me in regards to these matters, advise me that the dredging will not assist in relation to this river, and may actually make matters worse, because it means the water will flow faster and perhaps cause significant issues downstream, etc. I will, on behalf of the member, probably go back to officials and ask them if there's any further update on that, and let the member know. But at the moment, that's the information I have in front of me.
Now I move to topical questions, and I call Mark Durkin.
Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to place on record with the Minister our appreciation and gratitude for the efforts of so many of his department staff through the storm and since. But I want to ask the Minister, does he feel that his department could have been better prepared had there been a red warning in place earlier?
My department have been preparing for the storm since the issuing of the various weather warnings that came on board, and it has to be remembered that even when it was at an amber stage, that is still a quite significant weather event. I think the difference between amber and red is that red, there's a significant threat to life and not to travel. But amber is also a significant weather warning, and so my department was preparing on that basis. I think at this stage everybody's aware of why there's a difference between the two jurisdictions and how they measure a weather event and what that's against. I think there is some work going on between the various Met offices to bring that to a standard, which I think would be very, very helpful, obviously, but can cause less confusion moving forward. But I'm satisfied that my department was preparing for a major and significant weather event even before it turned red.
Mr. Durkin.
The Minister anticipated my supplementary question, and he refers to work that may be ongoing between the two Met offices in the different jurisdictions on this island. Can the Minister undertake to do some more work with his counterpart or counterparts in the 26 counties to work towards the development of an all-island weather warning and response system?
I'm happy to do so. I think the key to this is that we are providing information to the public, and it has to be said, the public did pay heed to, by and large, paid heed to the warnings that were delivered before this weather event, and thankfully there was no deaths or serious injuries as a direct result of the weather event itself, and we all have to be thankful for that. And it made, well, we don't want to see anybody injured or seriously injured, and it made the work of the emergency responders a lot easier in these regards. But I'm happy to work with my counterparts in Dublin to ensure that we have a common message coming out.
Corlia, can I ask the Minister for any plans he has to increase flood mitigation provision in Newcastle, County Down?
Minister.
I had hoped to meet with the contingency group that's established in Newcastle last Thursday, but it had to be rearranged, partly as a result of the incoming storm. And we are looking at to see how we can continue to support communities and businesses in Newcastle County Down to alleviate the flooding concerns. There has been quite significant investment, and lessons learned from that investment. I understand there may be a need for NI Water to have some investment in the area and put a pumping station in just to put water back towards the river. And my department has taken out an inspection of its network and gullies, etc., to ensure that the challenge we're facing now, which is surface runoff, isn't going to cause flooding problems in the future. As much as you can measure or mitigate against that depends on the strength of the storm.
Mrs. Mason.
I thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, one issue that has been raised by the very committed Newcastle Community Flood Defence Group that you mentioned is around communication between all of the agencies, including the local council. What coordination has taken place with the agencies and the local council to ensure a comprehensive flood emergency response for these Newcastle residents?
Well, as has been the experience during the most recent event, there is a strategic coordination group that oversees, or strategic contingency group that oversees the preparation for storms and then how agencies work together to mitigate and work with local communities in that storm. But there's always lessons to be learned, and I look forward to rearranging the meeting with the group in Newcastle just to learn of their real-time experience and what other lessons can be learned from that. The contingency groups, or those residence groups and business groups that come together, are a vital cog in our defence against upcoming storms. No matter how well resourced or how well planned departments will be, if you have people in your local community who are prepared to work with you and take measures, then you increase the safety and well-being of the communities almost twofold. So I look forward to learning the lessons from Newcastle and encouraging others to follow their path.
Deirdre Hargey.
Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for an update on engagements he's had with Belfast City Council and DFC on progressing the Boulder Vision for Belfast plan.
Minister.
The last ministerial meeting of the Boulder Vision was in 2022. Since then, my officials have had ongoing engagement and discussions with project officials from Belfast City Council and the Department for Communities. There is an acknowledgement that the Eastern Transport Plan, which I discussed earlier, will play a significant part in detailing and delivering the transport aspects of the Boulder Vision. As a result, it was agreed that the Boulder Vision strategy would be revised once there was more clarity around the Eastern Transport Plan and the city centre proposals. So that work and engagement is continuing with Belfast City Council as a key leader in this regard.
Ms Hargett.
Thanks very much. And just as the Minister agreed, Belfast City Centre is surrounded by inner city working class communities that have been cut off from the city due to defensive planning in the 60s and 70s. Does he agree with me that this plan should start to deal with that severance issue and restitch those communities back into the city centre?
Sure.
I do. Roads present barriers and divide communities physically. If you have a busy 2 or 3, 4 lane road going in between communities, then it is a physical barrier to those communities. Even the development of those communities and preventing communities from local shops or community infrastructure, where it may be. So the transport plan and the bolder vision, in my view, has to be about opening the city up, both in terms of removing those barriers, but also making it a cleaner, greener city, in the sense of allowing people to, yes, use the private vehicle when necessary, space for public transport, space for active travel, whether that's walking, cycling or wheeling, and ensuring that you can give a vision of the city, which I said it's a bolder vision, but it will be a radical vision of the city to allow it to open up to the people. Belfast thrives because of its local communities, and so let's get, it's almost giving the city back to those communities.
Trevor Clark.
Can I ask the Minister, or I should say the Minister, no one underestimates the mammoth task that some of your officials had during the weekend in terms of clearing the roads, but can you give an indication in terms of how much local farmers weighed in there in terms of supporting your officials in clearing those roads?
Minister.
It's clear that, once again, the local farming communities stepped up to the mark and did clear a lot of the debris off roads and removed trees, etc. And I welcome that, but I would add, and I would appeal to anyone who's proposing to clear fallen trees or debris off the roads, do not approach it if there's any suspicion whatsoever. If there's cables down, take it for granted those cables are live. Let the professionals deal with that. But I do welcome and thank the farming community who've helped out thus far.
Mr Clark.
And I hear what you're saying, and I agree with your remarks in relation to the cables. However, I suppose the good old farmers come to help again, and I suppose what I'm trying to find out from you, Minister, is there an indication that we're going to hold a list of the farmers that can be called on support and that can get recompense for the work that they do? Because if it wasn't for the farmers, some of this work would take much longer. But these farmers who are getting hammered in every direction are doing this at an expense to themselves. So is there a register, a central register, that you can now compile for the farmers to be called on events like this, or will it be snow or other adverse weather?
Minister.
I actually raised a similar issue or question within my department recently after the period of cold weather we had in early January, about using farmers to grit a number of the rural roads, etc. And there is, the department can, if I'm correct, through its procurement exercises, hold a list of contractors, which individual farmers could be on that list. But I think it's something we should explore further. You're right. If we have people within the community who have the equipment, have the skill set and the knowledge to help us out, then we should be using them as much as we possibly can. And I'd further examine that with officials in the time ahead.
William Éowyn.
Thank my colleague for praising the local farmers for the work they've done. Can I ask the Minister, rural roads maintenance and potholes is a major issue in my constituency, and I'm sure many constituencies right across the province. Has the Minister any plans to provide more money for rural road repairs?
I'm currently working my way through my department budget to see how we can, across the entire budget, both capital and resource, and how we divvy that up. The member will be aware, as is the case, and understandably through this question time, you'll have heard of all the demands that are on my department. But I am keen to ensure that our road infrastructure receives an uplift in its investment. It has suffered quite significantly over this last number of years through difficult budgetary periods. We're not out of this yet, but I have a better budget this year than I had the previous year or the year before that, so I want to make best use of it.
Mr Éowyn.
Can I thank the Minister for his response? Would the Minister accept that money would be better spent on road repairs than paying for damage to cars, which is a daily occurrence in my office, is people coming in looking for farms for claims?
Without a doubt, prevention is better than cure. So that's one of the reasons why I'm keen to ensure that our road infrastructure is properly maintained moving forward.
Ms. Gimmons.
The Minister has recently launched his consultation on biennial MOT testing. Can the Minister outline the potential benefits of this form of MOT testing?
Minister.
The member is correct in stating that I have launched the consultation, and it is a genuine consultation. I haven't come to a fixed position on this yet. I want to hear the views of the public, the motorists, garage owners, insurance companies, the PSNI and others around should we move to a biannual service. One of the clear advantages is in terms of pressures on DVA and how we be able to manage with an ever-increasing number of demands for MOTs. I also think it could be a recognition now that modern vehicles are better constructed, more safety features on them, and are many ways more durable than earlier models we may have been dealing with when the MOTs were changed to certain criteria they have now. So I think there's a number of advantages, but it is a genuine consultation. I want to hear the views of all before making a final decision.
I'm going to thank the Minister for his answer. Can the Minister therefore commit to ensuring that road safety will not be negatively impacted by biennial MOTs should this be introduced?
That will be the primary prism on which I look at this matter when I come to making a decision. I know during the previous mandate when the then Minister Mallon called for evidence in regards to this matter, one of the issues raised by the PSNI and others was to ensure that continued road safety. And given the ever-increasing death toll on our roads and injuries on our roads, I will be ensuring that safety will be the major factor in any decision moving forward.
Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, work is ongoing in the Dunhill Road in Coleraine in relation to a Puffin crossing, and whilst that investment is always welcome, will the Minister acknowledge that we need better traffic management in that area, given new residential developments and a number of new big stores that are in the Riverside Retail Park?
I don't know the specifics of the detail of the area. I know the members can correspond with me on a number of the roads in her area and raising concerns and also ideas as to how we should manage it. All new developments and developments of an area has to go through the planning process, as the member were, and DFI roads are a consultee in that regard. So as developments increase in that area or any other area, then DFI roads will be making a consultation response on how best to manage the traffic in that area, and I would encourage the local planning committee of the council to take on board what DFI roads are saying to them.
Ms. Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the Minister has raised planning permission, because I felt there would be an opportunity through new developments to have actually addressed this issue. And sadly, DFI as a statutory consultee didn't raise this issue. And again, after many years, we're still going through this. So will the Minister commit to looking at this again?
Minister.
I'm happy to do so, to look at it.
Stephen Dunn.
Minister, for an update on the Sydenham bypass resurfacing works, please.
Apart from one weekend when the works had to be cancelled due to adverse weather conditions, they're progressing as planned.
Mr. Dunn.
Okay, thank you, Minister, for that. Now, the last 2 weekends, I believe they've been postponed due to weather conditions, so I'm just keen to find out a more accurate completion date given the weather conditions.
I'll supply the member with as up-to-date report as I can in terms of completion. That they are obviously can be delayed or cancelled as a result of difficult weather conditions, and last weekend was particularly difficult in that regard. So, but I will keep the member up to date in terms of proposed finalisation of it.
That concludes questions to the Minister for Infrastructure. You move to questions to the Minister of Health. Nicole Peter Martin.
Question 1.
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. Given the logistics, there was no consideration given to asking the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust to reopen the inpatient ward or minor injuries unit at Bangor Community Hospital. I believe the member is aware that service, along with the associated resources, transferred to the Ulster Hospital as early as September 2023 and that was following extensive consultation. And as detailed in the consultation report, the standalone minor injuries services at Bangor Hospital were not sustainable, and I believe since then there has been a physical reconfiguration of that area within Bangor Community Hospital. As the member will know, to provide a new service, a step-down service, an emergency service, we need four things. We need the building, we need equipment, we need medicines, and we need the workforce. And the workforce, of course, is the most important element. If you don't have the right workforce, it doesn't matter what buildings or what capacity in terms of equipment or what range of medicines you have. And given the timescales, it was not possible to consider Bangor Community Hospital in the way in which he has suggested.
Mr. Martin.
I want to thank the Minister for the answer that he's given there, and he touched very much on workforce. GPs are one of the front lines in terms of dealing with patients before they get to ED. Could I therefore ask the Minister for his plan to increase the number of GPs being trained in Northern Ireland and a possible timescale to achieve this?
Well, I thank the member for his follow-up. I mean, increasing the number is something that we have been doing over recent years. Would I like to increase it yet further? Yes, of course I would. Would I like to provide a timescale? Yes, I would. But the fact is that the budget does not permit me to start detailing that sort of plan to the member, because as we move into next year's budget for 25-26, the draft leaves the Department of Health with a funding gap of around £400 million. In the current year, I would remind the member, I'm still working hard to try and deliver the pay parity awards that are deserved by both nurses and doctors. So I don't want to sound the irony klaxon just yet, but these are challenges that cannot be met in terms of increasing staffing, workforce and resource without an appropriate budget accompanying it.
Full utilisation of facilities such as Bangor Community Hospital and indeed the Down Hospital help to alleviate pressures that are felt right across the South Eastern Trust? And would the Minister agree that more could be done to utilise the Down Hospital, including its urgent care centre, by maybe extending the hours, or indeed some of the provisions within the hospital to assist people not having to travel to the Ulster Hospital to get it and save some of the pressures there?
Well, I was in the Down Hospital recently, and the urgent care centre was one of the areas that I visited. I think it's a magnificent development. And indeed, one of the points that was being made to me by the consultants and the nurses within that urgent care centre was, in the past, people who are living in the vicinity of that hospital are making their way to the Ulster Hospital emergency department to be triaged and then referred back to the Down Hospital. So the whole kind of direction of travel that I want to see, and which is emerging, is that you have direct referrals, preferably by GPs who are doing a triage assessment, and then being able to contact an urgent care centre directly and bypass EDs, bypass those unnecessary trips to other hospitals. More broadly, in terms of maximising the capacity of these hospitals, absolutely, I'm with my predecessor, Robin Swan, who said that he needed every square, I would imagine, yard, because he's not a European and wouldn't have gone for every square metre. But we need every square yard, every square metre of all the facilities, and it's how we reconfigure them, which is why I'm out to consultation on that idea of having a network of hospitals, which is an idea we really need to embed in the population's minds.
Question 2 is withdrawn. Michelle McElveen.
I thank the member for her question. Following the publication of the consultation report, the Social Care Collaborative Forum was established, and that's with the intention of working with my department to implement the proposed reforms. Now, the forum provides the cross-sectoral leadership which is going to be critical to adult social care reform. And while it's expected that full reform of the scale necessary will only be deliverable in the longer term, we're also trying to make progress in a number of key areas. Achievements to date include the establishment of the Fair Work Forum, which aims to gather evidence to support additional investment in the sector, also to make it a real living wage sector, which is a policy the member will be aware I announced earlier this month. I also made available additional funding in financial year 24-25. This is to help stabilise and to maintain independent sector provision. The implementation of Careline Live in 3 of the health trusts is enabling the better utilisation and deployment of the Trust's home care services. They do this by creating greater line of sight of home care capacity on specific schedules and quickly identifying areas where there are capacity issues and where recruitment activity needs to be focused. The completion of a review of the impact of Trust's early review teams has resulted in 2,884 SPPG-funded hours per week being recycled back into the system, and that was between October 2023 and September 24. It's intended to roll out reviews across all programmes of care in the next financial year. A new social care workforce strategy launched on the 12th of December, and among other things it sets out how we'll attract, grow, retain and develop the skilled staff necessary to deliver high-quality social care. And to deliver that stronger strategic vision, a whole systems approach to design and delivery will be required.
Ms McElveen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to thank the Minister for his response. And obviously, the overall reform of adult social care is essential to the transformation of the health service, and I accept that it will take a considerable period of time. What is equally essential is to take measures to ensure the flow of patients in hospitals, and what we're currently seeing is unacceptable, and I appreciate that he has outlined some things that he's doing, but can he perhaps give us some confidence that what is happening now will have an immediate consequence?
Well, I can assure the member that there will be an immediate consequence in terms of what I'm calling a blank sheet planning for next winter, and indeed earlier than that. As she correctly identifies, the issue has been the flow, and the flow can be blocked at any point between arriving in an ambulance at an acute hospital and being fit for discharge at the so-called back door. And the member is aware that this year the biggest problem which has manifested itself in emergency departments is not the emergency departments, it is the community capacity, and I'm determined to work at that over the course of the coming calendar and financial year. And I think introducing the real living wage should make working in that area much more, hopefully much more attractive, certainly more attractive. I think that's a major step. And with that blank sheet approach to pressures within our EDs, not just winter pressures, which I now call additional winter pressures, I would hope that we would look at the consequences and how we improve going forward.
Ms. Gibbons.
Minister for his answer so far, and I really do welcome the commitment to the real living wage. I do think this will go some way to tackling this issue. Minister, in relation to that, as you've said this yourself, we are very aware that social care is key to unlocking some of the significant pressures on our hospitals. And from speaking to some providers, there are solutions that could be looked at. Has the Minister looked at potentially ring fencing funds around rural packages, which would help to tackle some of the real challenges in getting care packages for people living in more rural areas that are harder to reach and aren't as attractive, I suppose, for domiciliary care providers, given the huge travel times and difficulties accessing those locations?
Yes, and I thank the Chair of the Committee, obviously speaking in a personal capacity or an MLA capacity. Yes, that is an issue, but it's one of a range of issues that I think we'll have to look at. And again, I think we have to think outside the box, have that kind of blank page start and say, what have we got? What are the issues, first of all? And there are specific rural issues with healthcare delivery, absolutely. And then we say to ourselves, well, what are our resources and what is our ability to meet the challenges that we have? And I'm more than happy to work with the member on an individual basis. I'm more than happy to work with the committee, and I will be working with officials. I'm very glad to listen to representatives from the voluntary and community sector who operate in rural areas to fully understand myself, to fully understand the issues, and to listen to imaginative ideas for how to address them.
Just McDulty.
Concordia Minister, you mentioned a blank sheet approach in relation to dealing with adult social care challenges. What would you say to the frontline workers in our care homes who have come to your department with practical, logical and workable solutions, but who have said they are not being listened to? Do you agree that many of the issues in social care are not a lack of money, not caused by a lack of money, but caused by how money is being spent, and how vital it is, Minister, to listen to those people who have their finger literally on the pulse?
Well, I think, first of all, what I can agree with the member on is listening is absolutely important. and I believe that's what I do as the Minister of Health. I listen to people, not just in the department. I listen to anecdotes, but more importantly, I like to listen to people who are at, to use that old-fashioned phrase, the cold face, and I do that all the time. I was in a care home actually on Christmas morning, listening to some of the staff talking about the challenges they have in delivering for their service users. So yeah, it is really, really important to listen. And it's important to set a direction of travel, and I think the member will recognise that I have set a direction of travel, and that is to shift left, to try and take the emphasis off curing people who have become, in many cases, acutely ill and need an acute hospital, and get the emphasis into community care, into primary care, into social care, into prevention and into early intervention, and making sure that people do not need to go to an acute hospital unless that need is, as I say, absolutely acute.
You mentioned there about the Fair Work Forum. So I have a constituent who had to take some time off work because she picked up a bug in the nursing home, but she wasn't paid for the shifts that she missed. What is being done to actually improve the terms and conditions for our care assistants, domestics, etc., who are providing vital support within our care homes? Thank you.
Well, I thank the member for the point, but I'm not aware of that individual constituent's contractual relationship with her employer. It may well be a private sector matter, in which case the department is probably limited to the extent to which it can intervene. But if the member wants to provide me with the details, I'm more than happy to look at it and to see not just to look at the particulars, but sometimes, as Shakespeare says, from the particular comes the general.
Lord Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again shone a spotlight on the importance of our social care workforce. I therefore very much welcome the Minister's recent announcement that he will ensure the sector becomes a living wage employer. Can the Minister provide an update on some of what else has been achieved to date to support our social care workforce?
Minister. Yes, indeed. Thank you to the member. There are a range of initiatives underway to help build and sustain that workforce. I've already referenced the social care workforce strategy. That will be key to addressing recruitment and retention within that sector. The launch of the new Level 2 Safe and Effective Care Practice Certificate and a new Care and Practice Framework, which includes career pathways, and a continuous learning framework. These will all support the career progression of social care practitioners, and as a result it should enable them to use their practice experience, their knowledge and their skills to better support service users. Now, I've also mentioned the establishment of the Fair Work Forum to make an evidence-based case for improving pay, terms and conditions, and I recently announced my intention, as I say, to make the sector a real living wage sector. We've also sought to better promote social care as a valuable career choice. We've delivered the Social Care Making a Difference promotional campaign, and that showcases the value and the diversity of social care.
Number 4.
Minister.
I thank the member for her question. I've asked my officials to identify the key lessons from the new maternity hospital and ensure these are applied ahead of signing any contract for the new children's hospital at the Royal Victoria. My officials are working closely with all parties involved in the delivery of the new children's hospital. That includes the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust, the design team and the contractor. And we want them to consider a range of improvements to the management of this construction project, which the member and I think, agree is absolutely crucial. At a minimum, what I'm looking for is the use of an NEC form. That's a new engineering contract form of construction contract, which contains contractual requirements demanding timely decision-making with collaborative agreed outcomes. I also want the appointment of a new Director of Strategic Development within the Trust, with a role to carry out the role of senior responsible owner for the Children's Hospital. Much of the workload will be attributable to the project. The incorporation of learning from the maternity hospital and other learning from recent major schemes in the NHS and indeed in Dublin into the design and commissioning arrangements for the children's project will be essential. And this has included the definition of more detailed criteria for the water safety standards. We'll also see the engagement of independent subject matter experts for all the critical systems. That includes high voltage and low voltage electricity, water, fire, medical gas and ventilation. And the introduction of building information management and a contract management software system with common data environment for use by all parties will improve project collaboration and coordination. And finally, the introduction of a new change control protocol for the Children's Hospital project should be reassuring.
Mrs. Dodds.
Thank you, and I want to say thank you to the Minister. I absolutely agree with him that the new Children's Hospital is an imperative for us here in Northern Ireland. I spent many years of my life in the old Children's Hospital, and the conditions there have not improved significantly since that time. In a reply to a question that I had written to him earlier, I received a reply just this morning to say that consultancy fees for the Children's Hospital is in the region of £25 million so far. Could the Minister explain what this amount of money was spent on and how we might prevent excessive, if that isn't excessive, amounts of money on this element of the bill?
Well, I thank the member for her supplementary question, and I acknowledge, of course, the time that she spent in previous years in the maternity hospital. I'm not going to endorse the thought of these fees being excessive, because I think to reach that conclusion we need to break them down and analyse them line by line, and that is something that I have asked be done, because like her I find the amount is surprising, if I use that phrase. Surprisingly high, but these are major works which have gone over a long period of time, and I've said in the House before, I don't think it's just construction of new build within health and social care that should be an issue for this House and for the Executive. You know, you think of things like the additional costs of Ulster University's development in North Belfast, you think of Casement Park. I have come to the conclusion that we are certainly not top of the class or best in class when it comes to major infrastructure works. And this is, I think, part of a bigger problem that does need to be analysed, it needs to be looked at, because these figures, on the face of it, are surprisingly high. And I think it is incumbent upon me, as the Minister for Health, to try and look and see if it can be fully justified, or whether there are areas where there are learnings where we can say, you know, really we shouldn't have run up such a big bill.
Donny Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Minister for his answers so far. These projects are associated with spiralling costs and ever-increasing delivery timelines. Can I ask the Minister what he's doing to ensure that future projects are delivered on budget and on time?
I thank the member for his question, and I agree with the sentiment of it, although I caveat that by saying there are things that are beyond our control. You know, the rise in building costs, the rise in building materials has been much higher than I think any economist, any politician, any Chancellor of the Exchequer could have predicted over the last number of years. That said, I think we have to think again, because there are so many examples, as I've just said previously, not just in health provision, where the costs and the timelines are exceeded in quite stark manner. I think it was the Audit Office who recommended that we have a sort of executive-wide body that looked at all these major projects. I think that is the right way to go, and I had previously written to the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister in those terms. I think it is an issue that, to my mind, is unresolved, because I don't know whether that is going to be the outcome or whether there's even a better outcome being proposed by colleagues in the Executive or elsewhere. But how can anybody who has listened to the history of these major projects over recent years have any confidence that the next project will not run over in time and in cost? I thank the member. I want to assure the member work on the proposed changes to the legislation is a key focus for my department, And I'm committed to ensuring that the work is completed without undue delay, and I believe the member may well come back to me and say there has already been undue delay, and I think he can make that argument, which I'm more than happy to listen to. But I would say, in defence of the department, it's a complex area. It's not the case that in GB all universal credit recipients are automatically eligible for help with their health costs. So that needs to be looked at, and that's part of the delay. But I'm pleased to tell the member I'm announcing the public consultation on the proposed eligibility criteria for passporting UC recipients has launched as of today. And this consultation will run for 6 weeks, with the associated legislative process commencing thereafter. It's intended the legislative process will be completed by this summer, and my aim is to ensure that those most in need automatically receive help to access these very important health services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for this important update? And Minister, will you commit to assessing whether the length of time it's taken to get to this juncture can be justified? I don't feel that it can. And indeed, can you outline what engagement your department has had with the Department for Communities around streamlining the application process for those who will not be captured by any legislative change?
Well, I thank the member. I think there are three things now that the member is bringing up. First of all, let's make it happen. And to my mind, that is the single most important thing, that we look after these vulnerable people and make sure they get the help and the resource and the funding support that they need. Secondly, I've taken it in reverse order. Yes, there's been ongoing consultation between officials from my department and the Department of Communities. And I think the two departments work well together. And actually, I evidence what has been happening since last week's storm as evidence of good cooperation from ministerial level down between myself and the Minister in the Department for Communities, because a lot of the vulnerabilities, just to diverge for a moment, are not with people in hospitals or care homes, it's the vulnerable in the community. But then the third point that the member raises is, will I investigate whether there's been an undue delay? I give the member an assurance I will do that, but let's get the thing fixed first.
Minister, leaving aside the obvious fact that nobody should be forced to pay for healthcare, can you confirm why exemptions don't automatically apply when people sign on to universal credit or other benefits? And can you confirm why people have to annually apply for the HC1 form? Because I fear that too many people are falling through the cracks.
Sir. I will confirm that this to the member in writing, but it's my belief that these are regulations coming out of the UK government and are UK-wide.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ministers. I'm delighted to hear that the consultation has been launched, and the quicker we can get this sorted, the better. I'm just wondering what engagement you've had with DWP in terms of who are those that are excluded in GB, and whether it'll be a direct copy and paste, basically.
Yes, I maybe should have made clear by now that my officials aren't just liaising with the Department of Communities here in Northern Ireland, but also the Department of Work and Pensions in London. This is, as I said, a complex area, and it is our intention to get the best possible fit for people here in Northern Ireland, and that involves knowing exactly what DWP are doing, including the restrictions they put, because, as I say, not everybody automatically passports from universal credit to get this help. So we want to get the best of both worlds.
William Irwin.
Speaker, question number 6.
Minister. Yes, I thank the member. I recognise, like elsewhere in the United Kingdom, our health and social care system as a whole is under sustained and significant pressure. Too many people wait too long to access urgent and emergency care. This falls short of the service that we all strive to provide. So my department recognises the risk of possible harm to patients who experience long waiting times in an emergency department. Some patients will present with a range of issues where alcohol may have been a factor, for example with a fracture or a head injury due to a fall, or they may present with symptoms of liver disease. Hospital attendances are coded to reflect the primary reason for a patient attending the emergency department, but this won't necessarily reflect the fact that alcohol was a contributory factor. Therefore, it is not possible to provide a reliable assessment of the impact of excessive alcohol consumption on visits to emergency facilities over Christmas and the New Year. We do know our EDs faced increased pressures over the festive period. That's why my department asked the trusts and the ambulance service to develop improved plans to maximise capacity and improve flow through our hospitals, all part of the winter preparedness arrangements. Trust plan also to include the development of pathways that provide direct access for ambulance services to services as an alternative to conveyance to ED departments, which will reduce pressures on emergency departments. And Mr. Speaker, if I may so bold, maybe I could ask the member himself a question. Does he support me in my drive to try and get the Executive to agree to introduce minimum unit pricing for alcohol? This has proven to decrease demand on the NHS in Scotland.
Mr. Éowyn. Thank you, and thank the Minister for his response. I mean, I don't take alcohol myself, so I had a constituent approach me about Craigavon Area Hospital, where he's seen firsthand the issue of excess alcohol and the dangers it creates to some of the staff. Does the Minister not accept that this is an issue and needs to be dealt with? Sir.
Well, I thank the member for his follow-up question. Before I became Minister, in fact, we're talking maybe 3-4 years ago, I was made aware that Monday nights are the nights when EDs are under the most pressure. And so as a constituency MLA, I asked to spend the night observing a night shift in the ED at the Ulster Hospital. And I brought up the question of people coming in with excessive drink and that being a problem and a pressure. And the nurses were very clear about this. They said, absolutely not, because we've been dealing with this for years and for decades. It's not a new issue. It's one we're well used to dealing with. The big problem, by the way, they said, was mental health patients, because in the old ED at the Ulster Hospital, there was only one side room for mental health patients. So when the second one presented, there was nowhere to put them. But they said, you miss a guy had come in around midnight, maybe a bit after midnight, by ambulance, and he was drunk. He had a lot of alcohol on board. They found him a chair, and at around 2 o'clock in the morning, the chair was empty. And I said, well, you know, have you dealt with this patient? And they went, oh, no, he's disappeared. And then at about 3:30, a second ambulance brought the same patient back. And what had happened in the meantime? He'd got a taxi home to get a drink. These are the issues that ED staff have to deal with.
John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, on the subject of winter preparedness referenced by the Minister, can I ask the Minister if health workers on the ground and professional bodies such as RCN, BMA and the Royal College of Emergency Medicine will be consulted in future when the Minister starts work on his so-called blank page for winter pressures?
I'm very happy to confirm that they will be. And I think, to be fair to departmental officials, they were very professional in their approach when they started last March to plan for this winter. However, looking at the plans, it is clear to me that some of these organisations were represented directly at the table, some were represented second-hand by a broader organisational group, and some perhaps weren't even at the table at all. So my view is that we get every single stakeholder around the table for the initial meeting, where the page is blank. Now, I have some ideas, but then if I start saying that, I'm filling the page in before they get to do their input. So let's start with a blank page. It may be that when we fill it in, a lot of the stuff we already know is bound to go in there. But let's try and be imaginative, and above all, let's include everybody right from the get-go. And that clearly didn't happen this time, which is not a criticism of the department, but it's a critique of what happened last time and how we might improve it this time.
All Chambers.
Question.
Minister.
For a number of years, the department is working collaboratively with the trusts and other stakeholders in an effort to stabilise that social workforce. It's been a key focus of both my predecessor and of myself. In early 2023, there were over 200 social workers employed by recruitment agencies. They were delivering HSC services. The majority of these agency social workers were located in children's services, and that's a sector which was also experiencing high levels of vacancies. So the department, in collaboration with the trusts, took the decision to end agency usage for HSC social workers by the end of June of 2023. 160 former recruitment agency social workers were then recruited into HSC posts. I repeat, 160. Since September of 2023 to the present day, the 5 trusts have confirmed to the Department that there were no recruitment agency social workers employed in HSC services. I'm pleased to report between July and October of 2023, 204 newly qualified social workers were appointed to vacant posts. The majority were in services relating to children and to families. This exercise was repeated in the summer of 2024. Again, I'm glad to report a further 221 newly qualified social workers successfully completed their social work training and have taken up permanent employment in the Trust. The net effect by the Department, stakeholders and HSE Trusts working together over the past 2 years has been the Trust's complete cessation of agency social work usage, the direct recruitment of 160 former agency social workers into HSC contracts, and the recruitment of almost 430 newly qualified social workers into HSC vacancies.
We've no time for your supplementary, Mr. Chambers. We'll move to topical questions and Colin McGrath.
I wish to discuss our ambulance service, which is staffed by a band of dedicated and skilled personnel who are lifesavers in our community. Would the Minister agree that it was deplorable that at one point over the Christmas period, 41 of 49 available ambulances across Northern Ireland were outside a hospital emergency department, with some waiting up to 9 hours before they were able to pass on their patient?
Mr.
I thank the member for his point. I think it is entirely regrettable that this is one of the symptoms of the blockage in the flow through our acute hospitals, and it is something I am determined to try and address. The answer isn't simply in more staff or more ambulances. The answer is not just in bigger EDs with more staff in ED. It's not about more beds in acute hospitals. It's about the whole flow, and as the member knows, the biggest obstacle this winter has been lack of community care, whether that be care homes or domiciliary packages. So we have to work hard on that. But I would say to the member, like nurses, like doctors in EDs, like allied health professionals in EDs, ambulance crews did not sign up to sit with often an elderly patient in their vehicle outside an emergency department, potentially overnight. But things are being done to try and improve the service. The member will be aware of the Regional Control Centre at Knockbracken. I visited it a few weeks ago for their daily 12 o'clock call, where they try and coordinate between the trusts. And there's collaboration building, and what they need, what the trusts need, is trust within each other, because you don't want one trust saying, well, we will take some of your patients and take some of the load off you, unless they can be absolutely confident that that other trust isn't simply saying, well, we don't need to try any harder because we can just rely on our colleagues across the trust borderline. So it's quite stark to sit and look at the screens in that regional control centre. Ambulance waiting 12, 14, 16 hours. And often the patient is in their 70s, 80s, or even their 90s.
Mr. McGrath.
Politely, Minister, that's not good enough, because the majority of what you said there was a regurgitation of the problem, and the identified issue that you're saying is the flow. And I think the issue of flow is going to take a considerable amount of time to resolve, but we need to sort out the problem with ambulance handovers now, because otherwise we're going to deprive people in our communities of a 999 call. There's going to be no ambulance for them, which would be totally unacceptable. What can we do now to fix the problem of ambulance handovers?
Minister.
Well, with respect, Mr. Speaker, that comment from the member is entirely inconsistent. Because on the one hand, he's saying this is a long-term problem that needs a long-term solution, and on the other hand, he's thumping the desk and saying do something now. Does the member really think if there was a lever I could pull that would help, even in a minor way, today and tomorrow, that I wouldn't pull it? Does he really think that anybody is sitting back and saying there is a partial solution today and tomorrow that will make a partial positive difference, and we're not doing it? Well, if the member does think that, come and see me after this and tell me what it is.
John Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Previously, the Minister joined me in a very useful and informative visit to a GP practice in Carrickfergus. During the visit, the Minister indicated that the East Antrim GP Federation was likely going to be included in the next tranche of MDT rollout. Is the Minister hopeful that the funding will shortly be made available to allow that rollout to continue?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member. Yes, I very much enjoyed my visit to that practice in East Antrim with the member. You know, sometimes you walk into a health or social care facility and you're immediately hit with a positive energy and a good feel, and that was certainly the case that day. Multidisciplinary teams are currently in 7 of our 17 GP federations. I would absolutely, if I could click my fingers or if I had a magic wand, it'd be in all 17 by close of business today. Unfortunately, that is not the case. So East Antrim is certainly far from in the worst position of the remaining GP federations, in that it is 3rd on our list for a rollout. But that rollout is dependent on securing funding from the Transformation Fund. The Transformation Fund has not yet come to any of its conclusions. The Interim Board has done the first sift, and I'm glad to say that our bid for money for multidisciplinary teams is through round 1 into round 2. I can only hope that we will come through successfully at the conclusion of their deliberations, and that will happen as quickly as possible.
Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for that quite reassuring update. Minister, how transformative do you believe the rollout will be in areas such as East Antrim, which are experiencing high levels of ongoing health need? And do you hope that by placing more staff in primary care settings, it will ultimately lessen the pressures on secondary care?
Thank the member. To take the second part first, yes, my view is that we must shift left, as I've said, into primary and community care. We must talk about prevention and early intervention rather than waiting people to become acutely ill and ending up in our major hospitals. I think of all the reforms that have happened since Bengoa, when we talk about elective overnight stay centres, day procedure centres, mega clinics, rapid diagnostic centres. These are all in secondary care. Multidisciplinary teams, which of course are in primary care, are probably the most successful example of transformation. And to give the member some statistics, multidisciplinary teams have seen over 751,000 patients offering physiotherapy, social work, mental health and the rest. That's across 116 GP surgeries. 171,000 people have access for full multidisciplinary team services, and 300,000 additional consultations have taken place because of multidisciplinary teams. So my concern is this: in some areas you have access to a full MDT team, in some areas it's a partial one, and some areas not at all. And in terms of trying to deliver health equity, that is an issue, and it's one that can only be addressed through additional funding such as that coming out of that Transformation Fund.
Question 3 is withdrawn. I call Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister what impact will the proposed increase in national insurance contributions have on our community pharmacies in Northern Ireland?
I thank the member for his question, and that is certainly an issue that exercises me, as I'm sure it does exercise community pharmacists, because I am not sure that I have any confidence that the government in London is going to step up to the mark and provide any help. So we have, for direct employees of health and social care, I think we will get assistance in terms of that additional demand for national insurance. But in terms of like GP surgeries, community pharmacies, hospices, I have absolutely no confidence that that is coming. And the cost is going to be in the tens of millions of pounds. So this is another very unwelcome and additional pressure on major and extremely important areas of HSC delivery.
Donnelly.
Thanks to the Minister for that answer, and certainly I would agree with that. Given that community pharmacies were a key pillar in his winter preparedness plan of last year and likely to be so again this year, can I ask what engagements he's had with the UK Health Secretary on this topic, and what is he doing to support this key sector?
Well, what I've done is I've written actually to Wes Streeting, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care in London. I've also engaged with our own Finance Minister, Kiva Archibald, to make her aware of the issues, and I know she's making representations to Treasury. But the member may agree with me that the relatively new government in London has done some surprising things since taking power on the 4th of July. And when I say surprising things, I mean not in a good way. And certainly this rise in national insurance contributions and who it's being targeted at certainly is not going to help in healthcare delivery in the short to medium term. And as the member says, community pharmacies have a really important part to play in my desire to shift left, because along with GP surgeries, they provide so many vital services, and increasingly more, such as the sore throat initiative over this winter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister if he can give us his assessment of the announcement that the Northern Trust is to go out to public consultation on the proposal for the use of body cams for staff?
Well, I think in recent weeks and months, a member will agree with me that we're hearing some very disturbing stories about activities within the curtilage, particularly of emergency departments, threats to staff being high on that list, drug abuse, drug use and abuse being another issue. So as I say, you know, nurses and doctors and EDs are well used to people coming in with alcohol issues, but some of these developments I think are worthy of being defined as developments. So personally, I support a consultation. I would like to know what the public thinks, and I would like to think the public will back what we always recognise is their support for healthcare workers.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for that answer and recognise, of course, the seriousness of safety of staff, and that must be a priority. But can I ask the Minister if he's aware of any work being done currently, during and maybe even before the consultation commenced, to minimise risk for staff, and that work being done with other agencies would be brought into that reply as well?
I thank the member for the question. Yes, I believe that the trusts are giving active consideration to that, obviously working with the PSNI. Another issue that I think will lend itself to the use of body-worn video is the introduction, which is forthcoming, as a member will know, of the Right Care, Right Person policy by the Police Service of Northern Ireland, which is particular in terms of how the police react to people who've got mental health issues. I have no particular fundamental objection to the policy. My concern, as the Chief Constable and others know, is that we roll it out in a way where we don't create a hiatus, that we don't do it so quickly that the police stop and the health service isn't ready to pick up that gap. So yes, I think we're working with the police in terms of thinking of body-worn video. As former members of the policing board, we know the impact of body-worn video in terms of the police's ability to do their job and bring those who are wrongdoers to the right place.
Carl. Minister, in a question to your predecessor, I asked about hospitalisation due to damp and mould issues. I was told that the department doesn't keep these figures. Minister, any plans to review that policy?
I don't. If the member wants to write to me, I'll certainly give it due consideration.
Thank you, Minister, for that. I will write them on that. And would you accept that the issue of damp and mould is a public health issue and something that requires urgent action from your department, but also legislation around the issue of landlords and other housing issues, which are often left untackled?
I agree, it's a public health issue. I have, as a constituency MLA, visited houses which have damp and mould and very, very young children in them. So yeah, of course, but in terms of legislating, I don't think it falls primarily to the Department of Health. But certainly on a personal level and a party level, we would be supportive of the sort of legislation the member suggests.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, can I ask for an update on the UK tobacco and vapes bill?
Sure. Yes, I'm very much supportive of the UK tobacco and vapes bill, and I thank the member for his question. And smoking, as he will know, is the #1 preventable cause of death, disability and ill health in the UK. Here in Northern Ireland, it kills 2,000 people every year. So the Assembly agreed to Northern Ireland's inclusion in the previous tobacco and vapes bill under the previous government. That fell with the election back in July. I hope members will continue their support for the new bill, which is largely the same but with a few extra protections. And I am hopeful that a legislative consent motion will be laid before the Assembly in a fortnight's time. Subject to necessary approvals, the Department will focus in the immediate term in the introduction of this legislation, including bringing forward regulations under the powers in the bill. I will then identify the remaining challenges, which will be the focus of a new tobacco control strategy for Northern Ireland.
That draws to a conclusion. Questions to the Minister for Health. If members would take their ease, and we'll move back to the previous debate.
Hello, we're coming back to the motion on emergency food parcels for children, and our next speaker is Claire Ferguson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Poverty does not just take away material things. Poverty forces people to make impossible choices, choosing between paying housing costs, heating and utility bills, or putting food on the table at home. Poverty chips away at the belief that tomorrow could be better than today. It steals opportunities, potential and dreams. 1 in 5 children here are living in poverty. We have a duty to realise for them all real hope for the future. As the audit report back in March on child poverty stated, there has been little sustained reduction in almost a decade now. I want to thank colleagues for today's motion and for the focus it rightly gives to people needing and deserving of a much fairer social security system. To end poverty, hunger and food insecurity, we must tackle the root causes of poverty. Rising costs, including for food and essentials, unjustifiable practices, including skimpflation by our big corporations, housing and childcare prices, alongside a low-wage economy, combined with an inadequate British social security system that has placed a real income squeeze on thousands of people, workers and families. It's no surprise that Trussell Trust has reported the usage of emergency food parcels for children has increased by 90% over the last 5 years. And even within my own constituency, in meeting both Karen and Bethany at the Foyle Food Foundation, they alerted us also to the fact that over the same period from last year, April to September, there has been an 8% increase. Even just over the last year, the Foyle network supported over 9,000 adults and over 4,000 children. If inadequate social security cannot supplement income, then with pressures unsurprisingly felt, most will be those living with a disability, carers, parents and children. And we're aware of the National Parents Survey that found that 2/5 of respondents, parents, were rationing their food. 35% were struggling financially, and almost 1 in 5 were getting themselves into debt and skipping meals. We cannot overstate the impact of poverty on children, of hunger and hardship on our children, of having to skip school, miss out on extracurriculum activities, or carry the weight of worry on their shoulders. Together with so many organisations today, I want to be clear that inaction denies thousands of children that chance. We have a duty to end child poverty, the reliance of food banks, and for current and future generations. On that note, let's look at the barriers which need to be broken. We must tackle existing income inequality and target resources to those most in need. As in the programme for government, we must ensure children, young people and those on low incomes are at the forefront of everything we do across every department. We need to agree a plan for the effective implementation of the Children's Services Cooperation Act 2015. We must push for an essential guarantee to protect people from going without essentials. We must mitigate against the cruel two-child limit and strengthen existing welfare mitigations. We need to increase awareness of discretionary support and lobby for an increase to local housing allowance levels. We must publish and implement the anti-poverty strategy with clear direction, monitoring and with time-bound targets. This is all about providing a social safety net that helps people bounce back from setbacks. This motion presents an opportunity to get it right this time. I just would like to conclude just by thanking the incredible range of organisations, including the Foyle Network Foundation, Trussell Trust, Child Poverty Action, Child Poverty Alliance, Save the Children, Action for Children, and likewise the Church's Voluntary Trust, who I myself worked personally for 15 years delivering food parcels to families, and the wide range of community and voluntary groups, organisations and individuals who give of their time, commitment, compassion and energy to bring smiles to children and give families so much hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Ciara. I call Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I just want to start by thanking my colleague Sean Mulholland for bringing this motion and for the humanity with which she delivered her speech, and also to pay tribute to the sector, who actually have done so much to educate us on how we talk about these issues as politicians. I don't think the work that they do to support people, but also around policy, can be underestimated. I want to focus my remarks on my constituency, which I share with my colleague Paula Bradshaw of South Belfast. And on the outset, people think of South Belfast as a prosperous area with big houses on the Malone Road and restaurants and shops, but this image often belies the truth of many. And the South Belfast Food Bank has been a crucial lifeline for families and individuals during times of food insecurity since its establishment in 2014. With all the good work that it does, the demand for its services has been rising drastically in recent years, reflecting a broader worrying trend across Northern Ireland. In 2023, the South Belfast Food Bank received 2,946 referrals for food assistance. In 2024, that number surged by 17%, reaching 3,460 referrals. This dramatic increase highlights the ever-growing number of people in South Belfast who find them struggling to cover the basics of food, heating and essential costs of living. And this trend, as speakers have highlighted today, is affecting communities right across Northern Ireland. But one of the most troubling aspects of these figures is the severe impact that it is having on children. And I'd like to make the point about how it's also having an impact on children seeking asylum. Figures from both the Trussell Trust and Joseph Rowntree Foundation show that child poverty in Northern Ireland is at an alarmingly high level, with the number of emergency food parcels provided to children increasing by 90% over the last 5 years, a figure that is truly devastating. Even worse, figures from the Trussell Trust cannot explain the scale of food bank use across Northern Ireland, as these figures only reflect the food banks within the Trussell community network, and not the dozens of independent food aid providers and community groups also providing emergency food to people in our community, such as the Salvation Army, St Vincent de Paul, Social Supermarket, which was recently established by Forward South, and many others. Yes?
Thank the member for giving me, Principal Deputy Speaker. And just to add to the comment that she's making about that range of organisations that goes beyond the basics of providing food through the Trussell Trust and those others that do, can I commend not only to her but to this House other organisations like the Carrickfergus Baby Bank in the East Antrim constituency, who provide basic needs for families as new children join them and as children are in family groups, and the essential work that they deliver in relation to Baby Bank, items of equipment, food, nappies and cleaning supplies.
The member's an extra minute.
Thank you. And yes, absolutely. I think there's something almost Victorian about how these institutions have become institutionalised. And earlier on in the roundtable that Sean and Kelly had hosted, we met with people, and one woman who works in a childcare setting talked about how mothers are coming in and they don't have nappies for their children, and so they're having to rely on donations of whatever size they can. I mean, what sort of society are we living in where children don't even have nappies? And these organisations, like the South Belfast Food Bank, they didn't come into existence by accident. It was a direct response to the increasing poverty in the local community. City Church Belfast in the Hurleyland area felt compelled to act as its leaders and volunteers were witnessing the ever-changing demography, many newcomer families coming in, who are already facing multiple layers of disadvantage and marginalisation. And there was also the emergence of the hostels and housing people battling drug addiction. Those have been recently released from prisons or who live with major multiple underlying health conditions that prevent them from working. And they saw that there was a real need to support people who were in dire need. Since then, the South Belfast Food Bank has become an essential service, meeting the immediate needs of thousands of families each year. However, it's clear that while food banks play a vital role in addressing the crisis, the increased demand places on them a deeper systemic issue, which I've already discussed. And Bruce Gardner-Crehan, the coordinator of the South Belfast Food Bank, puts it so well. He says, "We shouldn't have to exist, but with increasing rents, the cost of utilities continuing to rise, people often have no choice but to rely on food banks." And the problem is not just related to food, it's people needing support in other ways, fuel assistance, electricities. It's become a cliche, but families having to decide about feeding their children or keeping their homes warm, it's outrageous in this day and age, and it's a decision that has become a matter of survival. We need anti-poverty strategy, as others have said, and we need it fully funded and implementation expedited. And the final point is, the people of South Belfast, especially our children, deserve more than having to rely on emergency food parcels. They deserve a society where everyone has the resources and opportunities to live a healthy and a fulfilling life without the worry of where and when their next meal will come. And until this is achieved, food banks will continue to fill a gap they were never meant to address. And that is a truth none of us should be willing to accept or to settle for. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I call Danny Baker.
And before I start, I'd like to thank the members for bringing forward this very important motion today. Many families and children and young people are currently being impacted by the increasing cost of living. Raising food, energy and transport costs are having a profoundly negative impact on many. As a result of these pressures, families with children and young people have had to cut back on the essentials. The attainment gap between children and young people growing up in poverty and their peers starts early and lasts throughout their school years. Early intervention and preventative action is needed urgently to help tackle child poverty. Every effort should be made to reduce the cost of sending children and young people to school and to remove the barriers faced by children and young people living in poverty. The facts on the ground do not lie. In recent years, there has been a substantial increase in the number of parcels distributed by food banks, representing a record level of need. Families and children are overrepresented in those who turn to food banks. It is also the case that the demand for emergency food for children and young people increases during school holidays due to extra financial pressures. In April 2023, as a result of budget cuts, funding for the school holiday food grant scheme ended. The Trussell Trust reported that it gave 49% more food parcels to families in July and August of that year. The provision of free school meals enables many children to access a nutritious meal, and in some cases is their main meal of the day. That brings with it a range of both physical and mental health benefits, as well as educational benefits for children being in the best position to learn. I have submitted a private member's bill which aims to directly support children and young people entitled to free school meals and their families throughout the school holidays. And as the member alluded to earlier, Mr Durkin, was about what can we do, and I hope that everyone can support that when it comes forward. And there is much work that we must do ahead. A number of important steps must be taken. Ultimately, legislation is needed to make that long-term commitment so that children who need free school meals and their families are supported to ensure they get the nutrition they need to help fulfil their potential. Tackling poverty, social inclusion and patterns of deprivation based on objective need is woven into the Good Friday Agreement. The Executive needs to work together across all departments to this requirement, as this requirement was outlined in that agreement. I look forward to the day when food banks and emergency food parcels are a thing of the past and that we collectively end holiday hunger.
Thank you, Johnny. I call Timothy Gostin.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Having been blessed with 3 young boys, I know all too well the increasing costs of rearing a family in this day and age. Not only are nappies expensive, but the cost of buying fresh food to ensure your children have the best start is also steadily on the rise. Like all other members in this House, I agree it would be better if this service wasn't required, but sadly for many, a food bank has become a critical service that provides many people a lifeline for themselves and their families when they find themselves in difficulty. Charity will always have a role to play in every society. Christ himself reminded his disciples, "You have the power always with you." And while government can and should ease the problem of poverty, we will never be able to legislate it out of existence. There is nothing shameful about using a food bank or having one. There is a danger in criticising the need for food banks that members create a stigma which need not be there. Food banks are testament to the community spirit to help our neighbours and should be praised as such, rather than being seen as a government or social failure to support those who use them. Prior to Christmas, I made a member's statement in this House with the aim to highlight the vital service food banks provide, to call for those who have been blessed beyond their needs to donate where possible, and also to praise the work of the many volunteers to ensure the food banks are able to meet people at their point of need. Northampton has 2 main Trussell Trust food banks servicing the Northampton area, with further satellite stations working out of churches throughout the constituency. All of the main food banks, whilst having a staff member employed to oversee compliance and distribution, rely heavily on volunteers. I have worked closely with the Ballymena Food Bank based at Green Pastures, and have seen the heart this team have to go above and beyond to help people, which is testament to their Christian faith. Before today's debate, I asked them if they had a message they would like me to convey to members, what would it be? They highlighted the fact that pressure on food banks is increasing, and that working families, and in particular working single-parent households who have no government benefits, are increasingly struggling with household bills. Tellingly, they report that parents struggle to feed their children during school holidays, with a marked increase of families attending the food bank during the summer and half-term breaks. As the cost of living increases, people no longer have a rainy day fund, and as such, when they are faced with an exceptional bill, such as a boiler breakdown, they have no choice but to attend the food bank to feed themselves and their children until their next payday. Members, there are many things this executive can collectively do to help families with young children, such as assistance with childcare and a cap on school uniform costs, but the area we never hear much talk about is the steady increase in rates and the burden and stress this puts on families. All of these ideas are great, but the money has to come from somewhere to fund them. When approaching rates, we need to be aware of the extra pressures the increases will place on families already struggling. One of my many frustrations in local government was the attitude of some councillors when setting the rate and they were using the ratepayer as a cash cow, rather than funding a service to reflect the needs of those that they serve. Take Mid and East Antrim, for example. In 23-24, a ratepayer with a house of capital value of £150,000 was billed £1,451. In 24-25, the same ratepayer is paying £1,551 to pay for the same services. We're all very well at contributing to debates like this, but when it comes to making decisions to protect our people, when striking rates, etc., there's much less enthusiasm to cut our cloth accordingly.
Thank you, Timothy. I call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, the highest rate of child poverty in the north is in my own constituency of West Belfast, where disgracefully almost 1 in 3 children are living in poverty. And child poverty exists because poverty exists, and poverty exists because capitalism exists, and capitalism will never provide the jobs or resources that all of us need to live and feed our families. Poverty, Deputy Speaker, isn't just the unfair, cruel and result thought it was an intervention, no problem. Poverty isn't just the unfair, cruel end result of capitalism. It's also a public health emergency that hits children the hardest. Locally, the rate of children growing up in relative poverty, Deputy Speaker, grew from 18% in 2021 to 24% in 2023, clearly going in the wrong direction. And we're all familiar with these child poverty statistics, but there's one clear conclusion. Rising rates of child poverty are a sure sign of a state in rapid decline. A Stormont executive that has accepted child poverty as unfortunate but effectively inevitable. And the de facto government response to widespread poverty has been to outsource responsibility for caring for people to food banks. Those who run and volunteer in our food banks provide practical and emotional support to thousands of families each year. And in the words of Adele Diamond, the manager of South West Food Bank in my own constituency, she stated, "It is clear to us that the system is broken, while we strive to help others and help them to maintain their dignity as much as we possibly can. The system continually works against us." No truer words spoken. Most of the people who work and volunteer for our food banks don't want to be in the business. They recognise that reliance on food banks to meet people's immediate and basic needs is totally unsustainable. It's nothing more than a stick and plaster, and it's no substitute for a long-term serious plan to end poverty for good. And while we're waiting for that long-term plan, Deputy Speaker, our social security system is constantly feeling the needs of families across the north. According to the Child Poverty Action Group, 75% of children in poverty have at least one parent working in at least one job. This busts a popular myth that the work is a guaranteed way out of poverty. The state is essentially subsidising our low-wage economy. This is how employers get away with paying people a pittance. And we can't talk about our broken social security system without mentioning the two-child limit. 16% of children in West Belfast are impacted by the two-child limit, and that's 16% of children who lose out on essential benefits just because they happen to be born into a larger family. Families affected lose out on average £3,200 a year per child. Robbery passed off as something else. Capping a child's entitlement to social security is absolutely inhumane. We don't limit a child's access to healthcare or education based on the size of the family they're born into, so why do we do it for social security? The two-child limit is a perfect example of warped austerity logic, introduced by the Tories as part of their war against the poor and upheld by a cowardly New Labour government. It's a political choice, Deputy Speaker, and the Stormont Executive is choosing not to mitigate austerity choices is also a political choice. And a reminder that the executive parties here voted for welfare reform in a grubby deal to cut taxes for corporations. Don't forget about that. Executive parties cut also the school holiday food grant and are refusing to roll out universal free school meals despite huge public demand and need. So let's judge them by their actions, and this Minister by his actions too, rather than words in the chamber today. As the previous Deputy Speaker said, the Executive is being taken to court once again over its failure to follow through on its promise to adopt an anti-poverty strategy after nearly 20 years. What's going on? And I have no doubt that the Minister will tell us he plans to present a paper to the Executive in the coming weeks. How many children, Minister, will sit in freezing cold homes in the coming weeks? How many children will go to bed hungry in the coming weeks while you and your department refuse to act? Rather than challenging income inequality and taxing the wealthy, those in power tell us we need to abide by fiscal rules set up by London that see endless brutal cuts to public services. Meanwhile, the wealth of the world's billionaires grew by 5.7 billion per day last year. Why should this money continue to lie in the pockets of the wealthy while hundreds of thousands of children across the north go without food in their stomach or a roof over their head? Despite what executive parties hell-bent on implementing austerity may tell us, child poverty is not inevitable. Time to make it history.
Thank you, Jerry. Our next speaker will be the Minister for Communities, Mr Gordon Lyons, to respond to debate and ministry of up to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by thanking the member for North Antrim, Sean Mulholland, for using this opportunity today with the motion to highlight the importance of this issue. I have to say I do believe that it is a shame on our society that so many people are in the position of being forced to use food parcels. I want to say very clearly that I'm determined to do all that I can and all that is in my gift to help those who are in need and to reduce the necessity for such help. We have seen, as has already been said today, a 90% increase in usage over the last 5 years. And although since last year there has been a 13% decrease in the numbers that are needing to avail of this, it is still very concerning. And of course this is about the wider issue of child poverty. And parents, grandparents and guardians have to present for different reasons. Sometimes that's because of benefit delays, benefit changes, income not covering basic costs, changes in circumstances or family breakdown. People are, for different reasons, having to avail of these services, and oftentimes there is, unfortunately, a shame and an embarrassment and perhaps even a stigma that comes with this. Having spoken to a number of people who use food banks, I have heard things said such as, "I never thought that I would need to use a food bank." These are people who are in employment, have jobs, but because of their particular circumstances have had to use a food bank. They even talk about the public entrances to some of these buildings and the shame that they feel and the shame that they think others will think of them also because they have to use these. So today I want to outline my commitment to tackling this issue, and I don't think that any member of this House that is doing their job properly will not see for themselves every single week the impact that child poverty has. I see it every week, and it is a scourge, not only because of the immediate impacts that it has on our society, but because of the long-term consequences we know that it can result in. Poorer outcomes in terms of education, in terms of the health and well-being of our people, and these are generational. So, firstly, today I want to thank all of those who work in this sector and do so much to help those in need. Not only to help those who need support by providing the essentials, but often by being a listening ear as well, by talking to them, by signposting them to other help. And I know that this has an impact on those that serve in this way as well, and so we should thank them for what they have done. Secondly, I want to highlight my commitment to the anti-poverty strategy and its delivery. The Executive's anti-poverty strategy, which is currently in the final stages of development, will be a key component in tackling poverty. And my officials are currently engaging with their colleagues in all other departments through a cross-departmental working group so that we can develop an action plan to underpin our anti-poverty strategy. And this House will know I have asked for this work to be prioritised and expedited. I had previously said in this House that it was my intention to get this to the Executive by the end of this year, at the end of this financial year. But I can let the House know today that this will be with the Executive in February time, within a matter of weeks. The important thing is that the anti-poverty strategy is credible. It must be deliverable. It must make a tangible difference in people's lives. And most importantly, it must recognise how we can get people out of poverty, and I believe that work is absolutely essential to that. Now, following my initial letter to colleagues in the autumn of 2024, I wrote again in December, seeking department strategic inputs to the draft strategy, including policies and actions which will contribute to the delivery of the three key pillars. The majority of the departmental inputs were received over the first weeks in January, and officials are incorporating these into a revised draft for my consideration. Worryingly, the most recent statistics published by my department show a significant increase in the number of children and working-age adults living in poverty in 22-23. Dealing with poverty means not only dealing with low incomes. Ensuring that there are high-skilled and meaningful jobs available for everyone will be key to dealing with the issue of poverty in a sustainable manner. It will also involve us tackling issues such as educational attainment gaps and health inequalities. And while we address these issues, it's also essential that we ensure our society and economy provides opportunities for the future. Much work has been progressed to date on which we can build and take forward. However, it's also important that we learn from what has gone before, and it is in this context that I welcome the PAC report on child poverty. And of course, it absolutely will be included as part of the broader anti-poverty strategy. Because child poverty does not exist in a vacuum. It's essential that we acknowledge that tackling child poverty means addressing wider issues of disadvantage in our society. We simply can't lift children out of poverty without also addressing the issues that affect their parents, grandparents, carers, and all the people who support children throughout their life. An anti-poverty strategy which will also address child poverty is likely to have a lifespan of 10 years. Given that this will impact on a generation of our population, we need to make sure it includes the right priorities, the right actions, and the right interventions. Given the many competing priorities we're facing, it's essential that we focus our efforts on the areas that will yield the greatest benefits. We are taking this work forward at pace, and they are currently engaging with their colleagues in all other departments through a cross-departmental working group and working towards developing an action plan to underpin our anti-poverty strategy. The motion proposed today also calls for a progressive social security system that better supports families with children. Responsibility for the majority of the social security system ultimately lies with DWP. And since becoming Minister, I've engaged with the Secretary of State and other DWP ministers to make the case for a progressive social security system that is better designed to meet the needs of children, and I will continue to make this argument. I also recognise that there are steps that we can and must take at a local level. For example, my department recently completed a comprehensive review of the current welfare mitigation schemes, and I took the decision on the 5th of December to announce that all existing welfare mitigations would be extended to March 28. And this extension will provide reassurance for those people in receipt of this support who may have been concerned about their future financial stability. This is real, concrete action, and I'll continue to work alongside my executive colleagues to tackle poverty across our society. And together we will identify and implement effective and sustainable actions that will address the immediate pressures faced by children living in poverty and their families, and through developing an anti-poverty strategy, seek to provide long-term solutions for their futures. I have listened to the voices of concern, but what we need are actions. More than that, they must be the right actions, taken to make a real and sustainable difference to people's lives. And that is my focus. And I did note with interest the comments that the proposer of the motion made in relation to Scotland and the statistics there. I think this is an issue for debate on another day. I would have some disagreements, I think, with the facts that she had provided, because according to the latest official statistics, the percentage of children living in relative poverty in Scotland increased from 23% in 21-22 to 26% in 22-23. She had mentioned in particular the impact that the child payment has had. I don't believe that we have evidence yet that that has been effective. And that's why we need to focus on the right actions and make sure that we take steps that actually do make a difference. But the concerns expressed today illustrate the seriousness with which the Assembly views the issues involved, and I think that we do share a common purpose here today. And I look forward to working with executive colleagues, the members of this Assembly and our partners in wider society in a coordinated and effective way as we move forward and change for the better and for the betterment of the lives of children in Northern Ireland. There were a number of other comments that were raised during the debate that I think are worthy of further discussion. First of all, I think it is important to note that I think that we are on the same page on a number of issues. We have previously discussed the impact that the two-child limit has, how unfair that is, and the real impact that that is having on families. We've talked about the importance of affordable childcare, and I completely agree, and also in terms of the 5-week wait for those on universal credit. I think it's also worth highlighting the fantastic work, once more, that the Trussell Trust and others do. And I do want to give a special mention again to Christians Against Poverty, especially for their work around debt advice and help for those who are experiencing debt. There were a few other comments that were made that I want to address, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I do take issue in particular with one comment that was said by Mr Durkin. Mr Durkin made comments in relation to the winter fuel payment and the timing of that. I believe that he was trying to present this as some sort of great revelation, that the payments would not be made until the end of March of this year. I have been honest and upfront with this House. The statement that I made in November of last year was very, very clear in terms of the timing. I was upfront and I was honest about the timings in relation to that. And I think it's disingenuous for the member to suggest that in some way we have not been able to achieve any targets that we have set. And that is, I will.
The Minister for giving way. The Minister might recall I was actually critical at the time when March was given as an end date for the rollout of these payments that were due to start in December. I think it's fair enough to say that nothing has been done to date, though we have assurances that officials are working at pace. Bear in mind that the £100 payment you assured us was the quickest way to do things. If this is the quickest, I'd hate to see the slowest.
Yeah, well, that's just simply not accurate. I never said that these payments would start in December time. I always said that they'd be made by the end of March. I said they'd be made by the end of March, a stage that we haven't met yet. These payments are all being done together, so I think it's wrong of him to feign surprise that in some way that these payments haven't been made yet when I was always crystal clear with this House. So I think it's very, very important that that is taken on board. I think there's also something else that we need to do as a House, because it's important, and we will see this in the anti-poverty strategy, that we're doing everything that we can to increase people's incomes, to provide more work, to provide more opportunities, to break down barriers into work as well. But we also need to think about people's outgoings as well. And I think that's really, really important, that when we make decisions in this House, that we understand that they will have consequences for people out there. So the decisions that we make around energy, the decisions that we make around cost of living, the decisions that we make sometimes that can make it more difficult to build homes or get essentials. Decisions that we make here have an impact and put pressure on people's budgets. And I think in the past we have not always been aware of that, and it's something that we should keep in mind. So when I bring forward the anti-poverty strategy, it will be very clear. We'll be doing everything that we can to prevent people getting into poverty. We will help people who find themselves there, and importantly, we'll make sure that there's a route for people to escape. I will give way, yes.
He's finalising the strategy. Does he have any indication about what sort of money will be attached to the anti-poverty strategy, an estimate even at this stage?
Ultimately, that will be a decision for the executive to make, but I'm very clear that if we are real about tackling this issue, there needs to be the appropriate money that is attached to that. But this isn't just about the individual actions that we can take. This is about everything that we do in government. We need to make it as easy as possible for people to escape poverty, and to make sure that we're helping those who find themselves in there as well. But it will be the case. I hope that ministers will take this seriously, and that we will allocate the necessary resources to make sure that we can help those who are in need. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for the motion being brought to the House today. I'm determined that we will take action on this issue for the betterment of everyone in Northern Ireland, but in particular those children who are currently suffering. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Maurice Bradley to wind on the amendment, and just advise you march at 5 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Members, I always also rise to highlight the critical issue of child poverty and the growing reliance on energy food provision in Northern Ireland. This is a matter of both moral and social urgency that demands our immediate attention. Recent statistics underscore the stark reality. Child poverty remains alarmingly high, with many families trapped in a cycle of financial insecurity, exacerbated by rising living costs and inadequate welfare support. This financial strain directly impacts children's nutrition, education and overall well-being, perpetuating intergenerational poverty. Add to this the impact on business and employees by the worst UK government on record has exacerbated poverty for the least well-off in society. Emergency food banks have become a lifeline for many. However, the reliance on this support is a symptom of systematic failings. In the last year, a significant percentage of universal credit recipients reported running out of food in the past month, reflecting insufficient benefit levels to meet basic needs. I would add that the last child poverty strategy has failed, and failed miserably. Therefore, there cannot be another rush job. Any new strategy must be time-framed and have a measurable outcome. In other words, let's not have a strategy for the sake of a strategy and then forget about it. When the new anti-poverty strategy is agreed, it must be revisited on an annual basis against set targets to ensure it evolves as society evolves, to ensure success and future-proofing. Measures that may help would be to raise universal credit rates to reflect actual living costs, ensuring families have enough for basic needs. Implement comprehensive child poverty reduction plans with measurable goals and timelines. look at an increased funding for local organisations addressing poverty, such as food banks, housing assistance and employment training programmes. Expand eligibility and streamline application processes to avoid barriers. Vineyard Compassion, Valorshane Presbyterian Church, Building Ballysally Together and Milburn Community Cafe and other faith-based and community organisations worked in my area, my constituency, with supermarkets tirelessly within their own community, and I'm assured that the rest of Northern Ireland has the same community-based work programmes. Some of the members raised very important issues. Colin Gildernew highlights food insecurity in 2025 as unacceptable and 143% rise in the use of food banks. Andy Allen highlights the grim reality of the past 5 years and calls for more to help families in need to support rights. Praises the many organisations helping to address this growing need. Mark Durgan highlights 190,000 children in Northern Ireland are in child poverty. He also brings to the Chamber the rising, I think it's despicable rise in loan shark activity, further exacerbating poverty. Ciara Ferguson highlights some of the harsh choices that people have and how they are trapped in the poverty trap by making such decisions that can be bordering on legal or illegal, and calls for review of housing and a multi-agency response across the executive. Kate Nicholl gave a comprehensive review of the timeline that leads to the current situation and reminds us that it is children who are suffering most. Danny Baker highlights the cost of living that affects thousands across Northern Ireland, and Timothy Gasson asked for councils to take notice when increasing the rates that the rate burden has on the cost of living within their constituents. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I think I've highlighted some of the salient issues raised here today, and whilst I would support the motion, I do recommend the amendment from the DUP to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Morris. Our next speaker is Kelly Armstrong to conclude and wind on the motion, and Kelly, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to everyone who has spoken this motion today. Alliance brought the motion forward because this is one of the key issues that we think is affecting society today, and if we can create a solution for this, if we can lift children out of poverty, out of that social disadvantage, then that can change society in Northern Ireland. I would like to pay tribute to all of those food bank providers across Northern Ireland who are helping people when they're at their most vulnerable and most in need. Thanks to all of the people across Northern Ireland who very kindly donate to those food banks. But what I would say is, I hate the fact that we have food banks in Northern Ireland. We have people who have to depend on those food banks in order to feed their children. And as others have said, 190,000 children in Northern Ireland are living in poverty, and many of those children are having food that is donated. If everything was wonderful and everything was working in our government, then children wouldn't have to depend on donations of food in order to eat. It is very difficult for me, standing here, to understand exactly what it's like for someone who is living in such poverty that they have to cut the mould off bread to make their child sandwiches. And I heard that today from a parent at the round table that my colleague Shan had arranged this morning. Imagine what that's like to the child. Imagine what it's like for a child when they see their parent doing that. Or the child actually feels guilty for having a birthday or for Christmas because they know that getting a present is actually going to cost their family money. It's going to take away from the family household income. Children who are embarrassed to come home and tell mum or dad about school trips because they know that that amount of money is going to be extraordinarily difficult for the family to be able to afford. People want dignity, stability and fairness, and if we are to be fair for all of our children in Northern Ireland, then we have to give them a place where they live that is safe and enough that they can eat well and grow well and be healthy. And we're not doing that at the moment. We talk about the best start in life. Are we giving our children in Northern Ireland the best start of life? And not all of this does fall to the Department for Communities and our Minister Gordon Lyons. It does fall to a lot of different departments, and that's why this anti-poverty strategy the Minister has talked about bringing forward in February is so important, to ensure that all of the executive sign up to it and commit to meeting targets and delivering on timescales. As Mr Bradley has said, and he was very good at summarising what a lot of others have said in this House today, it saves me from doing it. Mr Bradley said those targets and timescales are key, and that's why the last strategy failed, because there were no targets and timescales. It may not be within the lifetime of this Assembly, but certainly within the next Assembly we should be seeing differences for people, and that, to be honest, is going to take a long time to come forward, and it makes me very sad to see that. We already do have some actions that are being brought forward, and the Minister has confirmed, for example, that the welfare mitigations that are currently in place will continue on for a period of years. But I do believe, as part of this strategy, that two-child limit is an important matter that must be addressed with DWP, and we may even consider, when we cost out the savings that could be made by removing that two-child limit, might actually be beneficial for Northern Ireland, and something we may consider adding to the welfare mitigations going forward. The Minister talked about the scourge of poverty and the long-term consequences, and this morning we heard from parents who talked about the difficulty of seeing that cyclical poverty happening, because they're struggling so much with the amount of income they have in their house and to feed their children, that their children have mental stress and real difficulties with money going into their adulthood, because they've seen their families struggling so much. The anti-poverty strategy must have those three pillars that the Minister talked about, and my colleague Sian Mulholland had mentioned. The Minister has talked about it being over 10 years. Those 10 years need to see actions, and I'll reiterate again, we need targets and we need timescales to make sure that that's appropriate. Those targets and timeframes are some of the things that I would love to see in the public consultation that is mentioned in the amendment brought forward by the DUP that Alliance will be supporting. One thing I would say is that in order for us to make sure that the Department for Work and Pensions have enough information about the impact that they are having in Northern Ireland with their two-child limit, I think we need to be taking information and evidence to them of the effect of poverty on children. And we have wonderful reports that have come through, well, not wonderful because they're just quite distressing when you read them, from Trussell Trust, from the Public Accounts Committee and from the Northern Ireland Audit Office. Children should not think that it is normal that they have to go to a food bank to get their food. In my constituency, I have to say, I'm one of the offices that distributes most of the food vouchers. And when we have the person in the office who treat them with dignity, we know that they're very nervous, and we try to help them with as much respect as we can. But we know this is the start, or maybe midway through a journey where that person is living in absolute destitution. And the reason why they're doing that, and that was mentioned today as well, is child support debt. Paramilitary illegal lending and the sort of percentages that they're whapping onto people is unbelievable. People are repaying benefits loans, budgeting loans and things like that. The amount of money that they have to pay out of their benefit to make up the difference between housing benefit and rent is incredible. And then they're hit with the cost of school trips, the cost of school uniforms. They're met with other things like just the school constantly asking for £1 for this and 50p for that. It's never ending. I think we need to review exactly how much parents are actually having to spend. Plus, you walk into a supermarket and you look how much it costs to buy things for children, specifically for children. Nappies, baby formula, wipes, toys, all of that.
Would the member take an intervention?
I certainly will.
Would the member agree with me that that's actually exacerbated in rural areas where the lack of choice and the lack of access to supermarkets and lower prices is actually even worse?
I agree absolutely with my colleague Sian. The difficulty in rural areas is that if you don't have access to a local supermarket, you quite often find that people go to the local garage where there happens to be a shop attached to it, and the prices there are maybe 2 or 3 times the price of what they would be in a large supermarket. And this is all while we have children coming through our education system and trying to be children. Is it fair? Are they being treated with dignity, have stability, and there's fairness for them? I don't think so. And I'm really delighted today, as one voice in this House, we are all in agreement that there needs to be an anti-poverty strategy. We all want to see it as soon as possible. We do want it to be the right strategy and make sure that it has timeframes and targets within that, but it needs to come forward quickly, and we need to have the buy-in from all of the executive. Alliance Party is on the executive. We're on the executive with other parties, and we say to all of our executive colleagues, we need buy-in from this. We also need accountability. We also need to make sure that there's a mechanism in place that we can check to see how this strategy is working. There are lots of parents out there who are very concerned about the impacts on their children. They hopefully will have an opportunity through the public consultation to look at what's being proposed and to have their say on what they think about it. Because after all, they're the people who are having to manage budgets, who are having to look at their children going without, and are having to manage the expectations of those children in a household in poverty. I think it's very sad that we cannot currently copy what Scotland has done. I do think Scotland's approach is much better, especially for children with disabilities, than we currently have here. And that's because ours is framed in a budget that is extraordinarily difficult. But my one concern about all of this today is, and while I welcome the anti-poverty strategy being brought forward, my concern is that it won't come into being until after the budget for the next financial year has been set. Therefore, what actions can we actually see coming out of it? Will it be another year before anything can come forward? Principal Deputy Speaker, this has been a difficult time, a difficult emotional time for this debate, because it's our children here in Northern Ireland that are suffering. So I ask everyone if they would support our motion and the amendment so that we can move forward and make lives better for children. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Brian Kingston and Maurice Bradley be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, just take your ease for a moment. Okay, everyone. The next item of business is a motion on a collection and recycling scheme for disposable nappies. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses concern that proposals to address disposable nappies and other absorbent hygiene products were not included in the recent Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs consultation, Rethinking Our Resources, Measures for Climate Action and a Circular Economy in Northern Ireland, despite making up around 4% of residual waste, highlights the impact that reducing residual waste capacity per household will have on those who dispose of such products, as well as the amount of recyclable material lost to landfill or incineration, recognises that a nappy collection scheme would support delivery against the 70% recycling target by 2030, set out in the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2022, calls on the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to promote reusable nappy products as an alternative to disposable nappies, and further calls on the Minister, drawing on best practice in other jurisdictions, to develop a strategy in conjunction with local councils for the collection and recycling of disposable nappies and other absorbent hygiene products in Northern Ireland.
Thank you. I call Michelle McIlveen to move the motion. Thank you, Michelle. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time. Michelle, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this motion seeks two outcomes. Firstly, that the Minister engages with local councils to develop a strategy for the collection and recycling of disposable nappies and other absorbent hygiene products. And secondly, that the Minister and his department take an active role in the promotion of reusable nappy products as an alternative to disposable nappies. The aim of both of these outcomes is to reduce and ultimately remove disposable nappies and other absorbent hygiene products out of our residual waste. As we're all aware, the Assembly passed the Climate Change Act, which had a requirement that Northern Ireland collectively recycles at least 70% of its waste by 2030, and we're just 5 years away from that date. For the 23-24 period, councils in Northern Ireland recycled 50.5% of waste. This was the first time that this had been achieved in 3 years. The year before, we had recycled 49.7%. Given this, the idea of a 70% recycling rate is ambitious, to say the least. We've recently had a waste consultation undertaken by the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. This is suggesting that we recycle grey bin capacity either by providing smaller grey bins or by moving to at least a 3-weekly grey bin collection. It's suggested that by implementing these proposals that we will reach a 70% recycling target. In fact, the Éowyn Minister has actually said that he wants us to reach 74% through the proposals set out in his consultation. The Alliance Party, in their proposed amendment, has called on us to welcome this consultation, and I would point out to the Alliance Party that the consultation refers to making non-statutory guidance to absorbent hygiene products, and this simply doesn't go far enough. I consider that to be a flaw, and I know of at least one council who the Minister and I both have a relationship with, Ardson and North Down, which highlighted this in its response to the consultation. While this motion deals with both reusable and disposable products, and various types of reusable nappies are on the market, disposable nappies are still the most attractive option for parents. But when I use the term nappies, I'm also including nappies for all ages, as well as incontinence products. At present, the only bin that can take these disposable nappies is the grey bin, so they go straight into landfill. It's been estimated that nappy waste equates to around 3 to 4% of the residual waste going to our landfills or shipped off for incineration. That's nearly 40,000 tonnes per year. To put this into some sort of context, one child may be in disposable nappies for 2.5 years. Young babies will go through around 10 to 12 nappies a day, while older babies may require about 6 to 8 each day. One child can go through 6,000 nappies in its lifetime. Many parents, of course, have more than one child in nappies at a time. Parents of young children will often say how their grey bin is full by the time it's due to be collected every 2 weeks. The Minister's consultation focuses on reducing grey bin capacity, either by smaller grey bins or fewer collections. And this presents a problem for those parents when these proposals are being implemented. It presents a problem for those with medical and incontinence waste. How do they manage when bins are only collected every 3 or 4 weeks, or when their grey bin is smaller? This is a problem that can be addressed while also helping Northern Ireland take a step towards achieving the 70% recycling target imposed by this Assembly. It is something that has been considered by the only part of the United Kingdom that has the best recycling target. Wales operates an opt-in nappy collection service through its local authorities. Wales has reached a 66% recycling rate, and this is with not all the authorities collecting such waste. There are 4 which currently don't, but of those, Swansea does operate a scheme where nappies are left at recycling centres. Where a scheme is in place, the following is collected: disposable nappies, including nappy bags and wipes, adult incontinence pads, absorbent bed sheets, disposable aprons, colostomy stoma bags and catheters, cotton wool and plastic gloves. These are collected either each week or fortnightly. The Welsh Government wants all councils to adopt a collection and recycling scheme. Pembrokeshire, which does operate a collection and recycling scheme, is the best performing local authority, reaching an amazing 73.2%. Not quite our Minister's dream goal of 74%, but close. Nappies contain recyclable materials which are being thrown away here in Northern Ireland, such as cellulose fibres and plastics. Members may be aware of the story a couple of years ago of a trial in Wales where nappy fibres were added to the bitumen in asphalt roads, and these were shown to last twice as long as other roads. Carmarthenshire County Council is now resurfacing its roads with this product, hailing it as a prime example of local circular economy in action. Nappies have been collected in Wales since 2009, and they're also recycled in Japan, the Netherlands and also Canada. I'd like to see us adopting the wider scheme where we're dealing with the same range of nappies and incontinence waste as places like Wales. In tandem with this, more needs to be done with regards to encouraging the use of reusable nappies as an alternative, and I appreciate that this will not suit all busy parents. However, at present the schemes being run by many local councils are limited in scope and poorly promoted. According to research, reusable nappies laundered in a circular economy model are the most environmentally friendly and cost-effective option. More needs to be done to encourage parents to try reusable nappies and to support them when they are using them. And this needs to be guided from the centre. Consistency of approach and delivery at a larger scale is key. In Belfast and Lisburn and Castlereagh, parents are asked to try washable nappies for free for 2 weeks, as well as offering a £30 refund on the cost of buying reusable nappies. In Ardson and North Down, 30 people will be able to avail of reusable nappy kits on a 2-week trial basis. Then the kits returned at the end of the trial period and sanitised before being loaned to the next family. In some other councils, residents will be reimbursed £30 when they spend £50 or more on the purchase of reusable cloth nappies. In Newry, Morning Down, you need to buy £60 worth of reusable cloth nappies. If we're to remove nappy waste, and as I've said, around 40,000 tonnes annually from our residual waste bins, we need action, not guidance. We need cooperation between the department and local authorities, and that needs to be controlled centrally. I've raised the issue of a nappy collection and recycling scheme through a member statement and written questions to the Minister, and I'm pleased that the Minister has expressed the view that he is open to considering such a scheme, but I have to say that I was disappointed that he wanted councils to approach him about such a scheme. Given that this waste represents around 4% of our total residual waste, I would have considered this to have been a key product to target in achieving our recycling goal. However, not being one to shirk a challenge, I have written to all the councils about this issue, and my colleagues in Ardson and North Down Borough Council did pass a motion to write to the Minister expressing its interest in working with the Minister to develop such a strategy, and also writing to other councils in Northern Ireland to do the same. And while some of these are still going through the various stages in Council, I understand that a number have now written to the Minister expressing support. I've also discussed this with recycling bodies around the feasibility of local processing, and the message was clear that it can be done with the supply of readily available product. I'd also like to express my gratitude to Nicola Watson, a PhD researcher from the University of Ulster and a nappy waste specialist, for reaching out to me and discussing the issue following my member statement on the subject. And since the BBC highlighted this motion at the weekend, I've also been approached by a number of other interested parties. So this does present opportunity for the DAERA Minister to take a massive step forward towards diverting tens of thousands of tonnes of recyclable waste away from landfill. This is an opportunity to co-design a coherent scheme with local councils. It can't just be left to councils simply to explore options when non-statutory guidance by the department is produced further down the line. But it also allows an opportunity for these products to be processed here in Northern Ireland, rather than shipping them overseas, which ultimately will happen if it is left to non-statutory guidance. We need firm proposals from the department. Now, while I'm not in total agreement with the Alliance Party's tabled amendment, I do welcome the indication that they are supportive of my motion and the actions that need to flow from it. They do need perhaps to tell their colleagues in Newry, Morning Down that this is the direction of travel when it is reconsidered by them. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to end my remarks there, and I look forward to the debate and the Minister's response. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I call on John Blair to move the amendment.
Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, John. You'll have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment, John.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to contribute to the debate, which is based on an undeniably significant issue as we strive for a cleaner and more sustainable environment. And in opening, I want also to thank the proposer and her colleagues for bringing the issue to the House in a motion and for highlighting this very important issue. I suspect that as I speak, there will be a lot of similarity in what I say and what the proposer said, which in fairness doesn't happen very often on environmental matters, but I am genuinely pleased that it is likely to happen today, and hopefully also it might lead us to an agreed position at the end, and I'll highlight a pathway to that as we go. Principal Deputy Speaker, it's well documented that disposable nappies account for approximately 4% of the residual waste here in Northern Ireland. The statistic itself might seem small, but it translates into a substantial impact on our waste management systems and environmental footprint. Every parent and carer recognises the necessity of these products for their children's health and well-being. However, while they may be convenient, we must confront the significant environmental consequences associated with their entire life cycle. In the UK, approximately 3.6 billion nappies are used each year, with around 78% of those being incinerated and as much as 22% ending up in landfill. The materials used to make these nappies, which include a significant amount of plastic, can take hundreds of years to decompose naturally. Research from DEFRA shows that improvements in the production of disposable nappies have resulted in a 27% reduction in their carbon footprint. While this is a commendable achievement, it is vital to recognise that using disposable nappies for just 2.5 years for one child is equivalent to driving a car for over 1,600 miles. This highlights the urgent need for innovation within the industry and highlights our responsibilities to seek out more sustainable alternatives. Therefore, Principal Deputy Speaker, the Alliance Party supports the intentions and sentiment behind the motion. However, there is a clear factual inaccuracy in the original motion that the Alliance Amendment seeks to correct. The original motion, and I'll refer to this again briefly later also, the original motion mistakenly states that proposals for addressing disposable nappies and absorbent hygiene products were excluded from the recent DAERA consultation, which was titled Rethinking Our Resources. A closer examination of this reveals that these proposals are in fact acknowledged under proposal number 12 in that document, which states that non-statutory guidance will be provided to councils to expand recycling opportunities and embed best practices in existing services. This includes, and I quote, absorbent hygiene products such as nappies and incontinence pads. By accurately understanding the consultation, we can highlight the critical need for a coordinated effort between DAERA and local councils. However, it is essential to underscore the significant responsibility that councils hold in collaborating effectively on this issue. The Department's role is to assist local councils through programmes and initiatives designed to minimise the recyclable materials diverted to landfill or incineration as a result of disposable nappy use. Yes, I will.
For his comments, but will he accept that non-statutory guidance is not the same as developing a co-designed strategy to actually address this issue?
I thank the member, Principal Deputy Speaker, for the intervention, and I will come to that a bit later as well, but I'd point out at this stage that the original motion does not mention the word statutory at all. It talks about developing a strategy. And we know, and I'm going to refer to this later as well, that the Department is already bringing forward a waste management strategy. So I would say that we need to be clear, going back to councils, that councils and their various waste management structures need to lead and ensure consistency on waste management. Any change or proposals regarding these structures is a separate matter altogether. Perhaps all of us scrutinising these issues in this place can work with local government colleagues to ensure frameworks and outcomes which fit with recycling targets and are appropriate for the 21st century and its challenges. Around the world, Principal Deputy Speaker, collaborative and innovative actions are being taken to try to address this issue for the sake of our environment. For example, Wales, this was referenced earlier, a leader in recycling, is trialling the use of these fibres from disposable nappies to create roads. Initiatives like these provide opportunities to explore best practices on a broader basis and develop effective strategies for recycling disposable nappies, all while meeting our net zero targets and enhancing our circular economy. When considering the broader context, our primary objective should be to fully eliminate single-use plastics, which includes disposable nappies. For instance, after reaching out to the Minister in September past, I was informed that his department is working with other UK nations to implement a ban on the supply and sale of wet wipes containing plastics, and that would apply throughout the UK. Promoting reusable nappies falls or should fall within this initiative. These alternatives not only have the potential to lessen an environmentally damaging footprint, but also provide significant financial advantages for families in the long run. Similar to how consumer habits are being shaped by the Department through initiatives like the plastic bag charge and restrictions on disposable vapes. Reusable nappy products ought to be advocated for as a practical substitute for disposables. Therefore, Principal Deputy Speaker, while Alliance supports, as I said at the start, the intention and sentiment of the motion to improve the collection and recycling of nappies, we cannot fully support it without our amendment, given its factual inaccuracies regarding the consultation, and I would contend genuinely that I think the amendment rectifies that. Point out again that the motion originally made no reference to statutory provision at all, in fact, and referenced the strategy which is already on the way. For my part and for our part as colleagues in Alliance, we look forward to reviewing the Department's long-awaited waste management strategy due to be published this year. I am confident it will begin to address the issues highlighted in the motion, particularly in regard to improving our waste management systems, adopting innovative recycling solutions and promoting sustainability within our communities. In the meantime, Principal Deputy Speaker, I am hopeful that the proposer and colleagues of the motion, and her colleagues, can accept our amendment for the reasons outlined. The two positions are not very far apart, and I think there's an opportunity today to speak together and move forward together on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and I call Nicola Brogan.
Garmagad Pre Laskin Corla, and a Sinn Féin spokesperson on environment and climate. I rise to speak in support of this motion. The watchword of our time is sustainability. We can no longer afford to maintain the endless conveyor belt of production, consumption and disposal. As we aim for net zero, habits and behaviours must change at an individual, societal, commercial and governmental level. We need to develop a truly circular economy that can be absorbed into every facet of life here, and take a more holistic approach to reducing the waste we produce and changing what we do with it. While we welcome many of the proposals in rethinking our resources, we should not be limited to them and should be open to exploring new and innovative suggestions for reducing waste. It's crucial that we look at best practices around the world and see how other countries, many of which produce vastly more waste than we do, are tackling that challenge and implementing circular economy policies. As we strive to meet both emissions and recycling targets, we must remain receptive to any initiatives that can help us make a transition to a sustainable future. And I do support the motion.
Thank you, Nicola. I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I'd like to make a few comments in regard to both the motion and the amendment before us. Both recognise the significant environmental impact of disposable nappies and other absorbent hygiene products, which account for, as has been said, 4% of our residual waste. Yet there are key differences in each approach, but both certainly do deserve merit and consideration today. The motion highlights the absence of proposals in the recent Rethinking Our Resources consultation to tackle this issue and calls for a comprehensive strategy led by the Minister, developed in conjunction with councils to address collection and recycling. It also emphasises promoting reusable nappies to reduce waste. The amendment, while maintaining the emphasis on reducing waste, shifts focus towards expanding guidance to councils within the existing framework of the consultation. This aligns efforts to support local authorities in recycling these products without explicitly demanding a separate strategy. Both approaches do indeed underscore the need for urgent action, recognising that a nappy collection scheme could significantly contribute to meeting the 70% or 74%, as alluded to earlier, of the recycling target by 2030, which is set out in the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2022. However, we must ensure that these efforts reflect the broader challenges facing climate action and indeed the circular economy. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the Northern Ireland Office review of waste management reminds us of the inefficiencies in our existing system. Tackling residual waste from nappies requires leadership, innovation and collaborations, and we should look across other jurisdictions, including the EU's push for ambitious strategies on single-use menstrual products, nappies and wet wipes, to inform our approach here in Northern Ireland. And while I acknowledge local council's role, I do believe it is the Minister who must lead in addressing this issue, ensuring resources, guidance and best practice are made available. With 5 children of my own, and having fostered quite a few nappy-wearing infants, I have experience in both the convenience of the disposable nappies, but also the tasks of using the tarry, toweling and safety pins. And there's certainly merit, and I understand why parents will opt for
what has been measured probably slightly more environmentally unfriendly disposable nappies, but there is the pressure of convenience to attest to as well. And we do know that in the UK around 3.6 billion nappies are disposed of annually, with around 22% ending up in landfill. And we really do need to tackle this and do something different. So addressing this often messy issue is not optional. It's essential to protect our environment. So as the mover of the amendment actually said, I think we could actually move collegiately, collaboratively and decisively to deliver a strategy that works for households, councils and, importantly, our planet. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Robbie. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I should first of all preface some remarks I'm going to make about this motion by saying that it's a very important subject, and it is an important subject both because it affects parents and people who care for young children and people who use other forms of recyclable sanitary or medical products that were listed by the proposer of the motion. I myself am someone who changes nappies quite literally on a daily basis. I deal with nappies in the morning, I deal with them in the evening. I will deal with more nappies in a couple of months' time because I'm expecting my third child. So this is genuinely an important subject, and I welcome the fact that there is a look at it, and I welcome Nicola Watson's research. I think there are legitimate questions. I think the points are well made about this act. There is actually a reference to this, though there's a bit of a secular or theological debate about what the reference is in the waste strategy. I think it's entirely legitimate that we move towards trying to increase recycling of these products, particularly when they're recyclable material. And many of the people who are using these products would like to see them recycled more, and I have no problem with that. But, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I do want to make a couple of other points which are broader. Having said that it is legitimate and important, and I'm sure the Minister will update us on his waste strategy and how these ideas and concepts can feed into that. And I would, as I say, as someone who changes nappies on a many times daily basis, I would like to, and cares a lot about recycling, I would like to be able to recycle those products were that a possibility. But I would just point out, as the Leader of the Opposition in the Northern Ireland Assembly, it is 10 to 5, it's about 13 minutes to 5 on a sitting day, and we are debating in the midst of a health service crisis and a whole range of other things, when the Executive is less than 50%, less than halfway through its legislative programme for last year. If Joe Bloggs or the average punter who sent us here was to tune into this debate in the middle of a Monday to find out what we are debating, it is an important issue, but it's a non-binding motion on nappy collection and recycling. I'm not trying to trivialise it, but what I am saying, I'll make a couple of points and then I'll give way. Whenever this institution was created, and obviously hasn't sat all of the time, it was created by an international treaty after a conflict. We were given significant powers, and though we don't always take them seriously, those powers included the powers to levy taxes, which is effectively to people don't have a choice in what taxes they pay to us. I will come. I am.
You really need to come. Sorry, can you just take your seat a wee minute? You really need to come back to the debate, and just to remind you, as you will know, Leader of the Opposition or not, political parties pick the motions at the Business Committee, which all members are obliged to. So if you don't mind, could you finish your point and then get back to the motion?
I'm happy to finish my point and get back, but it is germane to the subject of the motion, because what we should be doing here is actually implementing things rather than simply debating private members' motions. And I don't dismiss the legitimacy of the issue at all, but let me say this. We can levy taxation, we can imprison people by creating criminal offences. In the next few weeks, we'll be authorising tens of billions of pounds of spending. People do expect us to take those responsibilities seriously. I'll give way to Mr Brooks.
I thank the member for giving way. Does he not see that the fact that it took him about 2 minutes there to caveat his objection to debating this sort of speaks to the fact that it is really groundless? The Members' Party likes to speak about a circular economy and environmentalism. This is the reality of it. It's not beyond the realms of this body to be discussing nappies if nappies and other products like them are substantial problems in terms of recycling.
Ms Matthew, you have an extra minute.
Thank you very much. I don't intend to use all of it, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. People will be relieved to hear. Now, the contents of what we debate here, like the contents of the objects that we're talking about, is a legitimate subject for debate. Private members' motions are entirely legitimate, but we've had a lot of them. We're less than 50% through our legislative programme. I would like to see us, if we're going to debate about how we improve our recycling targets, specifically in relation to nappies, I'd like to hear from the Minister about specific policies he is going to enact, and I'm sure he'll be able to enlighten us, because at a certain point we do have to take our jobs here seriously and communicate to the public that we aren't simply here to have circular debates when we talk about the circular economy. I'll give way briefly for the purpose of...
Thank the member for giving way. Would he accept that this debate has every bit the same legitimacy as the 10+ non-binding private members' motions that the members brought over the course of his term as Leader of the Opposition?
Glad to have given way, because I wouldn't, because our job as the official opposition is to hold the executive to account. No, they laugh, but your party has power, other parties in this chamber have power. We aren't simply elected here to come in and debate like a debating society. We're elected and people take power in ministerial office to do things for people, to pass legislation, to spend money and to tell them concrete plans, not simply to debate. Let's take our jobs seriously. As legitimate as this issue is, I think we should be doing better to communicate to the public who elect us what we're actually doing for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I call Cheryl Brownlee, please.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. So today I rise not only as a member of this chamber, but I feel a seasoned professional nappy changer. My colleague Michelle McElveen has passionately raised this issue of nappy and hygiene product recycling and reusing several times in this chamber, and her efforts have shone a light on an incredible opportunity for us to tackle one of the most persistent waste challenges of disposable nappies and hygiene products. Since 2009, Wales have been running a very successful nappy collection and recycling scheme. Similar initiatives exist in countries like Japan, Canada and the Netherlands. So the question is, why not here? Well, cloth nappy schemes introduced in many councils, including my former council of Mid East Antrim, have been very, very successful and oversubscribed. Disposable nappies remain the go-to choice for many parents. A nappy collection scheme would allow us to collect and recycle these products, turning waste into opportunity. For example, the fibres from recycled nappies could be used to produce longer-lasting, more cost-effective road surfaces. This even presents the Minister of Infrastructure with an innovative way to address the chronic underinvestment in our roads. For example, academic research in Japan has revealed that concrete with up to 10% of fine aggregates replaced by shredded used nappies could achieve a compressive strength appropriate for a 3-storey house. Scientists prepared concrete and mortar samples by combining washed, dried and shredded disposable nappy waste with cement, sand, gravel and water, and then cured this as a sample for 28 days. It's really remarkable what can actually be done. Furthermore, the dear Minister has a chance to make a major leap in diverting tens of thousands of tonnes of recyclable waste from landfill, at a time when Northern Ireland is striving to meet its 70% recycling target. As we aim for a circular economy, this is exactly the kind of creative solution that we need. The DUP has consistently advocated for nappy recycling schemes across councils in Northern Ireland. We're pleased to see that councils including Ardson, North Down, Antrim and Newtownabbey, Causeway Coast and Glens have passed motions supporting this initiative. The process itself is straightforward. Nappies are collected from households or a central collection point. They are transported to recycling facilities, sorted and cleaned, and waste and bacteria removed, and the material is separated. New products can then be repurposed into construction material, park benches or even plant pots. Given the direction of travel is to see a reduction in our residual and black bag waste capacity per household, a nappy collection scheme would offset potential pressures facing families, households with one or more children, those with medical needs or hygiene products. While the process requires investment, infrastructure and of course leadership, the potential benefits are undeniable for families, the council and our environment. This is the perfect time to seize this opportunity and turn nappies from a burden into a recycling solution.
Thank you, Cheryl. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As we said already, 3 billion nappies are thrown away every year, I think certainly just in the UK, which does account for around 3% of all household waste. Sent to landfills for 500 years and declaring interest. Somebody's probably contributed a few thousand of those nappies in the last couple of years, using them at home. But there's obviously no doubt that reusable nappy products are definitely more sustainable and better for the environment, but we should also remember that poverty premium faced by many struggling families everywhere, but especially in my own constituency. Disposable nappies on average cost around £25 per month, and obviously not including the cost of wipes and other accessories. Cloth nappies can obviously cut the cost in the long run, but reusable and cloth products require upfront investment that many people simply don't have, making it unrealistic for many parents and carers. Some families also lack access to a proper washing machine that works adequately. You see it with the rise of washing machines popping up in shopping centres, or simply don't have the time or the money to wash reusable nappies as often as they need to. So environmentally better, but there's also a real pressure on families that I don't think often is factored into this debate. Those with more disposable income are more likely to have the time, energy and resources to develop environmentally friendly parenting styles, with others more concerned with paying the bills and simply staying afloat are unable to do so. Non-statutory guidance for local councils, as proposed by DAERA in the Rethinking Our Resources consultation, should be the bare minimum, Deputy Speaker. A logical next step would be improving and expanding schemes that already exist. This includes the Belfast City Council's cloth nappy scheme, which offers the parents a chance to try washable nappies for I think it's for free for the first 2 weeks, and then if they decide to continue to buy their own reusable nappies, they get £30 cash back. This should be extended to all council areas. A range of nappies, both disposable and reusable, should be available free in key public buildings. Places like 2 Royal Avenue, former Tesco building, in the city centre has an excellent facility of providing nappies, free nappies, accessible to parents, which I've availed of recently. The MAC as well. I'm sure there's other buildings across Belfast, but this should be the standard right across the board. As far as I'm aware, there's no nappies or other products available in this building, which I'm happy to be corrected on, but I don't believe they do exist. So that should be rectified quickly by the Commission as well. And if we're serious about rethinking the way we use resources and reducing our plastic waste going to landfill, we need to remove those barriers, those real economic and social barriers accessing reusable and sustainable products. We should aim to make reusable nappies and hygiene products free and easily accessible for all families, beginning with public spaces like this building. We also need to recognise, Deputy Speaker, that while parents struggle to pay for nappies and there's increasing demand for baby banks and hygiene banks, massively wealthy corporations are doing what they do best, and that's profiteering. Pampers made around $9 billion of global sales last year. The top UK supermarkets recorded a 97% increase in profits as the cost of living crisis continued to soar. So pressure needs to be put on these organisations to tax them and make sure they're covering the cost of these schemes. Climate action shouldn't be, can and should be done at the individual level, Deputy Speaker, but it also, and obviously disposable nappy products, moving away from it is part of it, but we should always place the blame for climate breakdown and excessive resource consumption firmly where it lies with the corporate profiteers and not those individuals. Happy to support the amendment and the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Our next speaker is the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes to respond to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the members for bringing this motion to the floor of the House today, and indeed for their interest in the important issue of recycling. As we navigate the ever-increasing impact of climate change, it is now imperative that we rethink how we deal with our resources. Our current linear economy, where we take, make, use and waste, is no longer sustainable, and change is necessary to embed a culture of value towards our resources and accelerate our transition towards a circular economy. We have made significant progress in managing our waste over the past 20 years, reducing the household waste landfill rate from 72% in 2006-07 to a low of 18% in 2022-2023. Meanwhile, the household recycling rate has increased from around 10% in 2002 to a high of 51.9% in 2019-2020. But now we must go further. Members will already be aware of the challenging targets in this area. Indeed, our landmark Climate Change Act has set the direction and the ambition for environmental protection here, committing us to achieving net zero by 2050 and, specific in our discussions today, achieving 70% of waste recycled by 2030. Other targets in legislation which require achieving a 65% recycling rate for municipal waste and a reduction of the amount of waste going to landfill to less than 10%, both by 2035. This means that we need everyone to recycle much more and send less to landfill. To help deliver on these requirements, my department has recently consulted on 26 proposals for household and non-household waste management, all designed to help Northern Ireland achieve its targets, to improve our resources and how they are managed, and also to transition Northern Ireland to a circular economy. Key proposals include greater separation of material at the curbside, restrictions on the amount of residual waste that can be collected from the curbside, and also the introduction of recycling for obligated businesses. That is, those businesses and organisations that produce waste which is similar in composition to that coming from households. I firmly believe that doing the right thing shouldn't be difficult, and to achieve this I'm making sure that we look at the way we recycle at work, at home, at school and in any other setting that looks the same. Embedding this consistency at the outset of scheme design reduces confusion and increases participation. Moving now to the motion brought to the Assembly today on recycling for nappies and other absorbent hygiene products. I am pleased my fellow members recognise the importance of the proposals in the recent consultation and share my ambition to do more to protect our valuable resources and our environment. It is great to see the support here today for the need to increase separation of various waste streams, to increase the quality and quantity of our recycling, and I really do appreciate that. However, the recycling process for disposable nappies and other absorbent hygiene products is not unfortunately as straightforward as other waste streams we collect at the curbside, such as, for example, paper, card and glass. Technologies do exist to break down the component parts of used nappies and absorbent hygiene products. However, the relatively high cost of reprocessing these materials and the limited end markets for the recycled content mean that there is only one facility in the UK presently that is able to recycle these products, and that's in Wales, which I hope to visit in the time ahead to see the work that they're doing around recycling and some other areas. Turning now to the details of this motion. The motion asks that this Assembly highlights the impact that proposals to reduce residual waste capacity at households will have on those who dispose of these types of products, as well as the amount of potentially recyclable material that could be lost to landfill or incineration. I agree that this is an ongoing concern and something that we have given due consideration to, reflected by the inclusion of questions relating to AHPs in the recent recycling consultation. I'd like to reassure members that the outcome of that consultation will include the publication of guidance to councils on provisions for families and householders using nappies or absorbent hygiene products, as is stated in the proposed amendment to this motion. This motion further calls for this Assembly to recognise that a nappy collection scheme would support delivery against the 70% recycling target as set out in the Climate Change Act. I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment of this statement. The introduction of new materials for recycling will be key to achieving our targets and improving our resource management. However, it is my view that there are other, perhaps more cost-effective and environmentally beneficial schemes that could be implemented to help us achieve these targets. For example, there has been significant successes in some local authority areas with collection schemes for small waste electrical and electronic equipment. Component parts of these items can be easily recycled, retaining a high value with a plethora of existing end markets. But I don't close my mind to the issues that have been raised today. The motion further calls on me to promote reusable nappy products as an alternative to disposable nappies. If I could refer members to the most recent evidence in relation to disposable and reusable nappies, published by DEFRA in 2023, which can be found on the life cycle assessment of disposable and reusable nappies. This assessment showed that while disposable nappies have a slightly higher global warming potential, reusable nappies have a higher environmental impact when compared across the life of the product, largely due to material composition, which is normally cotton, which is extremely water intensive to produce, and laundering the items after each use. Following this assessment, and with no clear consensus on whether reusable or disposable nappies are better for the environment, therefore took a decision not to progress any further policy action on nappies at this time. I am, however, aware that several local councils have run nappy reuse schemes across Northern Ireland, offering up to £30 reimbursement to residents who spend £50 or more on the purchase of reusable cloth nappies. Some councils also work with the Library Group to offer a 2-week trial pack to residents which include cloth nappies and reusable wipes. My department's waste prevention programme includes actions on reuse and repair, and I am aware of the potential cost benefits to families by using reusables as opposed to disposables. There are no specific actions in this programme on nappies and absorbent hygiene products, but this is due to be reviewed in the coming months, and the inclusion of reusable nappies will be considered as part of this. The final part of this motion today calls on me to develop a strategy in conjunction with local councils for the collection and recycling of disposable nappies and other absorbent hygiene products in Northern Ireland. I can advise members that I am keen to explore any option that would help enhance our environment and improve the lives of our citizens. The first steps in this process will be to determine the feasibility of a scheme for the collection of nappies and other absorbent hygiene products in Northern Ireland. As part of this process, I would encourage councils to work with my officials, engaging through existing channels, to share views and experiences and bring forward any proposals they believe would help deliver our shared ambitions. I would also welcome input from those in private industry who may view this as an opportunity to develop their business and in turn enhance our circular economy. As well as the need to understand the environmental benefits or indeed disbenefits in a time of constrained budgets, it is vital to ensure that any scheme implemented would not put undue burden on taxpayers. In the interim, I will be putting focus on other waste streams and in growing the collection of these. I will again reiterate my commitment to exploring this issue, but I can't be the only person left with the baby on this. We have to work together with district councils on this issue. There are many opportunities for councils to collect different waste streams, many of which command a high value for recycling and have established end markets. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, in summing up, the matter of our waste and resources and dealing with the waste sustainably is an extremely important issue which members are rightly concerned with, and I welcome this motion and the amendment here today. I'd like to reassure members that future policy decisions on waste and improving our recycling will be based on the best available evidence to ensure we're well placed to meet our legislative targets. My vision for Northern Ireland is a strong green economy which values its resources and actively closes the loop by putting as many of those resources back to the system as possible. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I wholly agree with the sentiment of this motion today in terms of increasing our recycling and reducing what we send to landfill. I would like to thank members for bringing this motion and for the interesting, challenging and respectful discussion which this debate has stimulated. Can I just say one final thing in conclusion to the remarks from Matthew O'Toole around this? We have to recognise and reference the fact that these institutions were set up as a result of an international agreement in 1998. These institutions have been down an awful long time, and this place is not like a computer. You can't switch it off and switch it on again and expect it to work exactly the same as it was before. What we need stable institutions so we can have a very, very defined legislative programme. We move from each mandate to another. These institutions were restored just about a year ago, and I put my heart and soul into working these institutions and delivering for people. But the impact of collapse is significant, and that's why we need to reform these institutions so we can deliver for everyone in Northern Ireland. Yes, I'm happy to.
Sorry, can I just ask everybody respectfully just to stick to the item that we're debating rather than their add-ons, please?
Well, in that subject, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, on the subject of sticking to the not changing the subject, but in relation to waste disposal and his ability to deliver it through the executive, has he brought forward a specific proposal on reform to the executive and sought to get it into the programme for government? Or his colleagues?
So I'm aware of the guidance from Madam Principal Deputy Speaker in terms of that wider issue, and I think we're discussing the issue here in terms of the motion that's tabled before us. What I'm doing is outlining the rationale behind why delivering legislation in this place can sometimes be slower than anticipated, and I'm trying to outline that to the member. This is not from a desire for me in terms of not wanting to progress things. I've got commitment to delivering for the people of Northern Ireland on this and other issues, and I think what people in Northern Ireland are looking to this place They're looking for us to work together and deliver the citizens of Northern Ireland, and that's what I'm committed to do alongside others. And hopefully we can agree on this motion and we can continue to work, not just in this place, but also with local government and delivering for the issues of people of Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Minister. Much appreciated. I call on Sean Mulholland to wind on the amendment and advise you, Sean, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I feel like we were having a nappy off there in terms of who has changed more nappies between Miss Brownlee, Mr O'Toole, Mr Carroll. What I will say in my sum up is to Mr Butler, I can confirm there are no safety pins, no more yellowing, terry, tiling. They're all quite funky and velcroed these days, so we might have to update your knowledge of the reusable nappy. I want to acknowledge Ms McIlvaine for highlighting the important issue of disposable nappies. It is something I'm really quite interested in, and also absorbent hygiene products. As we've heard, they make up 4% of our residual waste, and addressing them is crucial in our efforts to reduce our waste, to combat our climate change and to meet our statutory recycling targets. The motion did claim that DAERA had failed to address disposable nappies and absorbent hygiene products in that recent consultation Rethinking Our Resources. I don't believe it's quite accurate, but that in that proposal 12 in the consultation, it does explicitly reference that absorbent hygiene product, including nappies, and proposes guidance for councils. The Alliance Party's amendment not only corrects this, but reinforces that need for effective forward-thinking solutions to reduce waste and increase recycling, which I think we all want to see. And as my colleague John Blair pointed out, there is no direct reference to statutory guidance, although I do hear what you're saying in terms of the original motion. I do believe that we're otherwise mostly aligned on our desire to see those targets met and our waste reduced. For me, one of the most promising approaches to tackling this issue and in the motion is that promotion of the reusable nappy schemes. They do offer undeniable benefits, and it was something that as a councillor I sought to extend and to promote further, and was successful in Belfast City Council in being able to offer that then to more families. There's a cost saving for councils as well in terms of those, the fact that reusable nappies can significantly reduce the volume of disposable nappies that are entering the waste stream, and that in turn then lowers our waste processing and landfill costs. Reducing waste pressures on families with young children who are often facing challenges with that bin overflow, and not saying I'm often found jumping on the bin on a Thursday night, but there's definitely some challenges. Yes, of course, go on ahead. Is it about me jumping on a bin? I don't know.
It's collective but not specific. Would the member agree with me, and obviously being a former Belfast City Councillor, there's also an issue with people obviously not getting their bins collected regularly enough, and the issue of lack of small waste bins in around Belfast in particular, and there's also an issue with people having a lot of disposable nappies and bins and not collected for maybe 3 or 4 weeks. Has she received that as a concern as a councillor or an MLA?
Well, as a councillor, I think what I would have received was more the inconsistency with approach. And obviously I was lucky enough to be a councillor on 2 different councils and actually saw different approaches to recycling and to waste. One thing for me is about that consistency, and it's about a behavioural change and about education with constituents as well. I think that was a real key point. I'll move on. It actually is, in terms of Jerry's point around the poverty premium, that at times these can be not as cost effective for some families. They can actually save up to £1,000 with that reusable nappy over the usage of the baby. But I do absolutely hear what you're saying. If you don't have access to a washing machine, if you don't have access to adequate facilities, the innovative solutions is another thing that I'm really interested in, whether it's roads, as mentioned by others. Cheryl Brownlee had mentioned plant pots and garden furniture. And finally, one of the other benefits, I can also confirm that they're better medically and can help prevent a nappy rash if used and maintained properly. So there are lots of advantages. In terms of our environmental advantages, I know that my colleague John Blair had mentioned around They produce over 25% less CO2 over their life cycle in comparison to the single-use nappies, 98% fewer resources in their manufacture compared to disposals. A fact that I was really shocked by was that if every child in the UK switched from disposable to reusable, it would save the equivalent of 700 million car miles in CO2 emissions, and that's nearly 3,000 car journeys to the moon, which I thought was quite an interesting statistic. Not sure it's very helpful to this debate, but there you go. These figures do demonstrate, though, how transformative reusable nappies can be in reducing our carbon footprint. And we have to acknowledge that reusable nappies may not be suitable for every family, as Jerry has pointed out. It is encouraging, but I urge members to support the amendment, and my hope is that by working together and learning from best practices that we can move forward.
Thank you, Sian. I ask now Tom Buchanan to conclude and wind up on the debate, and to advise you, Tom, that you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I want to thank all who participated in today's debate. As pointed out by my colleague Michelle McElveen, who moved the motion, it has a two-pronged approach. Firstly, there is an engagement between the Minister and local councils on the development of a strategy for the collection and recycling of disposable nappies and other such products. Of course, if the Minister is serious about recycling and reducing landfill waste, then this engagement must be led and driven by him. It simply cannot be left up to the councils to act on some new non-statutory guidance that the Department provides them with to come up with such a strategy, but it is an initiative which must be spearheaded by the Minister and centrally driven. This is why the amendment by the Alliance Party is disappointing, in that they're removing the responsibility being brought forward, removing the responsibility to bring forward such a strategy away from the Minister and his department and placing it solely on local councils. The councils are there for engagement to deliver a strategy brought forward centrally by the Minister, so that they're all dealing with the same thing, but not actually to be developing it. And as we heard around the Chamber today, there is willingness and support amongst a number of councils for the introduction of such a strategy. The second aspect of the motion is for the Minister and his department to take an active role in promoting reusable nappies products as an alternative to disposables in an effort to reduce such waste going to landfill, almost 40,000 tonne a year. While the Minister has set recycling targets of 70% by 2030, there is no sign of any movement by him or the Department on either of these two issues, other than to issue guidance to councils, some of whom already promote a number of reusable nappy scheme incentives, and we have already heard it in the debate today. It is worthy to note that in the past the Minister did express a willingness to meet with councils to discuss the potential introduction of such a scheme. But this is now not in keeping with the Alliance amendment to today's motion, and it raises the question, is the Minister rowing back from that position that was taken some time ago? Single use of disposable nappies are one of the largest contributors to plastic waste, not only across the UK but globally, and this market is expected to keep growing, fuelled by high birth rates in developing countries and ageing populations that are likely to drive an increase in consumption of other absorbent hygiene products. It is clear, therefore, that the amount of recyclable material in a single disposable nappy that is lost to landfill or incineration represents a significant drag on progress towards meeting Northern Ireland's 70% recycling target by 2030 and our goal to promoting a truly circular economy. With only a fleeting reference to nappies and other absorbent hygiene products in the recent DERA consultation, with a commitment to provide councils with non-statutory guidance and exploring recycling opportunities, Minister, this doesn't go far enough in addressing the issue. Northern Ireland has an opportunity to become innovative and groundbreaking in this area, but that requires you as Minister to take ownership of a bespoke strategy developed centrally in conjunction with our councils. And I suppose the question I have to ask today is, are you as Minister willing to take that? Are you willing to step forward, take that decision and move forward with a strategy coming from central here rather than coming from councils. If we are serious about meeting our targets, then I urge you to consider the Welsh model, which you have said you will do, and in conjunction with our councils bring forward a strategy to deal with the issue. Yeah.
Thank you. So I wanted to provide reassurance to you that there is no rolling back in terms of my previous commitments in this, and I'm happy to engage with councils. I'm just very conscious we have to strike a balance also around this, because you're asking me to issue statutory guidance to councils, and the consultation was about non-statutory guidance. So sometimes the accusation is we're being given too much instructions to councils, and then the other side is to work in partnership with people. I want to work with people on this, and I'm happy to engage with them on it, and hopefully that gives you a reassurance that my own perspective in life is to work with people, and that's what I would want to do with district councils around this. This has been a really good debate. I know Michelle has raised these issues consistently around this, and I'm happy to work with the councils on these issues, but we also need to get their voices and their perspectives on it. And the fact I'm going to Wales to see the efforts that they're doing about recycling also shows my commitment more broadly in terms of recycling.
Thank you, Minister. But we do take courage from the fact that you're going to Wales to look at what they have developed and the success that they have made. But you cannot shrink in your responsibility. You need to be leading on this. Providing guidance rather than a strategy will lead to the 11 different councils taking different approaches, which will include really doing nothing and will not address the issue. So therefore, you can't shrink in your responsibility in this issue, but you must bring forward a strategy. And it is disappointing, I suppose, that the Alliance Party decided to amend this motion rather simply really just because they can do so. What we want is a firm co-designed strategy which will address what is an identified issue. This is something that has been identified that needs to be addressed. Guidance will not address this, and the amendment neutralises our proposals and doesn't go far enough, as we have pointed out time and again in this debate. And while the Leader of the Opposition has poo-pooed this debate, I do hope that he will support the motion today. But to come back to some of the other members that have spoken today, my colleague, in raising the debate today, she raised concerns of the reducing the size of the grey bin or fewer collections and the problems that will create for parents and for small children, and how that one child can use up to 6,000 nappies in a lifetime. And to reduce the blue bin the grey bin in size, or to reduce the number of times it's been collected, without putting something else in place to deal with this, isn't going to address the issue. It's going to create problems, and it's going to create problems for the department. She spoke of the Welsh scheme and how they have reached their 66.6 recycling rate, with one of the councils reaching 73.2%. And I'm glad that the Minister is going to look at that, and hopefully it will give them some incentive to bring forward a similar scheme here in Northern Ireland. And then, of course, she spoke about writing to the 11 councils, contacting them with regards to this issue, and how that a number of them have expressed an interest within a scheme being brought forward to deal with this issue. John Blair referred to this as an important issue, and how it can take hundreds of years to disintegrate one of these nappies in landfill. And of course that is absolutely right. He spoke about the department bringing forward a waste management strategy, but I wonder just what consultation is taken with councils with regard to this particular issue. Nicola Brogan spoke of aiming for the net zero and the change that must come about, how we must change things if we want to reach that. And it's critical to look at best practices around the world. And I hope that is something the Minister and the Department are doing, is looking at the best practices that there is around the world. Robbie Buckler spoke about the both approaches to point towards urgent action required, and the need to tackle this and do something different. And I think that is the message that's coming around the Chamber today. It requires leadership and innovation. And I think that is key to all of this. It requires leadership by the Minister, and it requires innovation. And the Minister must lead on this issue. And again, I come back to the question, is the Minister prepared to do that? He's very passionate about recycling and about setting targets, but on this particular issue, is he prepared to take a lead on? Of course, Matthew O'Toole spoke on the importance of this subject and more towards recycling of these projects and how important it is for this. But like the Leader of the Opposition, as it always is, there comes on then a but. And then, of course, he wanders away into Bypath Meadows, off the subject completely. And we'll just leave it there with regards to that. My colleague here spoke of the successful recycling scheme in Wales since 2009, and she asked a very important question: why can we not have that here? Now, that is a question for the Minister. Why can we not have that same scheme here that is delivering so effectively in Wales? And she spoke of the usage of recyclable nappies and tarmac and concrete and so forth. Sorry?
Your time's up.
What a pity.
I know. We're all enjoying it. Especially the unexpected puns. Anyway, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of John Blair, Andrew McMurray, Éowyn Tennyson and Sean Mulholland be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any noes. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order. Members, will you resume your seats? The question is that the amendment in the name of John Blair and others be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Can't we have any noes? I think the noes have it. Do we have tellers? Order. 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 Tellers have been appointed as follows. The tellers for the ayes are Stuart Dixon and Andrew McMurray. Tellers for the noes are Tom Buchanan and Peter Martin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, everybody. Order. Clerk, please read the result.
56 members voted, 33 members voted aye, 23 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
The amendment is agreed. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 5 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is, point of order.
Just wondering, us having spent a chunk of time now voting on that vital motion in relation to nappy recycling collection, whether a minister will come forward and update us as to what practical action is following. I think the public watching will want to know what practical policies you're going to follow from that vote we've just had.
I'm going to give you a copy of standing orders. That is not a point of order. Okay. So the question is that item 5 is adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.